between the private prisons and between law enforcement, there's an industry in keeping drugs illegal, and it's not about protecting you. You know, some drugs, yes, it is. You know, when they go and close down crystal meth labs, yeah, that's a fucking danger, because crystal meth makes people, it completely fucks with their judgment, makes them insane. Look what it did to Jesse James. He fucked that bitch with a tattoo on her head. I guarantee that dude was doing meth when he fucked her. There's no way he was sober. You don't fuck chicks with tattoos on their head when you're sober. When you see a bitch that has "Pray for Sinners" tattooed on her fucking forehead, you go, what? And she's ugly? Oh yeah, let me stick my raw dick inside you. No, that guy was doing drugs, and there's drugs that are bad for you, okay? And crystal meth is one of them. It's a terrible, terrible drug. You know, heroin's another one. I mean, I've seen cocaine turn people into, they become like roaches. They become like bugs. You know, they're not thinking about you, man. They're just trying to get that shit. How do I get that shit? You know, they literally get black shark eyes. They turn dead on the inside, man. There's drugs that are terrible for you, and those drugs, yeah, I could see an argument for them being illegal. I could see an argument for us doing something about the people that sell them, because they're damaging people. It's dangerous. But there's other drugs like mushrooms and pot. If you get caught with those things, man, it doesn't matter. Those are still illegal drugs. As a matter of fact, they're more illegal than heroin. Do you know that Schedule 1 drugs, for the most part, are the drugs that really have like use? Schedule 1 is the most illegal, okay? Schedule 1 is DMT, which your own brain produces. So as Terrence McKenna said, everyone's holding. I mean, that's really what it is. You are in production and you are in possession of a really illegal substance. The number one, the Schedule 1, DMT, marijuana, Schedule 1. No one's ever died of pot, ever! Do you know what? It can't. The only way pot is going to kill you is if you're standing on the wrong side of the fence when one of those Mexican drug helicopters comes over and pushes a bale out and it clubs you on the fucking head. That's how you die from pot. Other than that, you're not going to die from pot. You might think you're dying, but you're just going to fall asleep and you're going to be fine. No one's fucking died of it ever. But yet still, pot is Schedule 1. Mushrooms, same thing. I've never heard of anybody dying from mushrooms. You can definitely die if you eat poison mushrooms, but poison mushrooms, by the way, are legal. And you can have poison mushrooms all around your backyard, and you can munch on them all day and fucking die of a heart attack, and nobody gives a shit. No one's going to have it's not going to be a big inquest. No one's going to go crazy. But if you put psilocybin mushrooms in your yard, and the cops come and find them growing in your yard, they will lock you in a fucking cage, even though psilocybin mushrooms, they can make you go crazy if you do too many of them, and if you have a weak mental constitution. I could see you going crazy from mushrooms. Just too much information, too much realization. But you could go crazy from anything. You can go crazy from paint. You know, you could huff paint and, you know, sniff paint and blow your fucking brains out. You can go crazy for anything. There's a lot. Some people are weak and fragile, and there's any really extreme experience can fuck them up. There's an ant that I think it's called an iron ant. I forget the name of the ant, but this ant bites you, and the venom is so intense and horrifying that it's been described as slamming your arm into a car door for an hour. That's what it feels like. Just slamming your arm. Imagine what that would feel like, and it lasts for 24 hours. What? So this intense, insane throbbing, like literally you're getting ripped apart, like someone slamming a door on your arm, and it lasts a whole day. And the experience is so traumatic that some people, when they come out of it, they are never the same again. They're just a shell. They're just so fucked up. They could not get through the pain of one full 24-hour period under. So, like, there's some shit in the world that could fuck you up, okay? That's not why marijuana is illegal. That's not why mushrooms are illegal. They're illegal because they're trying to keep you from them. They don't want a society that is questioning leadership. They don't want a society, and that's the other problem. The people that are in power, they're not using these things. Throughout human history, shamans have been the leaders of tribes, and shamans have been the ones that the tribe will go to when the tribe has troubles. And what the shamans were people who had a lot of experience in navigating psychedelic dimensions. And in the Amazon, when, you know, they would all sit around and drink ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is an herb, like a tea that they brew that produces DMT. And it's ordinarily DMT is not, you can't drink it. because it gets broken down when you take it in orally, when you eat it. It gets broken down by something in your stomach called monoamine oxidase, and it's produced in your gut. And this ayahuasca was a way that they figured out how to extract DMT and a monoamine oxidase inhibitor from another plant. It's really fucking crazy. I mean, they've been doing this for 10,000 years. In a place where there's, 250,000 plus different species of plants, they figured out a way to combine two to make this incredible brew that lets you communicate with the afterlife. And which, by the way, is totally illegal. I mean, it's a mess. It's a real fucking mess when you start thinking about what it really is. Because what it really is people keeping other people from having an experience. And the reasoning for it, the reason why, is not because they think that this person, if they have that experience, is going to make life difficult for me, they're going to come after me, they're going to hurt my family. No, they're doing it because they can profit off this person not having that experience. If I say that something is illegal and I set forth laws and I say if you cross this boundary and you do this behavior and you violate my law, I get to lock you in a cage. I get to make money from locking you in a cage. Not only that, I get to employ people that will, now they have a job, and their job is to go after people that are doing what I said they couldn't do, and get them and kidnap them and put them in a cage. That's what you're having with marijuana and mushroom bust and stuff like that. You're telling someone that by your judgment, they shouldn't have that experience. And so you say, well, if you're going to make such an extreme judgment, that judgment has to be based on facts, right? No, it doesn't have to be based on facts. Of course it doesn't. Because if it was, then marijuana would have been legal in the 1950s. I mean, it would have been legal when they passed the sweeping Schedule I Psychedelics Act of 1970, I believe it was, when they made everything illegal. They would have had to provide some reasoning for making mushrooms illegal, some reasoning for making marijuana illegal, and it would have been scientific and it would have been medical. But the problem is every single fucking medical study that's ever been done about marijuana shows that it's relatively harmless. I mean, you can ruin your life with anything. You can ruin your life with cheeseburgers if you want to. Like, I was talking about, like, bottles. You can take a bottle, and bottles can hold a nice, delicious drink. Or you can take a bottle, and you can stuff it up your ass and throw yourself down a flight of stairs and bleed to death. It doesn't mean that bottles should be illegal. The real fucking problem is that we are allowing people to victimize other people for profit, and that's what the war on drugs is all about. And the reason why the war on drugs works at all is because the people responsible, the cops and the lawyers, they're not doing drugs. If they were doing drugs, if they were doing the right drugs, if they were doing mushrooms and they were smoking pot, there would be nothing. It would all stop. They would have to stop. If you do the correct amount of mushroom dose, you would realize that in victimizing people, you are victimizing yourself. You are creating a terrible stream of karma. You are ruining lives for nothing. You are ruining lives for something that doesn't have anything to do with you. And something that's been around in terms of from marijuana and mushrooms and ayahuasca, tens of thousands of years of human use. And as I said, in those indigenous cultures, the shaman was the one who made the decisions. That's because this is the guy that had the most experience in these matters of the spirit world. We don't have that anymore. Now we have the opposite. We have leaders that, if we find out they're doing mushrooms, would be shocked. We would want them removed from office. If Obama had a press conference on Monday and said, I got together with my wife the other day, we did 5 grams of mushrooms, and we went to the mountains, and I really started to think about our country. Everybody would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That would be the most beautiful thing that he could ever say. If he could say, I just took something that allowed me to literally tune in to the stream of love that is God, that is the energy of the universe, that is Mother Gaia. I connected myself to all that is loving in the world, and I came back with some revelations and some thoughts about how we could lead our culture better, how we could be kinder to the rest of the world, how instead of going all these places to control their resources and to ruin them, how about we introduce them to this spiritual realm? How about we introduce the whole world to mushrooms? How about we produce them in mass quantities and slowly start to open people's eyes up to the fact that it's not a lack of resources that we have in this country. It's a gluttonous fucking gigantic group at the top that are fucking and raping the world. It's not that we have not enough resources to run the life that we need. It's we don't have enough resources to run the life we're living. We don't have to live like this. This is all nonsense. We live a non-agriculturally based life. We live a life where we rely on fossil fuels and we rely on petroleum. We don't have to. There's many things that could be done with plants that we're doing right now. If marijuana was legal, first of all, just hemp as for use for oil and use for textiles and use for you can make houses out of it, and you can fucking fuel cars with it. You could build cars with it. Lotus actually made a fucking car with instead of carbon fiber or fiberglass, they made the fucking shell out of hemp. I mean, it's all possible. We just can't live the way we're living right now. And there's no way to effectively reset civilization better than psychedelics. But meanwhile, saying that makes you sound like a retard. Like, I'm listening to my own self, and I'm like, if I didn't do drugs, if I had never, done mushrooms or anything like that, I heard a guy talking like this. I'm like, who the fuck is this idiot? Like, how could you possibly say that? You think you have all the answers? I don't have the answers, but I do have a possible door to the answers. And that's what I think psychedelic experiences are. And these guys that are running for president, they will deny that to the end. They will, Obama had this fucking thing recently where it was a town hall meeting, and he got all these questions from the internet. And the number one question was marijuana legalization. And every other issue that was being discussed that day, whether it was healthcare or anything else, he gave these really well thought out, in-depth answers. But it came to the marijuana question, he was like, ho ho ho, well, I don't know what that says about this group here, ho ho ho. And he said, no, I don't think that's a good idea. Really? You don't think that's a good idea? You don't think it's a good idea to stop suppressing people? You don't think it's a good idea to not jail people for having a fucking experience? To not jail people for selling a plant, a naturally growing thing that's never killed anyone? You don't think that it's a good idea to reverse an evil, fucked up, corrupt law that is helping people with the worst karma ever, imprison people for nothing? Well, you, sir, need some fucking mushrooms. And that's the problem. We have a whole group of people running this fucking country, and none of them are doing mushrooms. I would like to have a talk show. I've talked about this on stage. I wanted to have a talk show where I make people do mushrooms with me. And it would be called Do Mushrooms with Joe Rogan. And we have on, like people that, like, you want to know a real truth serum? Mushrooms is the best truth serum. You once that fucking wave hits you, that wave of alien information and the wave of love and the connectivity, and when you see the fiber of the very universe all around you, you're gonna start talking. And if I could get, like Ken Starr and Dick Cheney, and could you imagine if those guys, like, if people sued them, and people, because, like, look, there's a lot of people that want to take them to trial for war crimes, especially Dick Cheney. When you think about the fact that Dick Cheney was the CEO of Halliburton, and then, he becomes the vice president of the United States, we go to some crazy fucking wars where Halliburton gets the contracts, and the wars are all based on totally false information about weapons of mass destruction. There's people that say that Dick Cheney was at the helm of it, he was lying. You could try that motherfucker for wars against you, crimes against humanity. You could try him for that. And if he was convicted, and they said, here's one thing you can do to get out of it. You gotta do the let's do mushrooms with Joe Rogan show. And you have a guy like that, like any really fucked up politician, George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr., anyone like that, sit them down and make them do mushrooms. Make them realize that just because you've been living this life the same way as everyone before you, as your father and all these other corrupt politicians, it doesn't mean it's justifiable. Just because you can find examples all around you of people who have done worse and people who are doing the same things, doesn't mean that it's supposed to continue. And there's got to be a way to stop it. It doesn't seem to be stopping with the evolution of culture. It seems to be the same. It seems to be that the corruption, it's being exposed more, but it doesn't seem like it's put a monkey wrench in it, like they're just stopping. The financial corruption involved in this bailout is staggering. And if you really want to hurt your head, you go and read some of Matt Taibbi's articles about it. It fucking hurts. Like, when you look at the billions and trillions of dollars and where it's going and how it's being funded, and these guys are getting bonuses, and they're getting bonuses, but they don't have any money, and the money came from taxpayers, but they were owed the bonuses, or else they'll quit. Or why don't they fire them? They're the ones that fucked this thing up in the first place. It's staggering. I mean, it's literally our entire civilization is built on a foundation of unfixable bullshit.
You're a fucking human being. And if you attach yourself, your mind to any ideology, you're going to be on a road. And that road may or may not lead you in a good direction. But you're going to stay on that fucking road if you're attached to an ideology. And it could be a terrible road. It could be a road of, circumcising your daughter's clitoris because that's a fucking tradition. I mean, these fucking crazy bitches in Africa that cut holes in their lip and stretch them out to put plates on. Why is that? Because they got on a fucking road and they stuck with that road. Regardless of rational thinking. They didn't use rational thinking at all. They just adapted a predetermined pattern of behavior that makes life so much more simple. And that's what every fucking religion is. The problem is no one knows. You cannot know. You can have your own beautiful personal experiences. You could have been the person that was actually touched by God. But when you start yelling and ranting that other people have to follow your lead or the fucking world's going to end and Christians are going to be taken away, I know you're full of shit. I know you're full of shit and you know you're full of shit. And the real problem is that we can't say it because everybody's got this freedom of religion, religious freedom, the freedom to express yourself. Even if you're expressing yourself with nonsense that helps scared, lonely, sad people lock onto that nonsense so they feel like they're a part of something. I mean, that's what it is. It preys on people whose lives fucking suck. So it's all nuts. It's not like your shit's cool and my shit's not. And it's not that, yoga's the answer or fucking mushrooms are the answer. There's just questions. And until we're honest about that, we're never going to evolve. The human race is stuck in a giant quagmire when it comes to our behavior and our thinking about our behavior. But there comes a certain point in time where you have to pop the training wheels off. And you have to recognize that all this morality that you've developed is good because it's good to treat other people good. It's good to treat other people the way you would like to be treated yourself. It's like a fucking golden rule, and there's a reason for it. And that reason is that we're connected in some strange way that we don't totally understand. And unless you are good to other people around you, unless you're kind and friendly and warm and loving, you're not going to fucking enjoy this life. You're just not. You're going to be problems everywhere you go. You're going to have problems everywhere you go. You got to figure out a way to enjoy this fucking life. It's not because of Jesus. It's not because of Moses. It's not because of anybody that may or may not have ever existed. It's because that's how you fit in better in the world. That's how you stay positive. And it doesn't have to be some shit that was written 5,000 years ago on fucking animal skins. That doesn't have to be the golden rule because it's old. That's dumb. We need to figure out, like, now, today, what is, the best way to live your life? What is the, there's got to be ways you can be putting forward the most positive energy. I mean, we know objectively what's causing pollution. We know objectively what's causing birth defects and we're taking in too much chemicals and not enough vitamins. We know objectively all this stuff. We know how to organize our world, and yet we don't do it. We know how to organize our health, and yet very few people do it. We know all these things. The right path to, like, being, like, a happy, healthy person is to do all the shit that we already know you're supposed to do. Take care of your body. Take care of your health. Take care of your mind, your stress. Meditate, be kind to people. We all know that. I mean, you ask anybody, they know how to get by and to be the most evolved version of you that you can be. I mean, it's not like a magical checklist. If you talk to people about it, you said, okay, here you got a person, you want to improve them. What are the things that you're going to do to them? Okay, well, if I was a life coach, the first thing I would say is this guy's got to get on a diet that makes him healthy. I don't mean a diet just to lose weight. I mean just healthy foods in your body. Many vegetables. Vegetables, a lot of good quality protein, a lot of water. Stop the sodas, stop the bullshit. Start working out your body and get a better sense of, like, how this machine feels when it's moving, it's flowing better, there's less tension in it, your mind feels like relaxed and you enjoy every single moment of the day better. Step one, everybody knows that step, right? What's step two? Be cool to people. Be nice to as many people as you can. Smile at as many people as you can. Have them smile back at you. Tip well when you go to restaurants. Just do the most you can. Be as nice as you can, and just still manage to not have people walk over you. Just get through this life as nice as you can. What else? Do what you want to do with your life, right? Don't go be doing something you don't enjoy. Don't do something don't get locked into, a car that you can't afford and doing something crazy because you need the money. Don't do that. Do what you want to do. Do what the fuck is it that you really want to do? Because if someone else is doing it, you can do it. I mean, everybody makes their own path through this world. But a lot of people don't follow the path that they really fucking feel pulled to. You know, just for whatever reason, they got negative programming. You know, when they were kids, someone told them they couldn't do it, or told them to take the shortcut, or take the short route. That's a sad thing.
Well, the propaganda machine was so powerful in the 30s when they instituted it against marijuana that it still works today, even though basically every single university test, every medical test they've ever done on marijuana all shows the same thing. It's got zero health risks.
You know what I would liken it to? I don't know why it rhymes and it's going to sound nuts, but war on drugs is like saying war on bugs in that we don't want to eradicate every bug. No. We don't want cockroaches in our house, but bees pollinate crops, and we actually need them. So there's certain bugs that are good and certain bugs that are bad and certain drugs that are good and certain ones that are bad. I'd be fine with more people smoking more dope.
Well, the problem is it's a giant, broad umbrella. It's drugs, and it covers everything from NyQuil to, you know, psychedelic mushrooms. And they all have very different effects. And these very different effects, some of them are healthy for you, and some of them are very dangerous for you. Some of them you become instantly addicted to. Some of them you become instantly enlightened. I mean, there's a huge difference between intense psychedelics.
What one would make you become instantly enlightened?
Well, DMT, dimethyltryptamine, for one, is one that's produced by your pineal gland, which is literally your third eye. It's a gland in the middle of your brain, and on reptiles, it actually has a retina and a cornea and a lens, and it produces the most potent psychedelic drug known to man called dimethyltryptamine. And your brain produces it right before you die under periods of extreme stress when your body thinks it's going to die, and in heavy REM sleep.
And what about
it's an intense, incredible psychedelic that when you do it, you literally transform. You go to another dimension and you communicate with enlightened beings.
Where do I get this, Joe?
Well, you get it every night while you sleep. You just don't remember.
But
the problem is it exists in every single ecosystem. It's a natural human neurotransmitter, and yet it's one of the most illegal drugs on the planet.
What about the licking of the Colorado spotted toad?
That's a type of dimethyltryptamine. That's 5-methoxy. That's 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine, 5-MeO.
Well, you're great at this. Okay, one last question then, because I was in this discussion last night. There's methamphetamines now, which make people insane, just out of their minds, dangerous hacksaw people.
Yeah.
I never heard it before. I quit drugs before that drug came out. But I did do
been around for a long time, man.
I've been off illegal drugs, except for roids, for a really, really, really long time.
I mean, like the 40s.
There was meth, really? I
thought meth was just speed.
Well, so that's what I was going to ask him, because that was the discussion last night. Is there still speed, and is there still meth, or are they now the same thing?
There's different types of amphetamines. I think there's a bunch of different amphetamines. And actually, you know, one thing that people think, what's that stuff that comes from the cactus? What is it?
The guave? You mean, the stuff that's,
Prickly stuff?
No, you're talking about peyote or mescaline?
Mescaline. Well, mescaline comes from the peyote cactus.
Right.
Or not from the what is it, I don't know.
Well, there's the
a very famous cactus.
There's the tequila cactus, and then there's the other cactus.
No, that's a cool story about the
it's like a saint.
What's it called in the cactus again? The
mescaline?
Mescaline.
Mescaline does come from some cactus.
And not I. He had the mescaline, or the stuff to grow the cactus, and he used to carve the strychnine out. You have to cut the strychnine out.
The strychnine in that
No, that's peyote, I think.
All right, well, I'm going to cut it out. Horribly uninformed conversation.
Yes, it is.
Don't listen to us. Don't go eating the wrong cactus.
Yeah,
but that's my point. It's an amphetamine.
And watch them die at high school.
What a delight. Great guy.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I used to get in this argument with Dr. Drew all the time because Dr. Drew was very anti-drug.
He could use some drugs. Dr. Drew could use a mushroom trip.
Yes.
He was even anti-pot?
He didn't care about pot. But he wasn't uptight about it, but he just said, you know, a lot of people would say it helps with the creative process, and he would say it doesn't. You're just high and you think you are.
Oh, he's so wrong.
But
couldn't be more wrong. Could not be more wrong. I love it when people who don't do it tell you about the effects of it.
Do you think it makes you funnier and more creative?
For sure, 100%. Absolutely.
That may be
it does something to your brain. It absolutely has different effects on different people.
I know I'm funnier when everyone else is high.
Right.
They're definitely funnier when they're high. Right. But I will tell you this, and I'm sort of, I know what he's saying, and I know what Joe's saying, and I respect both the opinions. But the thing about drugs, we live in a society where you're forced to tune out many, many, many things. Otherwise, you couldn't get out of bed in the morning. Your head would explode.
Right.
if you just landed on this planet like a newborn and looked around and saw women painting their faces with makeup and us carpet bombing villages, if you saw what goes on, and if you saw, somebody saying that gambling was immoral and illegal, and then you passed a bunch of signs for the state lottery on your way into work, your head would explode. You realize there's so much hypocrisy, and there's so many things that we just have to tune out. You have to tune out, otherwise you would freak out.
Partnership for a Drug-Free America, run by the alcohol company.
When you do mushrooms, you are back to newborn.
Back to you don't even exist. You get to see it all.
You see
Come on, Amy.
You see things through new eyes. And what I'm saying is you must tune out so much in your life in order to exist that you don't know it. And when that gets removed and you're able to tune into everything, it freaks you out.
Well,
I'm not saying it makes you smarter.
It does make you smarter. It makes you more aware. And what the mushroom thing is the craziest thing, because most people, when they do mushrooms, they do like a little dose and they get a little giggle. But the real key to mushrooms is the real ego-dissolving experiences. You have to take a lot.
But what
you
about
take like 5 dry grams. It'll make you sick for sure.
What
It
about
tastes terrible.
Joe?
You had mentioned that sometimes you do it buzzed.
Oh, I do it high all the time. Jiu-jitsu.
You were he was grappling with a guy, and I said, I can't tell. And I'm talking to a guy right next to Joe because I'm a beginner. I know how to box fairly well. I'm a third-degree black belt, but can't fight because when I learned karate, they didn't teach you to hit people. Everything stopped 3/4 inch of a person. But when I saw Joe, and I asked the guy, I said, who's in a better position here? I can't tell. Joe was on the bottom but had his knees around the guy, and the guy looked like he was winning, and they goes, no, Joe has him. And Joe never changed his facial expression once. He never looked like he was angry. He never looked like he was struggling. And I thought to myself, because I knew what he had said, that man is absolutely in the zone. Nothing's bothering him.
Well, and by the way, did the UPS guy tap out, or was it Joe?
He's a real guy, dude.
Anyone who walks through the door is fair game when Joe's in the dojo.
I thought you were great.
He puts the Joe in dojo.
Wow.
I really did. I thought you were fabulous, man.
Now,
the way you just
how do you do
same.
that? Like I've tried to get high when I used to do construction. Guys would get high all the time, and they would show up and start blowing joints at 7 a.m. in the morning.
I did Fear Factor high every single episode.
Really?
Every single episode after season 1, I would take pot lollipops to work with me.
And how do you do it? Like,
because that was the only. No, I buy them from the pharmacy. That's the only way that I could deal with the contestants. Because if I didn't, then they would annoy me and all the ego and all this. Oh, you're killing me. And then I was always happy that it was a job and it was great money and all, but it was a dumb show to me. I mean, it's dumb entertainment. That's what it's supposed to be. Right. I mean, it's supposed to be mindless entertainment.
Right.
But you being there after you do 20 or 30 episodes, we did like 148. After a while, you're like, okay, am I really still doing this? Like, this is so boring.
Did you eat that in front of people, the Kush Pop?
Oh, yeah. I tell everybody, it was like an on-set joke. If you had your lollipop, I'm like, let's get the party started. And bring in the contestants.
You didn't care.
But then I wanted to do the show. Yeah. I would have the lollipop, and I was like, now I'm fascinated.
So you can do jiu-jitsu stone.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Well.
And also, you don't worry about acting stone, looking stone. Like, would you worry that the camera would think you were stone?
Who cares? I am. I tell people on the radio. I'm telling you. I mean, I don't think it's something people should hide. I really don't think it's something people should hide. I think it's a very weird thing that we try to make it like it's a bad thing. It's not bad. It makes people nicer, makes them funnier. It's like, what's bad about it? The only thing bad about it is that it's illegal. The only reason it's illegal because of ignorance. I mean, if you look at it statistically, if you look at the numbers, cigarettes should be illegal. Kill 400,000 people a year.
I wish they were.
Marijuana kills 0. In 10,000 years of use, there's never been a single death attributed to pot.
I would do anything if I could not get my hands on cigarettes, because I can't quit. I smoked 3 packs today. I would do anything.
I have friends that have tried to quit. It's horrible to watch, man. It's horrible to watch them look at other people smoke and just.
But when you were fighting that guy, and fighting might be the wrong word, because you were we weren't even sparring really, because it wasn't. You never got up. You stayed on the ground. It was a practice thing.
Well, it's jiu-jitsu sparring. That's what it is, ground fighting.
I don't know that much about it, but what I do know is I saw a guy hustling all around Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan, often with his eyes closed, and me asking another guy, what's happening? How's Joe doing? Joe's my friend, blah, blah, blah. He goes, oh, Joe's got him. Joe's doing this right. Joe's doing this right. But his face never changed. And the other guy, who obviously wasn't high or was on meth, is moving at 1,000 miles an hour trying to get the advantage on
Well,
Joe.
that guy that I was rolling with is a really good wrestler. That's the difference.
Was he then being kind to you because you were
No, he's a really good wrestler, and I'm much more experienced in jiu-jitsu, and he's much more experienced in wrestling. Wrestling is like, it's grappling, but they don't really know submissions, but they're very good at positioning, very good at holding you down, a very strong guy, you know, and my thing is just finding the spot where I could finish him.
At him. I tell you, one thing you describe it.
Thank you, but it's a lot of fun, man. You know what it is? It's like a form of meditation.
Sounds like a party.
Because it's so hard to do.
A sleeper hold.
You gotta learn to tap, bitch.
I'm going right to Legends Gym
fun, man.
on the Brea between Sunset and Hollywood right after the show.
Because it's so involving that you lose everything. You can't think about your bills or you gotta call your mom. You can't think about those things. You're so involved in what's happening. You're trying to kill each other.
I always said that about football, and it's the one thing I always miss about playing football, and I do suspect it's the thing people like about drugs and about sports and about sex.
Oh yeah.
People are looking to escape.
Yes.
And the reason people crave sex so much is that moment when you're really engaged.
Yeah.
That's one of the thoughts about mushrooms is that mushrooms are actually from another planet and that they're a life form from another planet, and the only way that this life form can communicate with you is if you eat it. That's one of the thoughts, because we know that Earth
I'm sure
was
someone
seeded
came up with
life.
that thought after they
dropped the mushroom.
after they ate the mushroom.
Well, it's also scientifically based, because what mushrooms are is psilocybin is 4-phosphoraloxy N-N-dimethyltryptamine, and it's apparently the only compound we know about in nature that is phosphorus in the 4 position. There's no other related compounds like it. And the idea is that spores come from asteroids, because we know that like amino acids and all sorts of, like life supposedly was seeded from asteroid impacts on Earth. And the thought is that spores also came from another planet, and they are literally an alien life form that has landed here, created mushrooms, people eat these mushrooms, and come into contact with these aliens.
Can you imagine just minutes ago we were talking about different ways to jerk off?
Yeah. I like that.
Well, you know, Rogan's that smart.
Giving me the chemistry.
If you've eaten mushrooms before,
mushroom.
one of the things that happens when you eat a lot of mushrooms is when the big, heavy mushroom experiences is like you're getting a lesson from something far more intelligent than you. I mean, literally, like, you feel this connection to the world. You feel this, you know, this real sense that everything is intertwined and interconnected. All your actions and all your energy and your thoughts, that it all like manifests itself in your daily life, and it's all this weird like an intelligence is communicating with you. That's what it feels like when you're on mushrooms.
That's fucked
Joe,
up.
if you keep talking like this, you're going to lose your job at UFC. This is
not at all. Not at all.
My
That's
job,
amazing.
I am the bridge between the meatheads and the potheads. That's what I'm here for.
I love that, man. That's a great theory.
It's an interesting theory. You know, there's a guy named Terence McKenna that believes that human beings evolved from monkeys because they ate mushrooms, and it's based on climate. It's like a scientific theory based on, first of all, the doubling of the human brain size is like a giant mystery, because the human brain size doubled in a period of 2 million years. It's like the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record, and some people believe it's related to the throwing arm, that we figured out how to throw rocks at shit and kill things, and that's what started this brains. And then also there's another theory that we ate a lot of protein, we were eating more protein, but that doesn't make sense, because tigers still have little fucking brains. That's all they eat is protein. So his theory is that the primates, when the rainforest receded into grasslands, these primates, because when the environment changed, these primates had to change their diet. They started experimenting with other things, and one of the things they do is they flip over logs and things looking for beetles and grubs and worms to eat. Well, they flip over cow patties too. Like the baboons are observed doing that in Africa all the time, because like grubs and shit grow underneath them. But there's also these psilocybin mushrooms that grow in cow shit, and that they eat these mushrooms, and then they have these insane experiences. And these mushrooms make these monkeys start being self-aware, and they start thinking about more things, and then they evolve. Also, the mushrooms, when you take them in low doses, they increase visual acuity, they make you see better, and they make you hornier. So you would have more efficient hunters, because they could see better, hornier, so they fuck more, and make also more monkeys that were also aware of the mushrooms, and this would like snowball, and the mushroom-eating monkeys would be more intelligent than the rest of them, and they would evolve quicker. And this is his theory, that over a period of 2 million years, that's how human beings literally came out of lower hominids.
You know, you could get high just listening to Joe.
I feel like
I'm listening to Joe.
contact lens right now.
I swear I was getting high just listening to him.
Smoke.
If you ate mushrooms, it would all make sense.
No shit.
I think when monkeys
I bet it would.
I think when they eat mushrooms, they just see yellow or bananas.
Banana is so yellow.
Well, you know, ancient cultures, that's one of the biggest things in ancient cultures is cattle worship. Cattle worship is, there's an ancient culture called Choctaw Hyuk. It's like one of the oldest known
Speaking
civilizations.
Klingon.
Yeah. It's like 7,000, 8,000 years ago, and they worship cows. Fucking cattle
because
everywhere. Because the cow shit, they would find they didn't have microscopes. They didn't know that spores are
thought
microscopic.
they were just shitting out this magic stuff.
That's why the reason why
cow.
in India everyone's fucking dying of starvation, they won't eat cows. It's because of mushrooms. Guaranteed. The root of it is the reason why cows are holy is because mushrooms shit and or mushrooms grow in cow shit, and they eat these mushrooms and they see God. So they think that mushrooms are coming from these cows. So these cows are like vehicles for God.
That's
for sure.
That's way
definitely
better
where it
than
comes
going
from.
to church on Sunday.
Why the fuck else? Why the
That's
fuck
way
else would anyone
fucking
worship a stupid animal, a big dumb animal that creates giant shits? Why would you think that that's God? Why would you think that that's
And the
holy?
answer is right there in front of you.
Exactly. It's a direct connection. They have psilocybin mushrooms growing on them. You eat that, you have insane experiences.
It makes
Joe,
sense.
have you had one of those mushrooms?
No, never. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just making shit up. Of course I have.
Yeah, you have.
Of course.
Oh, jeez.
Joe's tried a lot of stuff.
Who the fuck hasn't? You haven't tried mushrooms. You ain't
Mushrooms
living,
are
son.
everywhere.
I haven't done mushrooms in a long fucking time.
I just bought some.
Ari's got it.
I didn't bring them to New York, but
Yeah, wink, wink.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no way we would
Make some
travel
cheese
with mushrooms.
sandwiches. Let's go old school.
Cheese sandwiches.
The
applesauce. So horrible.
Chop it like a little mescaline.
Our problem was we always had
Yeah.
we had
That
the
made me
horrible
laugh.
cheese that we made the cheese sandwiches with
Well,
because we're
there's
so
a dude,
poor.
there's a dude who got arrested recently. He was, I think it was called Bouncing Bear Botanicals, something like that. But his business was he was selling psychedelic plants that are legal. They were all legal, but it was like this weird loophole. Like you could buy the San Pedro cactus, and that's where mescaline's from. The peyote is from the San Pedro cactus, and you could buy them at fucking Walmart. Okay, it was a real cactus that will put you on Pluto. You know, but you know it's legal. So there's like this weird little loophole, and this dude was selling all these other plants that have like DMT in them and salvia and all these different things, and they just arrested this dude for distribution of
I'm
weird
sure
shit.
they
And
figured some way
they
to get
took
him.
all his money away, so he doesn't have any fucking money for legal funds.
Yeah, I'm
that's
sure
why they
they-
fuck you with
You
shit
know,
like
I know. I was just talking to a guy who hit a pot brownie in Vegas and had to go to the emergency room.
Well, that's not pot. That's the thing
kidding
about
me?
pot brownies. People think of pot as like, smoking pot and eating pot are two totally different things.
I know.
There's a thing called a one pass, and when you eat it, it's processed through your liver and your kidneys, and it produces something called 11-hydroxy metabolite. And it's not psychoactive when you smoke it. When you smoke it, 11-hydroxy metabolite doesn't even kick in.
Right.
But when you eat it, it goes through your system a different way, and it's 4 times more psychoactive than weed. And it's a totally different drug.
And I could imagine, back in the day, eating the old weed, now it's the supercharged weed. I mean,
Right.
pot is such a crazy science now. I mean, I've always, my feeling is like in NASCAR when they put restrictor plates on so the cars don't go too fast because it's getting too dangerous. I feel like I need a restrictor plate for weed. Like the science of weed and hydroponics and everything else has outgrown my bong. Like I'm now a little bit scared of weed.
They get freaky sometimes.
Like back in the day, it'd be like, hand me that joint. You didn't care who handed it to you. It was just like, suck off it, hand it to the next guy, comes
you
back
keep going.
again. It's like you just keep going. It's like you're all in a foxhole sharing the same cigarette, and you copped a buzz, but you're not getting weird.
Yeah.
Now shit has purple pubic hair hanging off it. It smells of goat and stuff. And
I had some old school weed this last weekend. I was in Montreal, and I had some Montreal weed. And it was, it was okay. Me and this UFC dude, I can't say his name because he doesn't want people to know he smokes weed. And a buddy of mine, my friend Ari, we rolled up this guy's weed and smoked it, and it was just boring weed. It was like compared to the rocket fuel that they have at the local pharmacies.
Well, let's put it this way. My entire, from age 13 to age 18, I remember smoking weed in the 8th or 9th grade and having the guy say, "Are you high?" And I'm going, I think I feel something. Are you high? I think I'm high. Dude, you're high. No, I don't. I think I'm just hyper. I think I sucked too hard on it. I got a head rush. No, dude, I think you're high. My kid is not going to be asked that question because when he smokes the purple, icky, sticky, chronic, nobody's going to ask him if he's high. He will be high.
Yeah.
Everyone is now high, right?
The Southern California marijuana, I mean, I haven't tried. Everybody's like, go to Amsterdam, go to Amsterdam. I don't know how it could possibly be any stronger than what they have in California. California is way crazier than any other part of the world. There's 400 medical marijuana dispensaries just in Southern California alone. And there's even more in Northern California. I mean, it's fucking insane how many there are.
Well, and think about how many tax dollars
Yeah.
we're wasting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, completely wasting. And, Obama shrugs it off, laughs it off like it's a joke because, that's what he's been instructed to do, I guess. When he was running for president, he was talking about how, the war against drugs is completely ridiculous and marijuana should be decriminalized. And, here he is laughing at it. It's a source of tax revenue. The problem is these guys are all whores, and they've made all their money from pharmaceutical companies and from alcohol companies, and that's just the fact they allow a partnership for a drug-free America to even exist. They get their money from alcohol and tobacco companies.
Well, not only that, but I was saying to somebody a couple days ago, one day when I get enough FU money, I'm just going to grow a pot plant in my yard. And the idea that, Don, I hope your mom's not listening, but... Donnie's he's a homeowner, he's a father, he's a hard worker, he's a responsible guy, and Donnie's got to go down to the corner and hook up with his buddy and do whatever, and it cost him $60 for an eighth or whatever it is these days and all that shit. Just the fact that he has to leave the house, it's like,
right. I
said to my wife the other day, hey, plant some Roma tomatoes, because we go through Roma tomatoes like Mama Celeste over here, and why go to the market? We got a nice yard here, the sun's shining in Southern California. Last year we planted one, just went nuts, like barely touched it, didn't, fertilize it or do anything, just went ballistic, and every night when we were making a salad, you just walk out there and you pop one off and you make it. Or you take one of those dwarf lemon trees, you just plant it in a pot in your backyard or whatever, and whenever you're making a cocktail or you're making some fish, you just walk out and pop one off. Well, why can't you have a weed plant in your backyard?
See, that's the issue because
Intent
it's so,
to distribute? What am I green?
It's so easy to grow. It grows by itself. You could throw seeds and the stuff just started growing.
But that's the point.
You can't control it. Now you can't tax
really-
it. You can't make money.
Well, it's because we're being controlled.
Right.
We're controlled by other people. We're controlled by people who sell us things. There's a gigantic industry that evolves or revolves rather around people buying things.
Pharmaceuticals
and as soon as you
and alcohol.
give people control to sell and buy and grow their own drugs, you got problems, man. You got a big chunk of the economy has been removed.
Yeah, so
Especially one of them, the marijuana stops there's 100 different pharmaceutical drugs that are completely unnecessary if you start using marijuana. For pain, for glaucoma, for releasing interocular pressure, for, all sorts of different shit.
Or just,
cancer patients who want to eat.
My argument with Dr. Drew about this would always be where, you'd go, someone would say, well, I hit some weed and I feel better, but X, Y, or Z problem feels better. I feel some alleviated the pain or my appetite came by, and Drew would always be like, well, there are drugs you can take that will do a better job. And I'm always like,
no,
look, the guy smokes weed, it works for him.
Right.
So leave him alone.
And how does he know there are drugs you can take that do a better job?
Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. He's got weed, he smokes it, he feels better, his appetite returns, whatever he's trying to achieve, it works for him, leave him the fuck alone and let him smoke his weed. I can't believe... I understand speed because speed kills, as the adage went, which is guys get beaked up on speed, and next thing you know, there's a guy standing at the foot of your bed with meat cleaver. Nobody does that with mushrooms, weed, or sensory deprivation tanks. If there was a situation where, hey man, the guy got high and he broke into my house and he tried to rape my wife, well then I would like that substance controlled.
Right.
But weed, of all the things...
that's how they got it passed in the first place. That's how they made it illegal. They made it illegal saying that black people and Mexicans were smoking this new drug called marijuana and they were raping white women.
Right. It's really... Historically, it's funny. It's like, Tesla or Tesla versus Edison or something. You just do this one experiment where you show the alternating current and something catch on fire, and everyone just goes, all right, well, fuck it, we're going the other way now. And case dismissed, and then 100 years later, it's still illegal.
Well, when Congress made marijuana illegal, they didn't even know they were outlawing hemp. They had no idea. They didn't understand that it was the same thing. That's why they attributed the name marijuana to it. It was originally, everybody knew it as hemp. That's what they made clothes on. Until 1850, when they came out with the cotton gin, they were making clothes with hemp. The reason why they stopped using hemp was because the cotton gin made it easier to process cotton, and then slavery made it less financially, it didn't make sense to process the pulp. It was too expensive. But then in 1933, they came out with a machine called a decorticator. And a decorticator rapidly processes the hemp pulp, the hemp fiber. And so they said, well, now we have a way to do hemp. Hemp's going to be the new crop. And there's a cover of Popular Science magazine that said, hemp, the new billion-dollar crop. Well, William Randolph Hearst did not want to switch all of his newspaper facilities or his factories over to paper that was made out of hemp. He had these wood mills. And so what he decided to do was to fight the business. He decided to print these articles in the paper, and him and Harry Anslinger conspired to create this paranoia about a drug, about marijuana, and about how Mexicans and blacks were raping them.
And by the way, you're talking about, as we talked about 1933's marijuana, which was just leaves and shake and stems and seeds. I mean, you wouldn't even catch a mild buzz off of that. I mean, think just the shit. My mom was smoking in the 60s and 70s. You could barely catch a buzz.
I would like to go back in time, and smoke some of Timothy Leary's weed and see what's up.
I think you'd have to definitely call him a lightweight because
I'd give him one of these.
What about Thomas Jefferson or Washington?
Well, who knows whether or not they actually smoked it? We know they grew it, but the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp.
Well, the draft was.
I'm saying
the original was on animals.
Those guys were like into snuff.
Yeah.
And smoking, pipes and things like that. Believe me, somebody did the weed. They probably tried to smoke paprika, felt, pubic hair. I mean, I feel like they were pioneers in the smoking. Like, once the pipe was invented, it'd be like, well, see what other shit we can stuff in there.
You know? I mean, we have drugs that are available. I mean, how many times you talk to a girl, oh, I don't do drugs. Meanwhile, she's hammered, smoking a cigarette. You know, I mean, everybody, there's drugs, caffeine. I mean, I'm drinking a coffee right now. It's sanctioned. It's a sanctioned drug because it's great for capitalism. It keeps you going, it keeps you working. But there's drugs out there that are actually good for you. There's drugs out there that are actually good for your mind, and they're probably an important part of human evolution. You know, Terence McKenna believed that psilocybin and psilocybin mushrooms are the very reason for human evolution in the first place, the reason why we evolved from the lower hominids. He believes that the change in the atmosphere made these monkeys come down off the trees and start experimenting with new foods. And one of the things they experimented was eating things that grow on cow pies and eating these mushrooms. And it's also one of the reasons why in so many different religions, cows are holy. You know, in Choctaw Hiok, which is like one of the oldest known civilizations, they all worship cows. There's a really complicated ant civilization from 5,000-6,000 years ago, and it was all about cattle worship. And that's because that's where the mushrooms came from.
Can I stop you for a second? I think the monkeys' minds were expanded by mushrooms.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? The growth of the human brain, this is the stoned ape theory is McKenna's theory, but the growth of the human brain doubled in brain size in 2 million years, and it's the biggest mystery without question, without contest, in the entire fossil record. And this is evolutionary biologists all agree on this. It's something they don't understand. Within 2 million years, the human brain doubled. That's insane.
I think I know why, though. Because for a long time, they were probably just walking up to tigers and just slapping them. and something in the species said, this is not working. I think it's smart. We got to try another way, right?
Well, it's funny that you say that because, you know what, we have genetic memory. I mean, that's another point. Like this guy, Rupert Sheldrake, wrote about this, that, you know, children, when they grow up in New York City, they're not afraid of child molesters or, you know, clowns or muggers. They're afraid of scary monsters. Everyone's afraid of scary monsters. And what that is those leftover memories of people getting jacked by cougars, you know, and mountain lions and jaguars. I mean, because that's what our enemies were when we were living in the trees, you know? That's why chimps live in that's why, like, when you're in a house, the master bedroom's always upstairs. That's all leftover stuff from the chimp days when we had to get the little skinny branches to hide from the big cats. That's all that stuff that's in your memory.
I thought it was just you didn't want your guests rummaging through your bedroom.
No, it's a fort. You want to keep the animals from coming up. You want to be able to fight them from the
high
top.
ground.
I want to go back to the cow thing because, like, we all heard about how, you know, civilizations like worship the cow.
Yeah.
And the average person, meaning just about everybody listening right now, goes, stupid people worshiping cows, instead of maybe like trying to figure out where that came from and if there is something that makes sense about that.
It totally makes sense.
Yeah, but to me, I'm like, what idiots?
Well, psilocybin grows much more easily on cow manure than much more easily on manure. On, you know, when animals, vegetables, and, you know, a plant, when it gets pumped through the double stomach of these cows, it makes it very easy for spores to grow on these things.
Yeah.
So it's very common for mushrooms to grow on cow dung. And if you were a primitive man and you had no access to science, you didn't understand what spores were, you don't have a microscope, you would know that these cows produce something which made the most beautiful experience possible. Made your ego dissolve, made you think of everyone as being one, made you love everyone, made you completely humble, make you really spiritual and holy, and it's coming out of this cow's butt. You know, you would worship that cow. You wouldn't think of it as like, oh, it's stinky cow poo. You'd be like, no, that's God. That's the source of God. You pluck that out and you eat it, and it blows your mind.
A bit of observation here of an observation. I'm looking at instant feedback. People saying Joe Rogan is the only guest where you need to Google the entire time you listen to him. People are Googling their asses off right now from name to
Terence McKenna's stoned ape theory is one of the most fascinating theories I've ever read about human evolution, and it's all about psychedelics.
What's up, Ohio?
Not much, man. Hey, the question was for Joe.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Oh, hey, Stanhope was on Raw Dog not too long ago talking about you guys back in the man show days. Said you guys are out there and some kind of drug or something's totally spaced him out.
Oh, DMT. Yeah, it's called dimethyltryptamine. It's produced by your pineal gland. It's actually a gland that's in the center of your brain. It's the craziest drug ever. It's the most potent psychedelic known to man. Literally, but the craziest thing is about it is it's natural.
and your brain produces it every night as you sleep. You know, when you sleep, during the time you're in heavy REM sleep and right before human death, your brain pumps out heavy doses of dimethyltryptamine. Nobody knows what sleep is all about. And nobody knows what dreaming is important, why dreaming is important, but dreaming is hugely important. If you don't dream, you'll go fucking crazy and you'll die. And while you're dreaming, while you're in heavy REM sleep, you are going through a psychedelic trip. And very few people know about this. But it's been documented. There's a great book on it called DMT, The Spirit Molecule, by a doctor named Dr. Rick Strassman. And he did all these clinical studies at the University of New Mexico on it. And you take this shit and literally you are transported into another fucking dimension. I don't mean like you feel like you're in another dimension. I mean like you're in another dimension. You're in another dimension where there's no furniture, bro. There's fucking complex geometric patterns moving in synchronous order through the air all around you in three-dimensional space. And it's like they're arteries, except there's not blood pumping through them. There's fucking lights, pulsating lights with no boundaries, and you can't really understand it. And there's an alien communicating with me. And there's a dude who looks like sort of like a Thai Buddha, except he's made entirely of energy, and there's no like outline to him. He's just one thing, and he's concentrating on it, and he's trying to tell me not to give in to astonishment. Just relax and try to experience this. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. And I'm a stand-up comedian, you know, because as a stand-up comedian, we pride ourselves in being able to describe things. So I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna talk about this? Because this is insane. Because there's like a beat, it's like, and there's all these fucking complex patterns moving around, and this guy's looking at me in the eye, and I am fucking freaking out. And it lasts for about 5 minutes. And when it's over... When it's over, after 5 minutes, you're like, what the fuck is that? Now, here's where it gets really crazy. Every night. Every night.
You're listening to Dr. Joe Rogan on Brewer and Leach.
Dimethyltryptamine. Look it up online, DMT. And when you're doing this every night when you go to sleep, when you have heavy REM sleep, nobody understands why we have to do that. It's never been figured out. But when you're doing it, you don't remember any of that experience. Well, the heavy doses that they gave people in clinical trials with the Strassman studies, the heavy doses produced the most profound effects, but nobody remembered them. There was no memory of it whatsoever.
That's what
much like you have when you go to sleep every night and then you wake up. Everyone dreams, everyone has DMT trips, and no one remembers it. Now, if you smoke it, it doesn't last nearly as long. It only lasts about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, but you remember it, but very fleeting. It's like a dream. Like after the dream is over, you got to write it. I remember it because I recorded it. I had a tape recorder and I had a video camera. And when I came out of it, I just started talking about it like right away, as much as I could remember. But even like 30 seconds after I talked about it, I was like, man, how did it go? What happened? It's not like an experience like your brain is trying to protect you from that experience. And the bigger the dose, the more your brain protects you. It literally shuts it off. It's like a shutdown valve. And it happens to you every night, man.
What? Now, how do you get now? Because that's a great commercial. How do we get this?
Well, here's
Joe?
the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing about it. It's a human neurotransmitter. It exists in every single one of us, and yet it's one of the most illegal substances in the world. It's more illegal than heroin. It's just as illegal as it is the most illegal substance you could possibly get. Yet it exists in almost every ecosystem. It's in grasses and animals. It's the pineal gland that produces it. Literally, is your third eye. In reptiles, it actually has a retina, a cornea, and a lens.
Should we like maybe a baby?
You should
farm?
all smoke DMT and join my cult, motherfucker.
I'm in, dude. After the tirade, I'm in, man.
I'm telling you, man. You will never
from a baby farm
see
or something.
Life. You can get it anywhere. You can get it from grass. You can get it from grass. There's all sorts of things online. If you have a fairly simple chemist setup, you can extract DMT from grass.
Well, we've now violated
Polaris
the Patriot
grass,
Act.
He's right. That guy, Doug Stanhope, was on our show, and he talked about this.
Yeah.
I brought you up.
Well, there's two types of DMT. I've done one type with Doug, which is 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine, which is DMT with an oxygen molecule attached to it. And then there's NN-DMT, which is the DMT that's excreted by your pineal gland. They're very similar in experience, except the 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine doesn't give you the visual effects.
Bro, have you hiked in the rainforest yet?
Dude, I have an isolation tank in my basement. There's no need to go to the rainforest. Fuck all that travel.
Hey, after that little experience, man.
I go in my isolation tank with mushrooms.
Well, they are so underutilizing you on that show, man. I was thinking just stop. Tell the contestants to shut up and let Joe go.
That's the fear factor.
There you go.
right there,
Everyone's
man.
going to do DMT if you can survive it, and the aliens don't kill you and your head doesn't come off.
I tell everybody, man, just everybody in their life, if you live, and you haven't had a heavy psychedelic experience and you haven't gone in an isolation tank, you've missed out. You've missed out on a huge chunk of what life really is. Life is a massive fucking mystery. And there's only a few different ways to really crack below the surface of that mystery. And the best way is psychedelics. And the heavier the psychedelic, the better. And guess what? No one's dying from psychedelics. All our thoughts on psychedelics are all based on bullshit propaganda that we heard about people, going crazy or losing their minds on it. You're not going to go crazy. You're going to go fucking sane. All right? All that stuff is going to remove your ego, and it's going to explain to you what the world is really all about and cuddle all the surface areas of...
What is the world really about?
We're bacteria. That's what it's about. You ever fly over
Shaka.
Earth?
Hold on. Shaka is so excited. Hold on, Chris.
We're
anything? This is your write-up. Shaka's out.
Keep going, bro. I'm a student right now.
Can we get some Shaka music for Rogan and Shaka?
You want to get really crazy about what humans are all about, all right? And it's not necessarily, look, there's great things in us, and there's beauty in people, and there's, babies are cute and shit like that. But when you get past that, a lot of what that stuff is biological tricks that are all set up to make sure that we keep perpetuating the species, keep moving this thing forward. Now, why does a species want to move forward? Why does technology move forward? Why do we keep inventing new weapons, and why do we keep inventing new crazy cell phones? What is this thirst for innovation? What's this all about? Well, this is what I think. If you fly into L.A., all right, you're going over those mountains, man, you see these beautiful fields and shit, and then all of a sudden you see L.A. If you looked at the Earth as a living organism, you would look at L.A. and you go, that's fucking cancer. Right. That's like a growth. What is that? What is that shit? There's some weird shit growing there, and it's got brown smoke coming out of it, and it fucking stinks. And it's
killing
getting
all the
bigger,
trees, and
it's getting bigger, and it's getting bigger every year. Well, why is it getting bigger? And why do people just keep fucking having kids constantly? What is this all about? Well, I think that it's our purpose. Much like how yeast makes bread rise or mold takes over a fucking sandwich. I think that's what people do. I think we're just a very complicated form. It's just very complicated form of bacteria. And all our thoughts on ourselves, it's all just biological tricks to keep your ego alive, to keep your biology alive, to make sure you keep perpetuating this fucking thing, to make this human organism, this one gigantic organism keep growing. When you look at like mold on a sandwich, you don't look at individual mold spores with individual identities and jobs and careers. You look at a pile of fucking mold, And that's what people are, man. We just think we're individuals. We're not. We're one collective group. We can't even be away from each other. We get lonely. For punishment in prison, they take you away from other people. Other fucking prisoners! Wouldn't that be the best thing? Dude, keep me the fuck away from the prisoners. No, that's punishment, dude. We need people so badly that if you put us in a room with no scumbags and murderers, we get sad.
Bro, I missed you.
Oh, that was fucking huge. But it's crazy. But this is it all relates to the DMT world. This is what I think. Every night when you go to sleep, you trip for 8 hours, and you need that. You have to have it, and your body has to have it. You owe that to the grid. Well, I think the whole reason why people are alive, I think there's two consciousness. There's a dream consciousness and there's a waking consciousness. And this dream consciousness might be more real than the waking consciousness. That might be what our whole biology is about. And this whole complex system of fucking social order and, predetermined patterns of behavior and cultural traditions and all that shit might just be ways to effectively move along the breeding process and make sure we keep adding more to the grid. More people, more animals, more babies, save the whales. We're just trying to save energy. We're trying to contribute more to this dimethyltryptamine grid that you see every night when you sleep, but you can't remember. And we're going to do another documentary together. And one of the things that we're going to do is dispel a lot of the myths about people being lazy and, marijuana smokers being lazy and how much propaganda has been distributed to people about marijuana making you lazy. And one of the things I want to do is feature your school and feature, you teaching. And how many times have you done this where you teach class, you go, how many guys are high? And like 30 dudes raise their hands.
I don't think
I've taught a night class, not stoned. Day classes too, I go on stoned too. But I used to not get high for the day classes. But night class, I mean, my classes are at 8:30 at night. There's no way I'm going to get to that class and not be stoned, you know?
Yeah, and, you know, there was one of the things that came up in the UFC Q&A. They asked me about weed and about whether or not I think weed is an enhancer, a physical enhancement, you know, whether or not I think that it's a performance enhancer. And this guy said that he thinks it is, and he was talking about him doing jiu-jitsu, and I said, I agree, I think it is. I go, I feel like when I'm stoned and I do jiu-jitsu, I feel like I focus more. I see it clearly. I have more tunnel vision as to what I'm doing. My movements are more precise.
Yeah, there's so many jiu-jitsu players. I mean, I'm sure in all sports it's the same thing in basketball, but jiu-jitsu
Basketball's
players,
huge too, yeah.
For sure. There's so many top jiu-jitsu players that are stoned out of their fucking minds when they roll, including the Diaz brothers. They admitted BJ Penn. There's no, and then when people
so
say,
many guys, and it goes. I mean,
and then they say that it cuts down on your reaction time. That's impossible. If anything, if you're doing jiu-jitsu and your reaction time is slowed down in any way, your jiu-jitsu is going to suck. Totally. Just there's no way you can do anything that's going to slow your reaction time and be really good at it. It doesn't work that way. There's no way you could have slow reactions. Like when, you know, there's a reason why rappers always get high when they rap. They're flowing. They got a million words a minute coming out of their mouth. There can't be any slow reaction time.
Yeah.
It's a myth.
There's no slowing. It doesn't slow anything down. It's not at all. Are the mics on different levels? People are complaining the mics on different levels.
I turned yours up. I took yours down when you were doing the Joey Diaz because it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, it doesn't slow you down at all. People that say it does are silly. If anything, it just puts you in a different state of mind. It puts you in a very creative state of mind. If it wasn't for pot, I would say 80% of my material would be different. I think 80% of the things that I write while I'm high. And that's being very conservative because it easily could be 90%. It could be 90% of all the things that I write under the influence of marijuana. And I think if it wasn't for the marijuana, I think the material would be different. It's much like that fucking cat parasite changes the way people behave. Marijuana changes the way you behave. But it changes it in a good way.
Sometimes.
You know? Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. There's been many times where I've been stoned where I look back at shit I've thought or done while I was stoned. I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Like what?
All the time. Usually when it comes to like making videos or just anything.
Well, it doesn't give you great ideas. It just gives you more of the
energy to do the ideas.
More ideas that you would already come up with, but you're getting them all at once, and everything is supercharged and it's really fast. It doesn't make dumb people smart.
It depends on a bunch of things. It depends on, first of all, how high you get. Because if you get too high, and you can get too high, where everything spirals in front of you, and it becomes like, it's like you have millions of dollars flying around you, but you're in the middle of a tornado, and you can't grab any of it. You know, and sometimes you get to that super paranoid, super high state, and like that's not manageable. And you have to wait until you come down from that super high to a more manageable place. Then you can become creative. Then you sit down and write, and you can keep a thought going. And you say that like maybe sometimes pot's made you make shitty decisions, but that's just making you take chances. When you're sober, you know, and you go back and you look at it, you know, maybe you're just not seeing it in the way that you were seeing it then, and it wasn't complete. You know, you didn't complete the vision. But look at how much cool shit that you have created from pot. You know, I mean, pot has been responsible for a lot of your really good editing too, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's not 100%. Like
nothing's 100%.
So you got to remember, you want to keep track of all the dumb ideas you come up with not stoned, and then compare.
Right.
That's really how you get the.
Also, it's your state of mind too. It's like, how are you coming to the creative table? Are you coming to the table tired? Are you coming to the table in a good mood? You know, I could have some personal issues going on. I could have some things that are bothering me, or some unfinished business that I need to get taken care of before my mind can be at peace. And then you get high, and then you don't have a good reaction. But you could be in the best state, and when I'm in the best state, when I'm feeling the best, and I'm the most loose, and my mind feels free, and I'm happy, and I'm positive, and then I get high, then it's just feels like it all just tunes in. Then I feel like I'm wide open to the point where there's nothing that's bothering me, nothing that's tightening me up. So I'm wide open and loose, and then the weed hits, and it's just like it just washes you in this crazy energy. It just hits you with this blast of like perception and this new way of seeing things that, you know, it sometimes can fuck you up, But I think even when it fucks you up, like, there's lessons in that shit. There's lessons in why it fucked you up. There's lessons in where your head was at when you weren't in the right place. You know, it needs to be someone needs to teach us how to do it. That's what it is. It's a very complicated thing. Using any entheogens, using marijuana, using mushrooms, there should be people that are professionals that can talk people through the use of these things.
Like how you were talking last week about the shamans and...
Fuck yeah, man. We need that. We need that. If we had that I hope that's something that comes out of this whole marijuana legalization thing. I hope, marijuana therapy for people that, look, people need gambling therapy. You don't. I don't. We can gamble and quit, and it's no big deal. But some people get knocked up on gambling. They get fucked up, and they can't stop gambling. And I think there needs to be a therapy for weed people, too, for some people that just get fucked up on weed. And it's really just therapy they need. Most of these addictions, like addiction to masturbation, these are all psychological addictions. They're not physical addictions, but they're still there. So they're going to have that. They're going to have therapy for people that get fucked up on weed, if we want to keep a healthy society during the transition. But it's no different than therapy for guys that cheat on their wife, or therapy for masturbation, or therapy for anything. It's like you just got an error. Right?
Guys, I got to take off. We've been on 2 hours, right?
It's 5 o'clock on the button. It's
Has
perfect.
it been 2 hours?
It's perfect.
Yep. Holy shit, that was quick, man.
That's the way to do it, son.
Awesome. We had some great
interesting discussions. Yeah.
good time.
For anybody who is interested in following Brian's shit and more Brian stuff, go to redband.com. For Eddie Bravo, go to 10thplanetjj.com. What is that, bro?
Pointing to the bottom.
Jump on the Nibiru forum. The forum on my site's pretty key.
What are you
it's
playing, Joe?
very Joe Rogan-like.
The funniest thing is that eating meat and the animal proteins helped us develop and come to the point in our consciousness of where we are, because it helped develop the brain rapidly, which is the funniest
Well, that's
thing.
actually a controversial theory.
Is it?
Yeah, because it doesn't work that way with other predators. I mean, jaguars don't have big brains.
Yeah, that's true.
And by the way, that theory I believe was formulated before they realized how many monkeys chimpanzees eat. They didn't realize how fucking ruthless and violent chimps really were until they started doing some studies. I forget the guy's name who ran the show. It was like a BBC show, but he was the first one to get footage of chimps eating monkeys, and I think that was in the 90s. So I think these ideas that they had about that, there's two other theories. One of them is the throwing arm, and that when people develop the ability to throw things, that sort of like kicked off our evolution, because we started killing things that were far away from us. And we started getting better at hunting, and we thrived. And as we thrived, we got a little bit more confidence, and we started like thinking about things more. It's like that. The more calm you can get, the more control over your environment, the more you have free time to think about shit, because you're not always fighting off jaguars and all these different things. So we figured out how to do things like throw spears, throw rocks. That's one theory. That's another theory. The other one is psychedelics. The other one is psychedelic mushrooms. And that's the most controversial one, but really the most fascinating one. And it's Terence McKenna's stoned ape theory. And this theory is that somewhere along the line, and this is the undisputable fact, somewhere along the line, the human brain size doubled over a period of 2 million years. And that is, in the entire fossil record, the most confusing thing. Like, more than anything. Like, they're like, well, how does this happen? Like, it's weird for any organ to grow double the size. But the most spectacular organ as far as creating things on the planet is, in no question, the brain. The human brain is, we alter our environment. We create nuclear bombs. Beyond a doubt. It all happens supposedly inside this area, and this area doubled in 2 years. Well, it's coincidentally also the same time that the rainforest receded into grasslands. There was a climate change, and Terence McKenna's theory is that monkeys were forced, or lower primates were forced, to come out of the trees and experiment with new food sources because the rainforests were gone, and these animals that were in this once lush tropical environment had to adapt to this new environment. And one of the things they did was there was a lot of cows that were eating the grass, and they would flip over cow turds looking for bugs, and that's the best place for cubensis mushrooms to grow. So these cubensis mushrooms would grow in this cow shit, and these chimps and those whatever the fuck they were, lower primates, Australopithecus, whatever the fuck it was, they would eat these mushrooms, and the idea is twofold. One, that there was a direct increase in their ability to see things, because when you eat psilocybin, especially in low doses, it increases your visual acuity. And the other thing was that it would give them this sort of community, like, loving atmosphere, protecting atmosphere, and that would also aid in their less conflicts. The less conflicts that they had would aid in their innovation, you know, just like with the other thing. And also, they would start having psychedelic experiences, and in large doses, these psychedelic experiences would slowly help them evolve much, much quicker and sort of figure things out that they maybe not have figured out. And the idea, the really weird part of the idea, is that they think, and this is all McKenna and a few other psychos, they think that what mushrooms are is some sort of an alien intelligence that has come here from an asteroid. Because the reason for that is there's nothing that can survive in a vacuum better than spores. And we know that a bunch of shit has come here on asteroids from other planets, like DNA amino acids and the stuff, the building blocks for life. And water comes on comets and asteroids. And we know that spores can survive in a vacuum. And the idea is that somewhere on some other planet, there was some type of a spore, and it came here on an asteroid, landed, and the way it communicates with people is you eat it. And that this is what caused human beings to evolve out of monkeys. I mean, it is one of those 5 bong hit, stare at space, and think it through for like 10 hours. At first, it sounds totally ridiculous that mushrooms are silly. Like, you know.
But is there if he's one scientist or whatever that thinks that there's.
Well, he's not even a scientist, really. I mean, he was a scholar. I mean, I don't know what he was. The ethnobotanist, I think, was his his chosen.
So,
study.
if you ask any of the other thousands of scientists that would know that anything close to what he's talking about. When they think, all right, he's very high.
Yes, sure. Well, first of all, you have to realize that as a scientist, first of all, getting behind anything that advocates a completely new direction in evolution and one based on psychedelic mushrooms, illegal drugs, that's a tough fucking sell. So most scientists would never choose that as a point of study. It's just
is it that, or is it just like, no, come on?
Could be that. It could be that too. But it's also, they discount the idea that mushrooms could be some sort of potential human evolution tool. They discount that because it sounds ridiculous that an illegal drug could potentially aid in your evolution. And most of them are ignorant of the experience itself. I mean, maybe some of them have fucked around with it, had a little bit, but to have a real full-blown psychedelic experience, I guarantee you wouldn't discredit it.
So what are
people on Twitter? You know, my Twitter is a lot. On Facebook, I got more Christians. I got nephews on there, nieces. So I can't. I still throw out the blunt of life. You know me. I don't give a fuck. Get over it.
Every now and then you hit them with it.
I gotta hit them with something every morning just to wake the morning up.
And they gotta look at your shit, little 13-year-old.
And they go ask their mother.
Look what Uncle Joey wrote on his Twitter today, Mommy.
What's the blunt of life?
You ain't high by 2 in the afternoon. Go fuck yourself.
That's the truth, dog.
Those T-shirts, by the way, folks, they're being printed right now. If you ain't high by 2 in the afternoon, go fuck yourself.
Ari Sophia told me
we ordered up a couple thousand.
Even if
of
he
them.
didn't know Joe Diaz, he would still buy one because the shirt is that cool.
It's so strong.
It's
so strong. Cool. Have you seen the photo?
I've seen the photo.
It's such a strong shirt.
And the saying is so strong.
Yeah.
The whole
when
thing
you said it, we repeated it like 4 times because it was so funny.
Something. And it was the weirdest thing because the guy, and I'm going to tell the story now, the guy was smoking won an Oscar for fucking 3D and shit for Star Wars. His name is Dykstra.
Oh, yeah?
And I did Spider-Man 2, and Dykstra was the guy in charge of all the fucking crazy 3D guy.
The special effects.
The special effects. His name is Dykstra.
Not 3D.
Whatever it was. Special
CGI.
Effects. And he's a genius. He's a fucking genius when you talk to him. And he has a little daughter. If you watch Spider-Man 2, after I stick up for Spider-Man, there's a little girl on the train that says, "Me too." That's his daughter. And his daughter was telling everybody on the train to suck her dick when she was 12. Suck my dick, though. That's my father. Shut up. Sit down. Fuck you. But the only one she dug was me, because I would give it to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up? Sit down. Who do you think you're talking to? Joey Bananas? Da, da, da. So Raimi, I was so big that they wouldn't put me on the train. They'd just go check in. So I come into Spider-Man, I check in, and then I go eat and go to my room. They put me in a room, not even in a trailer. So I would go to my room and smoke pot. I told you about this. I go get Raimi. I go, Raimi, somebody keeps smoking dope in my room. You better get to the bottom of this. And he would go, Joey, I don't know. And it was me the whole time. So one day, Dykstra figured it out. He goes, there's nobody smoking dope in your room. You think you're getting over on him? It's fucking me. Where is it? So
that's hilarious.
I go, it's behind the building. So we go behind the building. Like one day it was smoking. We go behind the building again. The one day it was smoking. The third day comes. Some fucking PA comes. You know how they get sometimes. She was like an older woman, like 42.
Oh,
and she
no.
came back and she seen us and she goes, whatever, they're looking for you. Are you smoking pot? What's wrong with you? And I sat like for a minute. I got all like, there is something wrong with me. Listen, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? If you were fucking high, you wouldn't be worrying about us not smoking high. It was like 10:15 in the morning. That's what she meant to say. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. How the hell can you be smoking pot? Are you really smoking pot?
Why wouldn't you?
And that's where we came up with that thing from. I mean, fucking, what's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with me? What's wrong with you, bitch? You ain't high. That's the fucking problem. If you were high, you wouldn't worry about me smoking dope.
Yeah, it's a weird thing where people want to stop you from doing something because they think it's an indulgence. You know, that you're being weak, you're indulging. You know.
My wife said to me 2 days ago. She goes, "You know what the funny thing is? At 5:30 in the morning, I didn't hear the alarm go off, but I heard you do a bong hit." That's when you know.
That's hilarious.
My wife told me Tuesday morning. She goes, "You know, I didn't hear the alarm, but I definitely heard your bong hit."
You got a bong in the bedroom?
I got a bong in the office.
In the office. So you step off into the office and fire it up?
Oh, when I get up, I brush my teeth, I piss, I put the coffee on, I feed the cats, and I go right for that. I pray for 10 minutes.
You wake and bake like a motherfucker.
Not
huh?
right. I used to wake and bake. That fucks up your whole day.
Now you wait 5 minutes.
I gotta eat a little oatmeal. I gotta eat a little oatmeal, balance out the body. I eat a little cantaloupe to balance out the pH.
Yeah.
To get the fucking bowels moving.
Cantaloupe.
I think it does fuck me up if you take it. If you shake and bake, it fucks me the whole day.
It fucks you up your whole day. It
I mean,
fucks up your whole day.
Once you smoke weed, you're pretty much not the same for the rest of the
I've
day.
done it 1,000 times. I'm the king of it. I ain't gonna lie to you. But by 11 o'clock, you're like, I fucked up. When you're calling the doctor's office, you're like, I ain't gonna happen.
How many days do you take off on a regular from weed?
What take off? What,
You never take any days
fuck,
off?
for what? I took off when I went to prison. That was long enough. 8 fucking months without smoking weed. I had to pop acid and fucking sneaking around. And
So you're addicted to it.
I'm not addicted to it. I just can't. I'm a head, dog. I'm the real deal.
You're
I'm the
a
real
head?
deal. I'm a head.
He's
I
a head.
like to smoke dope. That's my bag. Some people are alcoholics. Some people like to drink. I can't imagine a life without weed. I've been smoking since I was 14.
Have you ever thought maybe because you can't imagine it because you don't remember it?
No, I can't imagine it. No, first of all, Red Man, I'm the real fucking deal. I remember.
I know you're the real deal.
So I just like smoking weed. The type of person I grew up with when I went to Colorado, I was around a lot of heads. They like weed. They enjoy weed. When I got home yesterday and I seen that thing was 31%, I tweeted it, and 10 people got back to me that said, "Go drive up from San Diego." That's a head. That's not a kid that says, "Oh my God, I got what's the name of that? We're Pineapple Express." No, there's certain weed that's got a name that you just smoke it to be cool. Then there's the shit.
What's this stuff again called?
It's called Matt's #1 OG.
Matt's #1 OG.
And it
Is
looks
Matt like some famous grower or something?
No. Matt is the guy that owns Kushmart. So when he took over Kushmart, he bought that brand and wanted to grow for him.
And this is a hybrid?
It's a hybrid. And then he's got the Snoop Dogg that's at 28%.
This stuff might be the perfect weed. It might be the greatest weed ever.
I smoked it, and I realized when I smoked it the other day, I've been going to CC, and I've been buying $50 fucking 8s. And I realized that the pot was good. And some days when I buy a gram, like by 6 o'clock, half the gram is gone. I'm smoking too much pot in a bong. That's too much. When I hit weed, and I remember that how I started this diet was with Matt's OG. When you smoked it in the morning, the sativa would take over your mind so quickly that I had to get out of the house before my head blew up. And I would have to get on a bike, and I would just get on the bike and pedal because I thought there was somebody chasing me. And that's how I lost 100 fucking pounds on that bike, smoking the Matt's OG. Because the sativa wouldn't speed you up like cocaine. It speeds you up, but it control you. And it went from being a sativa into methodically like an indica. It was the weirdest thing.
People don't understand the sativa actually makes you ambitious. People think that it's people who look at pot and they look at people being, potheads being like unambitious and lazy. Sativa makes me way more ambitious. It makes me aware of the consequences of not working as hard as you can and how you feel. It makes me super sensitive to my own actions, positive or negative. So it makes me super sensitive to doing things that I should be doing, as far as like getting work done, as far as like writing and performing, and and doing podcasts. And I don't ever cancel podcasts, man. I'd have to be sick as fuck, and I don't get sick very often. So we do them. It's like sativa makes me hyper aware, and when I'm hyper aware, I'm more diligent. So I think it makes me more ambitious.
But do you guys think if you wanted to take a month off, do you think you could possibly easily do it?
Sure, I've done that. And I haven't taken a month off, but I've taken weeks off.
I could take a couple of days off, but why?
Just to see if you could do it.
I don't see the
I mean,
fucking what is this, Fear Factor?
No, here's the purpose.
I tried, I thought about it, and I said, for what?
You smoke a shitload of weed, you have to be spending a shitload
Let
of
me tell you
money.
something. I smoke a shitload of weed, and the people around me smoke a shitload of weed.
I get it, dog.
It's really weird that the people around me are into it, like I'm into it, like the tight people.
Well, we all
around
have
with
fun
weed.
together, and what people don't understand about marijuana is that they think it's some sort of an escape. It's an enhancement. It's not an escape. We're living in the same world you're living in, man. It's just more fun when you're high. It's really that simple, and it's not ruining your body. It's bullshit.
It's
and I'm
putting
not
salt
saying
and
it's for
pepper
you.
on your steak. No, it
it
may
ain't
not
for
be
you. It
for
ain't for
you.
Tate. Tate can't smoke weed. You know, Stanhope doesn't like weed. There's a lot of our friends don't like weed. That's all well and good, man. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like
I mean,
booze.
I've been smoking weed so much that, I mean, I could take a couple days off. I could take probably a week off. I've probably taken a week off recently. But the idea of taking a month off is so weird, foreign to me that I almost want to do it just to see what happens. Like,
You would
almost
just start
vlog
getting
about it.
Douchey. You'd become a Republican. You start watching Bill O'Reilly.
I have no idea.
He's right. We do have to be afraid of Mexicans.
I haven't
I'll tell you what
stopped
point in my
smoking weed
life I
since
am
14, 15.
I'll tell you what point in my life I'm in my weed career. I can't write anymore when I get really high.
Really?
Yeah, like when I get up in the morning and I get high, it's to go on Twitter and Facebook and make adjustments here and get my day ready. And,
Right.
But like now when I write, I try to be a little straighter.
Really?
When I work out, I gotta blaze, dog. If I could get an edible, I gotta get an edible on me. I love working out stoned. That is my life. That was how I did it 30
feels
years ago.
great.
I love not remembering what set it is, and I know my shoulder's on fire. You know what I'm saying? I love the fact that if I don't get high, I'll still work out an hour, and I'll still do a good job. But if I get high, I'll work out an hour 40. It's just a little tighter. I'll concentrate on my kicks. I'll concentrate on the form.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I
yeah.
try to do everything.
When I kick the bag when I'm high, usually I don't.
Oh, what
usually,
a great feeling!
Usually I don't. Usually
I
do
kicked
it
the
sober.
pole holding the bag by mistake. I won't.
Ay,
oh
ay,
yeah,
ay.
a left roundhouse with the fucking ankle around the pole. Clang. But I like getting on the bike stone because I don't think about it. I like getting
I do
on
the elliptical stone.
The elliptical stone is
Yeah.
a fucking different world.
You know how many people roll stoned jiu-jitsu?
Oh, you have to.
Everybody does.
No, and I'll tell you the
especially
secret.
Eddie's classes. Eddie's classes, like you walk in that room, you smell reefer. Everyone smells like reefer. There's like half of his fucking students are high as fuck when they take
You
class.
eat a piece of banana cake and you go to yoga.
Yeah.
God, my God.
Well, do you know that McKenna used to say that that's what yoga was invented for. What yoga was invented for was maximizing cannabis. It was these people would be eating cannabis, and when they were eating it, they realized how good it felt when you hold your body in certain positions
You
when
have
you're
no idea.
high.
You have no fucking idea.
So they came up with this like connection to spirituality through eating cannabis and holding these poses, these difficult poses.
Fucking amazing.
Yeah, because something I don't know what it is about the energy of the pose that makes you go into some state when you're high as fuck. But it really does. Even if when you're sober, man. I've done yoga sober, and after it's over, I felt high.
Well, the breathing intent, the breathing that's going through your body, you're
Yeah.
focusing so much on the breathing. When I go in and I eat a little piece of banana bread, because it's 8:30 in the morning when I gotta go to yoga.
Oh my goodness!
So I gotta start blazing at 7:30. But by the time
How long does it take for a banana bread to hit you?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
25 minutes, and I kick in a little half a J to get everything going. By 10 after 9, I'm in downward dog. I'm in fucking pigeons. I'm in fucking and it's you think about your breathing is so beautiful when you're high. You ever go in the water and you have and you could hear your breathing, like right now.
Yes. Yeah.
When you do yoga, you can hear. If you hear that, you've reached it.
Right.
You reached that level in that position.
Right.
And with the weed, it makes it a lot easier. For me, I'm a loser.
I know.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, you ain't a loser.
But the
I know
edible
what you're talking
is
about, man.
brilliant.
Well, like I said, that's the reason why yoga may have very well been invented. According to McKenna, he believes they invented yoga to maximize the effects of eating cannabis.
It's something. I've gotten high playing basketball. I've gotten high lifting weights. There's nothing like eating a little bit of weed and going to yoga, even if it's a basic class, just to focus on your breathing. I do it every Tuesday. Like tomorrow, I got to rush and then go to the airport. But I'll do it, and I'll eat an edible in the morning because I have nothing else. And it is just fucking brilliant. My body. Randy Parsons, your good friend?
Ryan
Parsons was at the gym one day at Justin's, and there was an argument going on between trainers. And these guys were white guys. They weren't heads. And the guy was saying that he's been telling all his clients to, if please, after their workouts, their weight workouts, to smoke a little reefer because it's anti-inflammatory. and it works better than anything else, even like the lettuce and shit. It pulls the acid out of your muscles.
Lettuce?
Like lettuce. When you eat lettuce, it pulls the acid out of your muscles when
It does?
you work out. Something like that. Acid does something, lettuce does something after you work out.
Oh, okay.
Take the acid out of your muscles so they can recover or something.
Okay.
Well, this guy was talking about...
The weed does that. Weed's an anti-inflammatory?
Yes.
Really?
And that they're scared to tell people because we'll go fucking crazy.
Well, it kind of makes sense if it's a painkiller. If people enjoy it for pain, it kind of makes sense that it would also be, for inflammation.
He said it's really good for your joints.
Yeah.
To do something with...
Well, that's one of the reasons they prescribe it for arthritis.
Arthritis.
Yeah. A lot of people that have chronic arthritis, like I've talked to people that said that they literally couldn't move, and then they would smoke weed, and then all of a sudden they could walk around, like they could function. It allowed them to be mobile. I don't know, man. It makes sense. I mean, it helps a lot of people in a lot of different ways. It's just a shame that we have to pretend that there's something wrong with it. And people want to think it's not a big deal. Like, why do you guys talk about weed all the time, you fucking losers? Like, first of all, we're not losers, and don't be mean. And second of all, it is a fucking important issue, man. It is important. We know ourselves how it affects us. We know ourselves how much more aware. Thank God you turned his mic off, right?
Still could hear it.
You still could hear it.
But what I wanted from weed 20 years ago is not what I want from weed today.
You wanted to escape 20 years ago.
I like to. I'm an only child, so I love living in my head, guys. You give me a you let me get in my head, you're a dead man.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you let me get in my. I'm an only child. I'll break it fucking down in no time. I know what it is to be in a closet playing G.I. Joes, making up your whole world that Disneyland is outside your fucking closet. I'm an only child. I know how to get the party started in my fucking head. That's why I like being alone. Have you ever noticed that? You give me weed and an iPod, you go fuck yourself. Never mind 2 o'clock. You go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I'm one of those guys.
Joey will vanish sometimes.
I could go on an island solo. I enjoy. I don't creep out in my skin.
Listen, man, that's a beautiful quality in comparison to the alternative. The alternative is someone who needs people around them all the time and needs attention all the time. And everybody knows how goddamn annoying that is. It's rare that someone's as extroverted as you, but also, I guess it's just a balance. It's a yin and yang, right? You need that downtime, too.
I really enjoy I never enjoyed this throughout my life. I always thought you had to be moving, and that's what kills people. People don't make enough time for themselves.
Yeah.
And what's that? Not a trip to Jamaica. 1 hour.
Well, people
1 hour
don't make enough. Well, it's hard. You got to manage your life correctly too to get to a position where you can enjoy things. Because some people are just scratching every week, man. Every week is scratching, trying to get ahead, can't get no fucking traction, trying to figure it all out. That's a tremendous amount of stress.
Last night Ari came over and we were smoking the Mats OG, and it was 10 after 6 or something, and we heard this bell, bing. Bing, and it's the Mexican ice cream man, and it is the best ice cream you'll ever have. It's Dairy Queen vanilla ice cream, and he makes a delicious banana split. I've been there for a year, not one brown spot in the banana. Fresh mint.
Amazing how many different substances on this earth interact with the human body. Like I gave you guys some stevia. We have coffee here, and instead of sugar, we have stevia. And stevia is just like this natural sweetener that doesn't have any calories, and it doesn't fuck you up, and it doesn't jack your glucose levels or.
It's really good.
Yeah,
it dissolves in a cup of green tea. And
and it's interesting, that there's all these different things like caffeine, there's things that jack up your your chemistry and get you going. Like it's amazing how many different things there are.
And
that
what's
interact with
also
us.
very interesting is that the lobbies that try and block these things, like stevia, I don't know my facts exactly, but I know that the sugar lobby put up a big stink about stevia, like a big stink.
I'm
and
sure
it created some issues. Like I don't think like Coca-Cola in other countries, Diet Coke uses stevia, but in the U.S.,
Coca-Cola,
9% sure that Coke uses stevia.
I know there are some sodas that use it. I definitely know
but they don't use it here in the U.S. just because there's such a stink about it. Here,
Hillary
that
Clinton
the sugar lobby's done.
Hillary Clinton was asked yesterday about, let me find the article so I can, because it's so ridiculous. It just shows what the fuck is wrong with this country.
Yeah, Mexican Coca-Cola is in bottle. You can buy out in L.A. and they use real cane sugar still in Mexico. So when you have like a Coke in the bottle out front here in L.A., it's so weird tasting it because you kind of remember as a kid drinking it and tasting like
here's what Hillary Clinton said. They were talking to her about the war in Mexico and drugs, and this just goes to show you how fucked up the drug lobbyists in this country are and the pharmaceutical lobbyists and how much influence they have. We can't legalize drugs because there's just too much money in it. That's what she said. This is an exact quote, I hear the same debate. I hear it in my country. It's not likely to work. There's just too much money in it. I don't think that you can legalize small amounts for possession, but those who are making so much money selling, they have to be stopped. Oh, you mean like pharmaceutical companies pushing OxyContins in Florida like they're fucking Kit Kats? Is that what you mean?
And it's so dirty how they do it, too. Like even L-tryptophan. L-tryptophan is... it's going to boost your serotonin. A lot of those drugs, Prozac, Paxil, all these things, they fall in a category called SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And all of those drugs are basically operating on your serotonin mechanism, giving you more serotonin. Well, L-tryptophan 5-HTP does this naturally. They give us one bad batch of L-tryptophan that came in from Japan. It was tainted. It had some bacteria that grew in it. Like it could happen to fucking vitamin C, whatever. They logged onto that and just started pounding the FDA until the FDA outlawed it for like 10, 12 years until finally people were like, this is ridiculous. Stuff helps you relax, helps you sleep, builds serotonin. But the drug lobbies have just huge power, huge power to be able to alter things.
It's incredible that she would answer this that way without the obvious, but obviously there's a lot of other drugs that are legal in this country like alcohol and tobacco that cause a lot of damage. I mean, they don't even look at the whole picture when they're answering. They're so used to people not completely questioning them. You all right there, fella?
Yeah.
There's something going on with their mics. They start echoing or something. There's an arrogance to these type of answers, that you're supposed to be the person with the answer. Someone asks you a question, and here's your answer, and logically that this answer is ridiculous because it discounts all the money that you get from drug companies, from pharmaceutical companies. Yep. What about all the money you get from alcohol companies and tobacco companies? What about all that money? Where is that? How does that factor into your thing? Well, it doesn't. They just stop the conversation. And it's like, it's a sickness. It's a sickness that we allow this. It's a sickness that politicians can say retarded shit like that and not just be blasted all over the news for being hypocrites. I mean, what they should have on CNN tonight is Hillary Clinton's quote, and then all the fucking money she got when she was running for president. How much of it is connected to pharmaceutical companies, and how much of it was connected to alcohol companies, and how much? Where's the lobbyists? Who's paying them? What has she voted for in the past? What has she tried to keep legal? Come on, man, you fucking criminals. You dirty, stinky, corrupt criminals. Every one of you fucks. If you're not screaming in the streets, you're a fucking crook.
I've gotten pretty fired up on the same topic recently, and I just found a video from Milton Friedman, who is a pretty famous libertarian and economist, and he was actually talking. It's just a real breath of fresh air to listen to him because he's quoting John Stuart Mill, the philosopher, basically saying like the only right the government has to impose on our freedom is if we're hurting somebody else. Like the bottom line, period. Like no other statements. And the video that I actually have on my site is Milton Friedman talking about seatbelt and helmet laws. And he's saying like this was a litmus test, the seatbelt and helmet laws, of the government imposing their will upon people. And nobody really cares that much about those laws. But he's like, this is a sign of what they're doing. They're saying they know better than you what's good for you, and they're going to make you do this. He said, it's fully your right to wear a no helmet on your motorcycle. Like, it's not going to hurt anybody else. Yeah, it's a stupid risk. You shouldn't do it. It's not advocating wearing no helmets. But that's your right. And the government has no fucking business telling you otherwise.
It's like you telling Brian that he has to wear a helmet. And if he doesn't, you're going to lock him in a cage.
Yeah.
There's really no difference between you and the government. I mean, other than the fact that supposedly the government is supposedly elected to represent you, which gets very
questionable.
It gets very, very fucking gross.
Yeah.
God damn it.
But, the other point is, too, that if you create all of these laws that people find is immoral, they begin to distrust the whole system. Like, you have to follow these laws. Like, people don't look at police as they should. Like, police should be saviors.
Yes.
Like, oh, thank God the police are here.
Right.
You're having a party, everybody's happy, things are good. You're like, oh, fuck, there's a fucking police outside.
Right.
It's like, when you create a system like that, that's when things get fucking twacked.
There's a cop in Los Angeles that claimed to have gotten shot outside of a school, and he was apparently bullshitting the entire time, and they went this massive manhunt looking for this guy who shot the cop, and he gave a description and everything. It was a white male with a fucking gray ponytail. You're thinking some crazy biker type character, right? Turns out it was just complete fabrication. This guy.
Now, did he shoot himself?
I don't know.
Or, they didn't find a bullet or anything?
They're investigating, so I don't think they've made an official statement. But the official statement is that the cop has admitted that he lied, that no one really shot him. So what the fuck, man? And it apparently cost $500,000 for this manhunt.
And that's only what it cost a state, because I was trapped in that traffic, and I was like an hour and a half, out of my schedule for the day.
That's right. That's a good point, right? How many people lost money? How many deals didn't get closed? How many things?
5 years to make this acid because every time I would like splash it, I would die for like 2 months.
Listen, I met this girl a couple years ago, and she told me that she has this friend who, like, obviously went crazy and moved away to a different state, but she got pulled over by the cops and had a whole vial of acid on her.
Whoa.
And she drank it.
Oh my god.
What?
And she tripped for like 60 days and fucking like split town and like has been a weirdo ever since. I never met the girl.
Oh my god.
Wow.
She drank it.
Dude, why would you just pour it on the
Pour it on
ground?
the carpet, right?
yeah.
She's ridiculous.
All of a sudden, her car just starts going doom 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 doom. Car
Terrible.
comes to life and becomes a transformer. Wow, I've heard stories about people. That's the number one drug that I've heard stories about people losing their shit on.
Yeah.
Just breaking. You know, just see ya.
Yeah.
Broke it.
Well, I think acid and any psychedelic, even DMT, I think if you do it a certain amount of times, you're probably not going to be the same as before.
I knew a dude who did it 100 times and he totally became crazy. He just was doing DMT all the time, to the point where when he would do DMT, the DMT entities would talk to him and go, dude, you gotta stop coming here.
Joe,
settle the fuck down.
You're killing our
'Cause
buzz, man.
The DMT, when you have a DMT experience, like a lot of it is marked by communication with whatever the fuck it is. It could be that you're communicating with some other part of your consciousness that you don't normally have access to, or it could be the great beyond, like this well of souls, or it could be aliens in another dimension. You're communicating with something. Whatever it is really just speculative. But this guy, when he would go over there, the DMT, whatever he was connecting to, was going, dude, stop smoking DMT every day. This is crazy.
That's funny when the DMT spirits are actually annoyed with you. Come on, dude.
Yeah, right.
You come here all the time. What the
You're
fuck?
annoying. You fucking eat my food. You stinky feet are on my couch.
Yeah.
What the fuck, bro? Get it together.
That's funny.
Yeah. You know, man, until they figure out a way to let people do whatever the fuck they want with their bodies, do whatever the fuck you want, you're going to always have a gang of different drug problems.
Mm-hmm.
What people are afraid of, though, is that when you start making everything legal, well, then, kids could get a hold of it and everyone could get addicted. And that is definitely true. You do run those problems. You do run a chance of there being a little bit of a spike once it becomes initially legal. But you're gonna have to let people learn. You have to raise your kids and tell them to never do that shit. You have to be around other people that raise their kids and tell them, don't do meth. It's gonna kill you. Don't do heroin. It's bad for you. You could smoke pot. It's not gonna hurt you. If you drink, let me know. I want to be there. I want to let you know. I want to make sure you don't drive home drunk. People can navigate their way through a lot of different substances in this society if you just allowed us to. But as soon as you start making shit illegal and restricting the access to a bunch of different things, people can't figure out what's good and what's bad. That's why there's a lot of people that think that mushrooms will fuck your mind up. And that you smoke pot, you're becoming a lazy piece of shit. Why? Because they don't have access to it. If everybody had access to it, especially weed, if everybody had access to weed, we would all think of it the same way that stoners think of it. Stoners pretty much universally look at pot and say, well, it's very beneficial to me. It calms me down. It gives me perspective. It makes me silly. And then there's the medical uses for it. It's like universal amongst the people that use it. Well, how come the other people don't share that opinion? Well, it's because they're not using it. It's really that simple. The people that are anti-pot, it's possible that you have some weird reaction to pot, in which case I would say, hey, don't do it. You don't have to do it. But I guarantee you, if you're not doing it and you're describing what it is, you don't know.
Yeah, or
You're
they have
missing
like
it.
a mom or a dad or brother that was like lazy as shit
Yes.
while they smoked weed. So they're like, oh no, everybody
Bingo.
is like that.
Yeah.
I've totally witnessed
Yeah.
that. And I'm like, no, it's not like that. Your brother's fucking lazy. It's
Yeah,
not
there's
weird.
they don't see enough ambitious stoners out there.
I know.
People don't understand. It will give you a different perspective. And it might not necessarily be a better perspective, but it's good to look at things a different way all the time.
Mhm.
Every now and then, rather. If you're looking at things the exact same way, you can get locked into sort of a mental pattern where you think that things make sense. And then you need like a good, really fucking, a good, real good bake session where you just completely float away. When you and your friends are sitting around, like, how many times have we had these conversations, like, especially like after shows, where we're just completely barbecued, like eating dinner, and we're all just like breaking down the universe or figuring out life, or just having these conversations where you almost can't get there on your own. There's some conversations that you get to when you're high, and you're like, man, I don't think I can take responsibility for this conversation. I don't think I ever would have got here if I wasn't high.
Absolutely. Of course, a lot of those conversations are not as cool as they would be, and they're just talking about how Fritos would be good in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
No,
sometimes.
I like those talks. Those really, really nice marijuana-driven talks, because you can't get that when you're hammered.
No, you
When
don't
you're
get
hammered,
them.
it's more like,
a good stoner conversation, not a dumb one, but a good one. You know,
Yeah.
where everybody's kind of in that groove. Man, you can figure out a lot of shit in those conversations. Our dog got eaten by a mountain lion.
That's fucked up.
The real thing that sent us home, though, was that we were 8,500 feet above sea level, and she got pregnant. And when you're that high above sea level, if your body's, even if you're living there your whole life, the kid's still going to have to go on oxygen.
No more kids,
It's like
Joe?
scary.
No more kids? You stopping off at 2?
My loads are still fucking devastatingly good. I'm ready. I'll shoot
quality
another one in there.
testing 'em.
It's hard, man. Just taking care of 2 little babies at the same time, 1 2.5 and 1 9 months old or 7 months old. It's
So
tricky.
cute, though.
Yeah,
I
they're
would just
cute.
say
It's,
you
it's
could-
the greatest thing in the world.
Oh,
People
yeah.
don't. I always tell people that kids and mushrooms are very similar, and that if you've never experienced it, if you never had your own kid, and if you've never really done mushrooms, shut the fuck up. You really don't know. I used to talk about kids. I didn't understand what it was until you have a kid. And the other thing that you understand is that stop doing that. Whatever you're doing.
Cool.
The other thing that you realize when you have a kid is that you change and you hit some weird new next level of evolution where there's so much more at stake now, and there's you become a more serious person. It's really weird.
I feel like a real man too.
Yeah,
I feel
like a man,
yeah.
exactly.
I'm
I'm still very silly. I obviously make a living.
Sure,
talking
sure,
shit
sure.
And I still smoke a lot of weed, which is also a weird thing with a lot of people. That's like they think for some reason or other you're not supposed to smoke weed. That like smoking weed when you're a father like sets some sort of a weird example, or that it's a bad thing. But I'll go, well, how come I can go to a restaurant and order a beer and nobody even blinks? That's fine. Nobody says a word about that. I go and get some wine, with dinner, and nobody looks at me. They ask me if I want it. If I said no, but you guys got a place where I can hit this joint, they'd be like, "Whoa, what the fuck? Your children are here."
Either way, if you're too baked, though, if you get too drunk, I mean, not even
Sure.
like say you just
Yes.
get wasted,
Of course.
or some guy's just fucking crushing it and unable to operate. Like if I get too high, I can't function. And also, I'm really bad with booze too. 2 drinks.
Well,
I'm fucking tipsy,
Are you serious?
like I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
okay.
good to
I'm a
know in the
lightweight.
future.
Yeah.
You're a lightweight. You're a cheap
I am.
date.
No, I am a lightweight.
Yeah.
So-
Well, no, I definitely don't. I don't think you should be drunk or high around your kids. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying like I'm not gonna change like who I am. I don't have to like become this fucking straight edge person just because all of a sudden I have children. If I thought there was something wrong with smoking pot, I would have stopped doing it because I think it's bad for you. If like it was detrimental to my health or to my mental well-being or something, if I thought it was something like an issue that I needed to deal with, I would deal with it as an issue. But I don't think there's an issue. I think it's beneficial. I think it helps my personality. It helps me enjoy life. It helps me write like crazy. It is like steroids for writing. When I get high and I write, I just strap in and ride this wave that I connect to. I get high and I go into the isolation tank and I rethink my whole life, and I come up with new strategies and new ways of behaving, and I have a new appreciation for everything and a new respect and love for my friends and my family. I end up calling people that I haven't talked to in months, just getting out of the tank and go, dude, I just want to tell you, man. I mean, we don't hang out, but I love you, man. We're friends, and I get these crazy conversations. Like I got to make sure I say all these things that I need to say. It reinvigorates me.
But also being a dad helps that. I mean,
That does too, yeah. That
it
definitely does
I mean,
too.
the combination of the two
Mhm.
things, people don't realize
Yeah.
that's there, is that you do feel like you're taking a step back and not taking things so seriously either. And even
Yes.
though I still get fired up, I keep everything in perspective pretty
Yes.
well too. I mean, I'm not making too many fucking stupid decisions over here.
Yeah, you
at this
get
point.
more in tune with love, and that sounds fucking very gay.
Super gay.
But it is what it is, man. It's like you get more in tune with love. And that's what weed is all about, too. Weed is about getting you in tune with love, getting you in tune with happiness. Weed is a happy drug. It's about friendships and hugs and having a good time and laughing and giggling together. It's not a bad drug. It's an entheogen. And that's what people have to understand. Everything is lumped together in this one big stupid group called drugs. And included are caffeine and alcohol and then dangerous shit like heroin and fucking, and meth, and all those are drugs. But there's also drugs that literally change the way your fucking mind works, and in a good way. And they're here to make you like more humble, make you feel better. And the reason why people have bad trips is because there's a lot of shit about your life that's douchey, man. You need to clean that shit up. why are you paranoid? Why are you freaking out? Well, you should be freaking out.
Well, that's why people do a lot of drugs in college too. When you're younger and you don't have as much responsibility, but I mean, more and more responsibility you have, and then when you do drugs, you start thinking about all that shit. That's why people tend to freak out.
Sure.
But if you're just more a carefree person in the first place, and the college is a perfect example because you really don't have too many responsibilities. You can go home by yourself for the first time and not have anybody scrutinize you once you get there. And so it's an opportunity. No real bills to fucking pay.
Right.
I mean, if somebody's taking care of the, so less responsibility, and you can't just fucking let go completely. But more and more shit that you got going on, like a daughter. And we talked about the porn thing with the daughter. Like, you just sort of you have more shit built up.
The thing about porn is, I don't want to say why anybody gets into porn because I don't know. I'm not a girl. I'm not a girl that's getting fucked on camera. I don't understand. Maybe you really are a healthy person and it's just fun for you. That's possible. Dr. Drew says no. But then again, I said I'm not a woman. I'm not a doctor. I don't really understand it. But I think the ones that I've come in contact with, almost all of them had some fucked up childhood.
Yeah.
Almost all of them.
I think it's pretty much mandatory.
Yeah.
There's no other way to do it, right?
Right.
It's like the reason why you got into it in the first place is not a healthy reason. So it's just this massive evidence. And even if you're the coolest person to hang out with ever, like a lot of them are, a lot of them are really fun to hang out with. You're this way because somebody was shitty to you.
That's what
so
they were
I always
talking
have to
about.
think about that.
Yeah, they were
to the Vedic texts, and they all talk about different psychedelic brews. It's pretty clear they're talking about something that you take, and look, that stuff existed forever. We know that. We also know that ancient cultures have been worshiping cows since the beginning of time, and not even eating them, even when they're fucking starving. Right. And that to me reeks of some deity. I mean, why is it a deity? Oh, because we use their milk, and they plow the fields for us. Bullshit. You're getting cow shit, and there's mushrooms that grow in that cow shit, and you're tripping your fucking balls off. That's what's really going on. You're worshiping these cows. The worship that they have is not indicative of anything other than the consumption of psychedelics. It's like this weird love for this cow. Like, to me, that's
he's producing a door that allows you to unlock things in your brain.
For that to happen, to me, that seems people like naturally identify with their own type and are as cruel to animals as they need to be. And when you're starving, you need to be cruel to animals, but yet they don't. And there's this disconnect from their actual physical needs and this love that worships on this deifying this animal. And we also know that they were big on fucking psychedelics. We know that their past has lots of references in the ancient texts to psychedelics. And psychedelic mushrooms grow better on cow shit than anywhere in the world. That's the best place for them. By the way. Where's that?
Hana Maui.
Oh,
you wouldn't know it. Right
on
up
the
in
island?
little hills. Yeah.
Really? You find them up there?
Yeah, you just take the road to Hana, and when you're there, like the Hana Maui Resort, the big old hill, you just climb it at about 6 in the morning. It's everywhere.
Well, you know the entire Pacific Northwest of the United States. The entire Pacific Northwest literally is like a mind of spores. It's like one gigantic organism, life form, like a base of spores. They're fucking everywhere up there. Psychedelic mushrooms, like there's people that go up there and find them and grow them, but it's all connected with some. I mean, literally, if you believe that psychedelic mushrooms are some sort of a life form from somewhere else, which a lot of people believe, they believe that much like they believe that the Panspermia theory that we were talking about earlier, that amino acids and all sorts of water and different things came from asteroids, hit Earth, and that started and seeded life. They believe that somehow or another these spores came from other planets. Because spores can survive in a vacuum, and spores can survive the deep radiation of space, and the fact that this is like something that permeates one entire part of the country. I remember watching or reading something about it, about like if you like connected it all together, like the how far and how wide it is, and these mushrooms keep growing in the same space, in the same area. And
I just know that they made me see words come out of somebody's mouth once.
Really?
That was the fucking trip of my life.
Did they look like English words?
So yeah, it was at a moment, and I could hear conversations in the other room. I couldn't hear them, but I could literally see words in like 3D text form floating over the partitions in this guy's loft in downtown LA. And I was like, what? And I looked at them, I'm like. And I started recalling to my friend who was there. And granted, we're all fucked up. But I'm like, they're talking about such and such in there. Well, how do you hear that? The music's so loud. I can see it. And went in there and was literally, as people were talking to me, I was watching their mouths open up. And the words that they were saying were physically coming out as text. Their mouths were warping around it. And so I must have looked like a tweaker and a half watching these words go by because I was trying to read it like a ticker as they were talking. So the outside where I was scratching and going like this, they probably thought they'd fuck me up.
Did you ask them if you were right?
Well, I was absolutely right. We talk about it to this day. Like I saw words coming out of people's mouths and was reading them. Maybe I was hearing it and it was like some...
And your head was just...
Yeah, like a synesthesia. My brain was going, this is what they're saying. I don't know. I don't care.
But you checked with them about what they were saying?
Yeah.
What were you on?
Just mushrooms.
How much?
Not that much. Lightweight. Couple stems, couple caps.
Really?
With peanut butter.
See, what's weird, Kevin, is that
lightweight.
A lot of people, especially that I met through Joe, they're firm believers of like, you just got to eat a shitload of mushrooms and blah, blah. No, I've never done this my whole life. It's always been like half an eighth, maybe, and I just took a half.
That even sounds like crazy.
Yeah, I just took like half of the eighth recently, and had probably the most hardcore visuals I've ever had in my life on mushrooms.
I have friends that smoke salvia, and they'll see like visual distortions in the room. Like they'll look up and the ceiling will rip apart, and they'll like snow will come in. I'm like, that's cool. That sounds fun. When I smoke it, I go to another fucking dimension.
Me too.
Another dimension.
I didn't do it right the first time I did it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I only did it once, and I didn't do it right, and I just did what they did. I was like an out-of-body experience. But, what you guys are talking about, you absolutely can get a brilliant and beautiful experience from just a little bit of mushrooms.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. But it's not the same experience.
How do you know that, though? How do you know that?
Because I've done them both.
Because you've done a little and you've done a lot.
Yeah, but you could have.
There's a point of
It's
no
all about the
return from
mushrooms,
that.
I think.
Why are you saying, how do you know that, dude? This is like documented throughout human history. People have been doing it the shamanic way, where they take this large dose in silent darkness, and they do it, and they have a different experience than when you take smaller doses.
Well,
and they know what they're doing. They know physiologically the different effects that it has on the human body.
But I've had, the most I've ever had was probably maybe a quarter of mushrooms before in one night.
Are you not listening to what you're saying? Because if you're saying the most I've ever had, then you don't have experience about taking 5 grams or 6 grams.
I know.
You don't have that experience.
No, but I'm saying in a different way. I've had a quarter before, and yes, I've had a crazy-ass shroom experience. I had half of an eighth the other day, and it blew that shit out of the water times a million, and it was just different mushrooms.
Okay,
it was good
it could be that. It also could be where you are physically. It could be what you had in your stomach. It could be, there's a lot of different things, but that doesn't mean anything because you haven't had the full-blown experience of the big dose to compare it to.
Yeah, but does it even do anything when it gets to a certain point?
I was going to say, for me, at some point, I don't know what's beyond that because I would have pissed myself and vomited all over myself. Like, I can't go any further than that physically.
McKenna did a lecture once, and he was talking about a friend of his that chose to remain anonymous, but he was like this crazy psychedelic guy who every time he did mushrooms, his goal was to try to tolerate more. Right. And he would go to 10 grams and have these
God knows.
What you do is you literally completely dissolve. You cease to exist, and you make contact with whatever the fuck it is that you're making contact. It seems like, at first it seems like another life form. It seems like some sort of a thing that's communicating with you, and then somewhere along the line, it becomes like another world. It becomes like this goes away, and you go into this next sort of dimension that's incredible. It's so religious and beautiful, and when I say religious, it's like iconic imagery, but almost indescribable because they're morphing and changing around you, but it's all like love and wisdom and
warmth and acceptance and whatever.
As powerful as what, it's not poison. The LD50 rate is ridiculously high. You have to eat shitloads of mushrooms to die. It's not poison.
To die, yes, but probably not. I mean, mushrooms is a mushroom. It is a poison to your body.
No, it's not. Mushroom is not poison, Brian. It's like salt is poison. Is salt poison? Well, if you eat a half pound of salt, you fucking die. It's not salt. It's not a poison. Strychnine's a fucking poison. What psychedelic drugs are is there's something that allows your body to tune into whatever the fuck it is, to change the chemical composition of your brain, to fuck with your neurochemistry to the point where you...
But to be fair, some would define that as a poison. They would say you're poisoning your body, and that's why
but there's no negative health effects.
Everything is reactive.
But you don't... But it's not... it doesn't wreck your body. It's shocking. At the end, you're worn out.
Mushrooms and psilocybin to depressiveness, bipolarism, manic states. Now, I'm not saying
but that's not good studies. Exactly. Those people could have easily, which is why they're doing psychedelic hardcore drugs.
Just like they tried to say salvia killed some kid, but he was having issues and on antidepressants before then. So
yeah, what I'm saying is, I'm absolutely with you that small doses can give you beautiful experiences, but it's a different thing than the high doses. The high doses are ego obliterating.
I'll never achieve that.
No? You scared?
Oh, yeah.
Scared, homie?
From that last time, man. I know I had a flight the next day, and I ended up at LAX swiping my credit card from terminal to terminal in the machines, hoping one would recognize my itinerary and spit it out. I was like, oh, this was really unprofessional. I probably shouldn't have eaten all those mushrooms the night before a flight to New York and a shoot.
But you figured out how to get there. How could you not figure out how to look at your phone and your email that tells you where you're supposed to go?
Man.
One
of those things.
That's some good shit.
I had a really strong DMT trip, which is the last one that I had, and I haven't done anything like that in a couple of years because it was so powerful that for a couple weeks afterwards, nothing seemed normal. I mean, everything worked. I could read, I could watch TV, I could have conversations, I could talk to people. No one would know that behind the surface I was like, I don't believe in the world anymore. Right. I don't trust in this dimension.
Yeah. You're waiting for Morpheus to load a patch to fly a helicopter into your brain because you believe now you're in the Matrix.
It was so humbling and so crazy and moving. And people go, bro, it's just fucking drugs, man. You're just doing drugs and your head's getting all fucked up. Right. It's all you're doing is you're doing drugs. Yeah. Maybe not. You don't know. We're not really sure what's going on. But I guarantee you that changed my life.
Right.
I can guarantee you that whatever that is, if it's just drugs, that just drugs changed me as a human being and made me reevaluate everything. you know, and is still to this day like haunts.
That's like saying it's just religion. It's just something you believe in that changes every facet of your life, that has given you visions and made you appreciate things in a new way. That's all it is.
Well,
it's just religion.
It's the real religion. The real religion is the psychedelic experience. I mean, there's a John Marco Allegro book.
They're all just as real to those who prescribe to them. But
there's a John Marco Allegro book, who is one of the scholars that reviewed the Dead Sea Scrolls. He deciphered the Dead Sea Scrolls. For 14 years, worked on it. And at the end of 14 years, he said that the entire Christian religion was a huge misunderstanding. And what it really was about was the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility cults. And he wraps it all up. It's almost impossible to follow, you know, like to follow the, you know, the origins of the words, and it's really like trippy shit. But the fact that this guy's got it locked down to this one mushroom, this psychedelic mushroom that's taken throughout Europe, you know, constantly. You know, we know that the Vikings took mushrooms and they would go on berserkers. You know, they would get fucked up on mushrooms and then go attack villages. You know, I mean, that's how they rolled back then. Yeah, man, they would get high on mushrooms.
I still maintain I found my spirituality on salvia.
Yeah,
I started with small doses, and then I've done it about 6 times, and I don't want to do it again because the last time I did it was so fucking powerful and magical, very similar to your DMT experience. But
salvia is super potent.
I flew out of my brain, you know, and just went kind of catatonic, and I saw parallel universes, parallel dimensions spiraling out of the corner of my eye. Like I was just sort of floating in this abyss, and I saw it. It was rotating. It was making a noise. It had gravity to it, and it was almost like I could see wedges of reality. If I couldn't look directly at it, it would blind me. But out of my peripheral, I could see these wedges of reality going by, and I was like, "What is that? What is that?" And something said, "Just fucking go for it." And so I remember reaching out my hand, what felt like my hand at the time, and it slowed the sphere down, and then it sucked me into one of those wedges. And I felt like I was a kid running around in what felt like a Russian stadium for whatever reason, holding a flag, and there was confetti. And I was with a bunch of other kids, like it was a halftime celebration or some shit. And I was like, yay, oh, we. It felt as real as any other experience I've had in my life. And I shotgunned out of it, and then it was rotating again. I went, oh, what, can I do that again? And I reached down and slowed it down, and I went in, and then I was driving a car. It was like another reality that I could have been living. And it was just all dimensions. And you can't tell me, you can tell me it was drugs, because it totally was to some extent, but you can't tell me it wasn't as real as any other experience that I had. And when I came to on the couch, I just went, holy shit.
You're fucking freaking me out, man.
Did you record all these like a good salvia user?
Well, yes, I did actually.
I had one.
Everybody was writing it down.
I had one in the tank where I had eaten some pot. And when you eat a lot of pot, especially if you eat the really strong shit, you can have some incredible visuals, man. Have you ever eaten it on a plane and closed your eyes and see like cartoons and like...
Not in pot.
I had to drive to Palm Springs just not too long ago on some edibles.
I had a very similar vision, whatever it is, hallucination is what you had.
Parallel dimensions and universes?
Yeah, with mine, I was in the center of one. It started out with me. What it started out with is like, with the tank, I mean, how many times have you done the tank?
Only like 3 or 4.
But
I've never done it high.
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck is wrong with you, son?
I met some dude named Crash on the boardwalk who was trying to tell me about vibrating my spirit, and then he's like, yeah, hop in my tank.
Yeah, he's crazy, but he's right. He's right about a lot of shit.
But don't begrudge me smoking pot before I hop into Crash's time machine.
You're scared.
I played too many point-and-click adventure games to know that could end with rape.
With me, it started out just getting to the center, relaxing, letting go, and then once I let go, then it always feels like once I get to a certain point of relaxation and I completely calmed my mind, then it starts to take me away, almost like as if I feel like I'm in a river. I feel like I'm awash in some sort of invisible,
like a single molecule. Yeah.
Well, as I was doing this, I came to a point where I recognized my space and then the space of the planet and then the planet in the space of the galaxy and the galaxy in the space of the universe. Yep. And then the whole universe became like this bubble that was trapped inside some gigantic infinite like ball of yarn. And each thread of this ball of yarn was like one universe after another universe, and they were all together swirling in this moving ball of yarn of universes connected, like circles connected, even with a tube, like they connected them all together. And it was all luminescent, and it was all, I was trying to take in all the information that was going on, all these different various worlds, but it was all different and all the same, and it was all happening simultaneously. And as I was trying to figure out like how big this ball of yarn is, is. It got literally too big for me to wrap my head around. Then I snapped out of it.
Right.
And then I lost it.
How long were you in the tank?
Couple hours.
Couple hours, yeah.
The deeper I get is the longer I'm in there, the more I can relax, and it's almost like you achieve like different wavelengths, different mind frequencies. I mean, I know that you do in meditation, in extreme meditation, like they've taken monks and they've done studies on them.
I am so jealous and envious of that shit.
Of monks?
Well, just of people that can deep meditate and get to that place versus needing to take salvia or needing to smoke some DMT. I'm not capable of shutting it all off like that.
But if you do that deep meditating, like
if I did
monk
it every day,
life,
if I did it every day and that was my only existence, then sure, that'd be fine. But I got a mortgage.
Yeah, dude.
I gotta cheat to get to space.
You want to get laid, okay?
Yeah.
You want to watch TV. Fuck all that monk shit.
I need Netflix and cartoons. I'll find the universe by smoking it.
You can get it there, though. You can look. It's
I've
like
had a conversation with my ego on salvia, and that was a trip. I found it inside the visualizer of my Xbox 360 of all places. That son of a bitch was hiding out in there. I put that on, and
what happened?
At the time, you could use the vision cam, so when you move around, it would make the visuals on the screen go nuts.
To the Vedic texts, and they all talk about different psychedelic brews. It's pretty clear they're talking about something that you take, and look, that stuff existed forever. We know that. We also know that ancient cultures have been worshiping cows since the beginning of time, and not even eating them, even when they're fucking starving. Right. And that to me reeks of some deity. I mean, why is it a deity? Oh, because we use their milk, and they plow the fields for us. Bullshit. You're getting cow shit, and there's mushrooms that grow in that cow shit, and you're tripping your fucking balls off. That's what's really going on. You're worshiping these cows. The worship that they have is not indicative of anything other than the consumption of psychedelics. It's like this weird love for this cow. Like, to me, that's
He's producing a door that allows you to unlock things in your brain.
For that to happen, to me, that seems people like naturally identify with their own type and are as cruel to animals as they need to be. And when you're starving, you need to be cruel to animals, but yet they don't. And there's this disconnect from their actual physical needs and this love that worships on this deifying this animal. And we also know that they were big on fucking psychedelics. We know that their past has lots of references in the ancient texts to psychedelics. And psychedelic mushrooms grow better on cow shit than anywhere in the world. That's the best place for them.
By the way.
Where's that?
Hana Maui.
Oh,
you wouldn't know it. Right
on the
up in
island?
the little hills. Yeah.
Really? You find them up there?
Yeah, you just take the road to Hana, and when you're there at like the Hana Maui Resort, the big old hill, you just climb it at about 6 in the morning. It's everywhere.
Well, you know the entire Pacific Northwest of the United States. The entire Pacific Northwest literally is like a mind of spores. It's like one gigantic organism, life form, like a base of spores. They're fucking everywhere up there. Psychedelic mushrooms, like there's people that go up there and find them and grow them, but it's all connected with some. I mean, literally, if you believe that psychedelic mushrooms are some sort of a life form from somewhere else, which a lot of people believe, they believe that much like they believe that the Panspermia theory that we were talking about earlier, that amino acids and all sorts of water and different things came from asteroids, hit Earth, and that started and seeded life. They believe that somehow or another these spores came from other planets. Because spores can survive in a vacuum, and spores can survive the deep radiation of space, and the fact that this is like something that permeates one entire part of the country. I remember watching or reading something about it, like if you connected it all together, like the how far and how wide it is, and these mushrooms keep growing in the same space, in the same area. And
I just know that they made me see words come out of somebody's mouth once.
Really?
That was the fucking trip of my life.
Did they look like English words?
So yeah, it was at a moment, and I could hear conversations in the other room. I couldn't hear them, but I could literally see words in like 3D text form floating over the partitions in this guy's loft in downtown LA. And I was like, what? And I looked at him, I'm like. And I started recalling to my friend who was there. And granted, we're all fucked up. But I'm like, they're talking about such and such in there. Well, how do you hear that? The music's so loud. I can see it. And went in there and was literally, as people were talking to me, I was watching their mouths open up. And the words that they were saying were physically coming out as text. Their mouths were warping around it. And so I must have looked like a tweaker and a half watching these words go by because I was trying to read it like a ticker as they were talking. So to the outside where I was scratching and going like this, they probably thought they'd fuck me up.
Did you ask them if you were right?
Well, I was absolutely right. We talk about it to this day. Like I saw words coming out of people's mouths and was reading them. Maybe I was hearing it and it was like some...
And your head was just...
Yeah, like a synesthesia. My brain was going, this is what they're saying. I don't know. I don't
care. But you checked with them about what they were saying?
Yeah.
What were you on?
Just mushrooms.
How much?
Not that much. Lightweight. Couple stems, couple caps.
Really?
With peanut butter.
See, what's weird, Kevin, is that
Lightweight.
a lot of people, especially that I met through Joe, they're firm believers of like, you just got to eat a shitload of mushrooms and blah, blah.
No,
I've never done this my whole life. It's always been like half an eighth, maybe, and I just took a half.
That even sounds like crazy.
Yeah, I just took like half of the eighth recently, and had probably the most hardcore visuals I've ever had in my life on mushrooms.
I have friends that smoke salvia, and they'll see like visual distortions in the room. Like they'll look up and the ceiling will rip apart, and they'll like snow will come in. I'm like, that's cool. That sounds fun. When I smoke it, I go to another fucking dimension.
Me too.
Another dimension.
I didn't do it right the first time I did it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I only did it once, and I didn't do it right, and I just did what they did. I was like an out-of-body experience. But, what you guys are talking about, you absolutely can get a brilliant and beautiful experience from just a little bit of mushrooms.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. But it's not the same experience.
How do you know that, though? How do you know that?
Because I've done them both.
Because you've done a little and you've done a lot.
But you could have.
There's a point of
it's
no
all about the
return from it,
mushrooms,
though.
I think.
Why are you saying, how do you know that, dude? This is like documented throughout human history. People have been doing it the shamanic way, where they take this large dose in silent darkness, and they do it, and they have a different experience than when you take smaller doses.
Well,
and
they
know what they're doing. They know physiologically the different effects that it has on the human body.
But I've had, the most I've ever had was probably maybe a quarter of mushrooms before.
Okay,
one
but
night.
are you not listening to what you're saying? Because if you're saying the most I've ever had, then you don't have experience about taking 5 grams or 6 grams.
I know.
You don't have that experience.
No, but I'm saying in a different way. I've had a quarter before, and yes, I've had a crazy-ass shroom experience. I had half of an eighth the other day, and it blew that shit out of the water times 1,000,000, and it was just different mushrooms.
Okay,
it was good
it could be that. It also could be where you are physically. It could be what you had in your stomach. It could be, there's a lot of different things, but that doesn't mean anything because you haven't had the full-blown experience of the big dose to compare it to.
Yeah, but does it even do anything when it gets to a certain point?
I was going to say, for me, at some point, I don't know what's beyond that because I would have pissed myself and vomited all over myself. I can't go any further than that physically.
McKenna did a lecture once, and he was talking about a friend of his that chose to remain anonymous, but he was like this crazy psychedelic guy who every time he did mushrooms, his goal was to try to tolerate more. Right. And he would go to 10 grams and have these
God knows.
What you do is you literally completely dissolve, you cease to exist, and you make contact with whatever the fuck it is that you're making contact. It seems like, at first it seems like another life form. It seems like some sort of a thing that's communicating with you, and then somewhere along the line, it becomes like another world. It becomes like this goes away, and you go into this next sort of dimension that's incredible. It's so religious and beautiful, and when I say religious, it's like iconic imagery, but almost indescribable because they're morphing and changing around you, but it's all like love and wisdom and
warmth and acceptance and whatever.
As powerful as what it's not poison. The LD50 rate is ridiculously high. You have to eat shitloads of mushrooms to die. It's not poison.
To die, yes, but probably not. I mean, mushrooms is a mushroom. It is a poison to your body.
No, it's not. Mushroom is not poison, Brian. It's like salt is poison. Is salt poison? Well, if you eat a half pound of salt, you fucking die. It's not salt. It's not a poison. Strychnine's a fucking poison. What psychedelic drugs are is there's something that allows your body to tune into whatever the fuck it is, to change the chemical composition of your brain, to fuck with your neurochemistry to the point where you...
But to be fair, some would define that as a poison. They would say you're poisoning your body, and that's why
but there's no negative health effects.
Everything is reactive.
But you don't... But it's not... it doesn't wreck your body. It's shocking. At the end, you're worn out.
Mushrooms and psilocybin to depressiveness, bipolarism, manic states. Now, I'm not saying
but that's not good studies. Exactly. Those people could have easily, which is why they're doing psychedelic hardcore drugs.
Just like they tried to say salvia killed some kid, but he was having issues and on antidepressants before then. So
what I'm saying is, I'm absolutely with you that small doses can give you beautiful experiences, but it's a different thing than the high doses. The high doses are ego obliterating.
I'll never achieve that.
No? You scared?
Oh, yeah.
Scared, homie?
From that last time, man. I know I had a flight the next day, and I ended up at LAX swiping my credit card from terminal to terminal in the machines, hoping one would recognize my itinerary and spit it out. I was like, oh, this was really unprofessional. I probably shouldn't have eaten all those mushrooms the night before a flight to New York and a shoot.
But you figured out how to get there. How could you not figure out how to look at your phone, your email that tells you where you're supposed to go?
Man.
One
of those things.
That's some good shit.
I had a really strong DMT trip, which is the last one that I had, and I haven't done anything like that in a couple of years because it was so powerful that for a couple weeks afterwards, nothing seemed normal. I mean, everything worked. I could read, I could watch TV, I could have conversations, I could talk to people. No one would know that behind the surface I was like, I don't believe in the world anymore. Right. I don't trust in this dimension.
Yeah. You're waiting for Morpheus to load a patch to fly a helicopter into your brain because you believe now you're in the Matrix.
It was so humbling and so crazy and moving. And people go, bro, it's just fucking drugs, man. You're just doing drugs and your head's getting all fucked up. Right. It's all you're doing is you're doing drugs. Yeah. Maybe not. You don't know. We're not really sure what's going on. But I guarantee you that changed my life.
Right.
I can guarantee you that whatever that is, if it's just drugs, that just drugs changed me as a human being and made me reevaluate everything. And is still to this day like haunting.
That's like saying it's just religion. It's just something you believe in that changes every facet of your life, that has given you visions and made you appreciate things in a new way. That's all it is.
Well,
it's just religion.
It's the real religion. The real religion is the psychedelic experience. I mean, there's a John Marco Allegro book.
They're all just as real to those who prescribe to them. But
there's a John Marco Allegro book, who is one of the scholars that reviewed the Dead Sea Scrolls. He deciphered the Dead Sea Scrolls. For 14 years worked on it. And at the end of 14 years, he said that the entire Christian religion was a huge misunderstanding. And what it really was about was the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility cults. And he wraps it all up. It's almost impossible to follow, to follow the origins of the words, and it's really like trippy shit. But the fact that this guy's got it locked down to this one mushroom, this psychedelic mushroom that's taken throughout Europe, constantly. We know that the Vikings took mushrooms and they would go on berserkers. They would get fucked up on mushrooms and then go attack villages. That's how they roll back then. Yeah, man, they would get high on mushrooms.
I still maintain I found my spirituality on salvia.
Yeah,
I started with small doses, and then I've done it about 6 times, and I don't want to do it again because the last time I did it was so fucking powerful and magical, very similar to your DMT experience. But
salvia is super potent.
I flew out of my brain, and just went kind of catatonic, and I saw parallel universes, parallel dimensions spiraling out of the corner of my eye. Like I was just sort of floating in this abyss, and I saw it was rotating, it was making a noise, it had gravity to it, and it was almost like I could see wedges of reality. If I couldn't look directly at it, it would blind me. But out of my peripheral, I could see these wedges of reality going by, and I was like, what is that? What is that? And something said, just fucking go for it. And so I remember reaching out my hand, what felt like my hand at the time, and it slowed the sphere down, and then it sucked me into one of those wedges. And I felt like I was a kid running around in what felt like a Russian stadium for whatever reason, holding a flag, and there was confetti. And I was with a bunch of other kids, like it was a halftime celebration or some shit. And I was like, yay, It felt as real as any other experience I've had in my life. And I shotgunned out of it, and then it was rotating again. I went, oh, what, can I do that again? And I reached down and slowed it down, and I went in, and then I was driving a car. It was like another reality that I could have been living. And it was just all dimensions. And you can't tell me, you can tell me it was drugs, because it totally was to some extent, but you can't tell me it wasn't as real as any other experience that I had. And when I came to on the couch, I just went, holy shit.
You're fucking freaking me out, man.
Did you record all these like a good salvia user?
Yes, I did actually.
I had one.
Everybody was writing it down.
I had one in the tank where I had eaten some pot, and when you eat a lot of pot, especially if you eat the really strong shit, you can have some incredible visuals, man. Have you ever eaten it on a plane and closed your eyes and see like cartoons and like
not in pot?
I had a drive to Palm Springs just not too long ago on some edibles.
I had a very similar vision, whatever it is, hallucination is what you had.
Parallel dimensions and universes.
Yeah, with mine, I was in the center of one. It started out with me. What it started out with is like with the tank. I mean, how many times have you done the tank?
Only like 3 or 4.
But
I've never done it high.
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck is wrong with you, son?
I met some dude named Crash on the boardwalk who was trying to tell me about vibrating my spirit, and then he's like, yeah, hop in my tank.
Yeah, he's crazy, but he's right. He's right about a lot of shit.
But don't begrudge me smoking pot before I hop into Crash's time machine.
You're scared.
I played too many point-and-click adventure games to know that could end with rape.
With me, it started out just getting to the center, relaxing, letting go, and then once I let go, then it always feels like once I get to a certain point of relaxation and I completely calmed my mind, then it starts to take me away, almost like as if I feel like I'm in a river. I feel like I'm awash in some sort of invisible,
like a single molecule. Yeah.
Well, as I was doing this, I came to a point where I recognized my space and then the space of the planet and then the planet in the space of the galaxy and the galaxy in the space of the universe. Yep. And then the whole universe became like this bubble that was trapped inside some gigantic infinite like ball of yarn. And each thread of this ball of yarn was like one universe after another universe, and they were all together swirling in this moving ball of yarn of universes connected, like circles connected, even with a tube, like they connected them all together. And it was all luminescent, and it was all, I was trying to take in all the information that was going on, all these different various worlds, but it was all different and all the same, and it was all happening simultaneously. And as I was trying to figure out like how big this ball of yarn is, it got literally too big for me to wrap my head around. Then I snapped out of it, and then I lost it.
How long were you in the tank?
Couple hours.
Couple hours, yeah.
The deeper I get is the longer I'm in there, the more I can relax, and it's almost like you achieve like different wavelengths, different mind frequencies. I mean, I know that you do in meditation, in extreme meditation, like they've taken monks and they've done studies.
I am
on them.
so jealous and envious of that shit.
Of monks?
Well, just of people that can deep meditate and get to that place versus needing to take salvia or needing to smoke some DMT. I'm not capable of shutting it all off like that.
But if you do
naturally.
that deep meditating, like
if I did
monk
it every day,
life,
if I did it every day and that was my only existence, then sure, that'd be fine. But I got a mortgage.
Yeah, dude.
I gotta cheat to get to space.
You want to get laid, okay?
Yeah.
You want to watch TV. Fuck all that monk shit.
I need Netflix and cartoons. I'll find the universe by smoking it.
You can get it there, though. You can look. It's
I
like
had a conversation with my ego on salvia, and that was a trip. I found it inside the visualizer of my Xbox 360 of all places. That son of a bitch was hiding out in there. I put that on, and
what happened?
At the time, you could use the vision cam, so when you move around, it would make the visuals on the screen go nuts.
they come to great conclusions. Like, I don't know how you generate material or if any of this stuff you've already talked about on stage, but seriously, go back and listen to this podcast with a fucking notebook, and there's like 3 good bits in there, at least.
I never listen to anything or go back and revisit
Hire someone
anything.
to do it. Hire one of your
I did
folks.
that. That's how I wrote the book. I swear to God, I just said you have to listen to all this stuff and find the stuff out. But it's always sad because I've tried it a few times, and a few times the guys have gone and listened to a couple of shows, and then I go, find anything good? And they're like, not so much. And it's like, oh, you didn't say anything fucking good?
You got to get a better guy.
Get a better guy. They get a little better crab comb.
Get a guy and make him get high before he watches you.
Yeah.
That's very important. We were talking about this. There's a lot of people say, oh, you're always talking about pot. Why are you always talking about pot? Because it's fucking awesome, all right? And it's awesome, and it has this terrible reputation, this wrong, incorrect reputation because of fucking Nancy Reagan and Just Say No and Nixon and all the nonsense and propaganda that they force-fed you. It is a plant that is here, and it has benefits. That has great benefits for your mind. And to pretend that it doesn't, to me, is ridiculous.
We did a few things. We started lumping drugs in under one umbrella.
Absolutely true.
Just like you would no sooner do it with, you were just talking about women. Hey, Joe,
right.
I would like to set you up with woman. You'd be like, what? Colors her hair? How tall is she? How old is he? What's a cup
size?
Or
when someone says you hate women,
it's
because
not
you think one woman's a cunt.
It all just became drugs, and somehow methamphetamine and marijuana just sort of got lumped in under the same umbrella.
You
which
do
is
drugs?
Fucking such a huge mistake. And then the other thing that drives me insane about our legal system, when they pulled those guys over who went on to rob the North Hollywood Bank over there in Laurel Canyon, those crazy motherfuckers who were like, and by the way, they were beaked out of their mind on uppers, and that's why
steroids
and everything else. But all right, they pulled those dudes over in like Eagle Rock, and they popped the trunk of their car, and they found ski masks, police scanners, body armor, maps, automatic weapons that were modified illegally. I mean, semi-automatic weapons that were modified to go full automatic with armor-piercing rounds and extended banana clips and stuff. They found everything in the trunk of their car that basically said, oh, these guys are on their way to rob a bank. When they arrested them, they could not get them for attempted bank robbery because the law says, hey, man, we got to catch you robbing a bank. Just because you're driving around with police scanners and armor-piercing bullets and ski masks doesn't mean you're going to rob a bank. We know practically it means you're going to rob a bank. But the way our law system, the system works is you have to rob a bank, and then we will prosecute you for robbing a bank. And we all agree, all right, that's how it works. And these guys got locked up for a little something. And when they got out, they gave them back a lot of their police scanners and a lot of their shit that was their property. Fine. Then they robbed the bank, and then they had the North Hollywood shootout, which was completely and utterly insane. But the point is this. We could not prosecute them for robbing a bank before they robbed the bank. And how come when you get busted for more than a shoebox full of marijuana or even a coffee can full of marijuana, you get intent to distribute?
Right.
They don't have to catch you distributing. Maybe I just like to stock up on weed. That's insane. That's an insane part of the law to me, because every other thing works is we need a body for murder and we need a witness for attempted murder. This is the only thing where they go, you were going to do with this pot, even though they never caught you doing anything with it. And again, maybe you like to shop like you shop at Smart and Final or Costco, where you just want a 55-gallon drum of garbanzo beans, and that's your fucking business.
That's how I used to do it before the weed stores came around. I used to buy in bulk because I didn't want to deal with these guys.
Right.
You know, there was a dude named Jake the Snake that was Eddie Bravo's friend that we used to have to fucking deal with, and we used to buy weed from him. And he was so stupid. And Eddie Bravo's, black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, choked out, one of the first guys to ever choke out a Gracie in competition. And this fucking idiot was like, man, you couldn't do that shit to me. Eddie had to strangle this kid 3 times on his fucking front lawn. You can't do that again. You got lucky. He had to do it again and again and again. I mean, this kid was so stupid, and we were buying weed from him. And so, I would just buy a big pile of it.
So you never have to deal with that
just
guy.
go, please shut the fuck up. Here's the money. Please shut the fuck up.
It's just so sad that you can't, as a homeowner and a taxpayer, just plant a pot plant in your backyard.
Well, you can. You can now, but the problem is federally you can't. You can state-wise. As far as the state's concerned, it depends on each county, has a different law, but you can have a certain amount of plants and a certain amount of pot. You can have up to like a half a pound of pot and up to X amount of plants, as long as you have a medical recommendation, or if you have a waiver, you can get even more plants, which I do. I have a waiver because I need extra. Just because I could.
My mom had
a waiver. I'm like, yeah, give me that fucking waiver, man.
And you don't even use it.
My mom had a pot plant in her backyard when I was like in the 6th grade.
Really?
Yeah. And I told my buddy Hamid, and the next day it was gone.
He stole it?
Wow.
I'm just doing the Hamid math on that one.
Wow, what a douchebag Hamid is.
Yeah, I never told my mom.
Wow.
I guess if she's a big Joe Rogan podcaster, she's going to hear it. Sorry, Mom. Yeah. And the weed thing is, I've said this many times, and I think I said it in my book. Here's the difference between weed and other drugs. I would rather have 1,000 guys that smoked weed live in my neighborhood rather than one tweaker.
Oh, yeah.
Just one fucking meth head.
Yeah, one meth head, and you see him, you're like, we need to get rid of that guy. Like, you should think about killing him.
Right.
Like there's a diseased person. It's like I'm watching the show Walking Dead. That I just bought the DVD, the set. Pretty fucking badass. Good zombie show. But, there comes a point in the show where, people get bit and they're all sitting around trying to figure what are we going to do? And some people want to kill the guy and some people don't. But, a meth head is just like a zombie. It's like this guy's infected. I mean, this guy's fucked up. He could do anything. He could kill you. He could do anything to try to get this shit. They have terrible decision-making capabilities. They're almost like just a high-functioning zombie. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, and the idea that I haven't checked recent statistics, but about 5 years ago, this country spent more on pot eradication than it did on meth, and that's utterly insane. It's just insane.
It's just a financial thing. It's 100% a financial thing. And there's a huge industry in keeping marijuana illegal, as far as law enforcement, as far as, the people in pharmaceutical companies. They want marijuana to stay illegal. There's a lot of bad fucking cops out there when it comes to drugs. And one of the things they do, and this is a common thing in the grower community, they rob pot dealers. Cops do. And they did it to a friend of mine. A friend of mine was growing, and his neighbor turned him in. Well, he was growing legally. So the cops came and, they ask him questions and they go over all of his shit. And he goes, okay, you're all right, you're legal. And then a couple weeks later, he gets home invaded. Okay?
Really?
Yeah, by cops.
Wow.
By fucking cops. The guy says, freeze, pulls a gun on him and it goes, freeze. And my friend goes, freeze? What the fuck are you saying? Were you a fucking cop? And the guy panics and shuts up, and it became this crazy fucking situation where he even is pretty sure he knows who the cops are, but can't say anything because he doesn't want the cops coming after him. He had to fucking move. He had to move because he got robbed by cops.
What's up with the neighbors? That's my big question. What's up with the fucking neighbors? I've had so many shit bald douchebag neighbors have called the cops over nothing.
Yeah.
God, like,
I don't know. I wouldn't go budget on vaporizers.
No?
Yeah, it seems like complicated, man. It seems like there's a lot of shit going on there, and electricity, and it's heat. And anytime there's heat, I say you gotta get the best thing, because you don't want things burning through the fucking cord and blowing up in your house or whatever some cheap piece of shit would do.
Yeah.
Just get the stuff that's gonna work. That volcano thing, what we're talking about is a vaporizer. And what vaporizing is, ladies and gentlemen, is for the health conscious amongst us, the stoners that don't want any of those bad, nasty bits that you take in from burning smoke, which apparently is not nearly as bad for you as tobacco smoke, but it's got to be somewhat bad for you. It's just smoke. I mean, I don't know. It has some health benefits. It's an expectorant, and apparently it's very good for people when they have asthma. People have asthma, at least some of them, have reported that they have a benefit from smoking the pot. But what the vaporizer does is it cuts out all the health problems. It heats it up, but doesn't burn it. And it blows air through it, and it releases this THC mist, and that is collected in one of these. And what this is you hear it, the iTunes folks, it's a plastic bag. At the end of it, it has this little nozzle, and you just suck out the pure THC. And if you suck out enough, you can see aliens.
And by the way, the Volcano, I've tried every single kind of vaporizer known to man, and the Volcano is the only one that I recommend. If you're going to get one, get the Volcano, because that shit works, where the other ones you're trying to adjust the temperature right, and then sometimes it feels like you're not getting anything, then other times it's like you got too much dark smoke for some reason. All that shit is just too ridiculous. Just the Volcano does it.
Yeah, it just figures out how to
works.
do it. But I see how people don't want to pay that much money to get high.
Yeah. I was on Craigslist looking, and there was a lot of those generic ones on there.
You know, the only reason why all this shit costs so much is because it's illegal. It's the only reason. The only reason everything costs so much because it's illegal. Marijuana should be cheap as fuck. It's a plant. It's easy to grow. It's a goddamn weed. It doesn't even get sick. It doesn't rot. You know, you ever look at some trees and there's also bugs fucking them up? Bugs don't fuck up reefer. Step back, bitch. You didn't even have a chance. Bugs don't have a chance. Reefer doesn't need pesticides. Like, people always say, what happens if they put pesticides in your weed, man? You can get, DDT poisoning, bro. That's what's wrong with weed. No, you don't need it. It doesn't need pesticides. It doesn't get sick. It's not like all these pussy-ass plants. It's one of the toughest plants that's ever existed. It's the best fiber. The fiber that you make out of hemp, like when you make hemp jeans or clothes, it's like so much more sturdy than cotton. And the paper, like hemp paper, is so superior to cotton. It all became illegal. Most people don't even know this, but it became illegal back when they figured out a more effective way to process the hemp fiber. It was legal forever, but it became like something that people stopped using because cotton became so much more easy to process. They came up with the cotton gin. And instead of just having slaves pick the cotton, which was a huge pain in the ass, then they could run it through this fucking machine, and it made it way easier. And so people were like, fuck this hemp. Because hemp fiber is like really tough stuff. And you got to break it down. If you ever watch like manual breaking down of hemp fiber, it's a laborious process, man. Because the fucking stalk of this plant, this is like an animal, or an alien plant rather. It's an incredible plant. Like, it's the fibers like super fucking tough and strong. You make the best rope out of it, the best cloth out of it. It's like so superior, but it takes a long time to turn that fiber into cloth or paper. It's really difficult to break down. And then in like the early 1930s, a guy came out with a machine called a decorticator. And what the decorticator did was allow them to process it just like the cotton gin processes cotton, allows it to smash it down into this pulp and make it much more usable, like almost immediately. And then that's when they said, fuck this. And that's when pot became illegal. Pot became illegal entirely because of hemp, which has nothing to do with the psychoactive properties. It became illegal because of William Randolph Hearst, who was running newspapers, and he also had paper mills. And they were going to make people start using hemp paper. That was going to be the shit, because you could take like a forest full of trees and you chop them down. Well, you're fucked because you don't have any more trees. You know, it takes a long ass time for those trees to grow back. But hemp, you grow it every 4 months. You'd have a new fucking crop. I mean, you could use the same property over and over and over again. It's renewable, and you get much more paper per year. So this motherfucker was going to have to spend millions of dollars. So them and DuPont, William Randolph Hearst and DuPont, they got together and they said, here, what we'll do? We'll fucking say that pot makes blacks and Mexicans rape white chicks. And that's all they did. That's what they did. That's literally what they did. They started printing stories, William Randolph Hearst did in the paper, of this new drug called marijuana. And what marijuana was had nothing even to do with pot. The original name for marijuana was a slang for a wild Mexican tobacco. So they call it marijuana and then say blacks and Mexicans are smoking marijuana. So when Congress made hemp illegal, when they made marijuana illegal, they didn't even know they were making hemp illegal as well. They fucked everybody. And they did it in 1930-something. It's amazing that that shit is still going on. It's still illegal in the age of the internet, where all the information is at your disposal. Everything. You can Google search every fucking study ever done on pot, and you can see right away that most people want it legal. Who's stopping it? Oh, people with money. Why are they stopping it? Well, because they're making money on marijuana being illegal. And they're using that money and they're bribing politicians, and that's how they keep it in place. Fuck. Really? In 2011, you can be that open. It's that open, where you can see so clearly. It's so sick, man. It's sick. It's sick that we live like this. It's sick that you can put people in jail for wanting to smoke a joint and kick back and listen to some good music and, eat some food and have some great conversation with friends and not hurt anybody. And yet cops can come and lock you up in a fucking cage for that. It's ridiculous. We know what drugs are bad, folks. We know. We have to stop letting people tell you that the drugs that are good are bad, because they're fucking wrong. There's ones that are bad. Don't do meth. Don't do heroin. Or if you do, you got to be a musician or something. Heroin seems to be okay for musicians. Antoine Dodson got arrested for marijuana possession. Did you hear?
Did he?
Yeah. Run and tell
Where?
that. Home boy. Somewhere in Alabama, I think.
Oh. What's he doing in Alabama?
That's probably where he lives.
No, I thought he moved back to L.A. I heard he was living in L.A. now, and they were filming a new show with him out here.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe he went back home to say hi to the homies, and he got busted.
Hi, homies. Uh-oh.
Yeah, back then, man, you still can get busted. Back there, rather. Back there is back then. That's funny, because I said back then, meaning like Alabama, but it is back then in time as well. That's really what it is. I'm saying back then because I'm thinking of it as it being in like the 50s. I should have said back there, but back then is more appropriate. They live in a fucking time warp.
Yeah.
Stupid ass place where you can get fucking arrested for. Oh, do you hear about the Rhode Island guy? Here's another one. I love hearing about politicians that get fucked up. This guy who was he was a anti-marijuana House Minority Leader, Robert Watson. He was arrested for alcohol and drug charges. They pull homeboy over, and he failed the field sobriety test. So then. They grabbed him and they search his pockets, and they find out he's got a plastic bag filled with pot and a wooden pipe. So this fucking dummy, who is this anti-pot guy, gets busted with pot. And that to me, that's like a gay guy who's secretly gay who votes against gay marriage, and that they should be locked up. You're like a traitor. You're like a traitor for humanity. Like, you're a bad person. Like, if you really want to lock people in jail for pot and yet you enjoy pot, you're a shitty human being. You're willing to put your own personal gain ahead of the betterment of the people. You're willing to take something that is not right and push it because you think more people are going to agree with you because it's the contemporary opinion, And that's a really shitty human being. That guy, I hope that guy is ostracized from the political community for life. I hope they never allow him back. And it's sad, but they probably will. He'll probably eventually show up somewhere else and apologize or become a Christian or something stupid, and they'll suck him right back in. Enough people will believe in him that he'll get some shitty job at some shitty little fucking community where they won't bother Google searching what a douchebag he is.
Hopefully he gets eye herpes.
The preacher man says it's the end of time, and the Mississippi River, she's a going dry. The interest is up and the stock market's down, and you're only getting mugged if you go downtown.
But if you're Joe Rogan, you're a champion jiu-jitsu guy, mixed martial arts, he'll beat up the mugger.
Would you see?
Joe is really nice. He's agreed to stay with us a whole other hour. And we're going to have Burmis back in later to talk 9/11. with him. JoeRogan.net. Joe, I want to get back into 9/11 and other things later, but right now I wanted to talk about DMT and electronic voting machines, because I know you've talked a lot about both those issues, and they're both pretty darn important. You want to get into DMT first and the type of experiences you've had? I mean, you're a big health guy, but you've taken this, I guess, as a spiritual experience or whatever. You want to tell folks what happens when you take it?
I think that psychedelic experiences are the root of all religious experiences. That's what my personal belief is. I believe that these religious experiences that people have had without psychedelics are the result of natural, endogenous dumps of psychedelics in your system. And this is from reading a lot of people's books. None of these are my ideas.
Yeah, you eat some bad cheese and it's got DMT in it. It's in a lot of natural things.
It's not that simple. It's not that you can't really eat DMT, because DMT, your stomach produces something called monoamine oxidase, and it breaks down.
You got to smoke it, but I mean, there's other things that'll make you hallucinate and food, though.
There's ways that they've been doing it for thousands of years in the Amazon, where they make a brew called ayahuasca, and what it is the vine of one plant and then the leaves of another plant, and it's mixed together. So it's DMT is in one of the plants, and the other plant is what's called an MAO inhibitor, a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And what that does is it allows them to take an orally active form of DMT. And this drug DMT, you want to call it a drug, it's actually a natural human neurotransmitter.
No, I understand.
And it exists, but I'm just saying to people that don't understand it, it exists everywhere in nature. It exists in thousands of different plants. It exists in human beings make it naturally. They believe the pineal gland is what makes it. And what that means, what the pineal gland is, it's literally your third eye. It's a gland in the middle of your forehead that in reptiles, in some reptiles, it actually has a retina and a cornea and a lens. I mean, it literally is a third eye. And this is where all the anecdotal evidence points to that this gland is producing this crazy chemical.
During your sleep.
It's produced in your body, wherever it is, whatever makes it. When you take this stuff, you encounter the most unbelievably beautiful experience, ultimate wisdom, being in front of something that exposes every single aspect of your personality, of your thoughts, everything you've ever said and done. It's like reads you right through you, connects you to everything in the world, and you're being communicated with. Something is talking to you, and it's whatever it is, you're looking at it, and it's constantly changing, and it looks like, the way I describe it, I say it's like complex geometric patterns that are made out of love. It's some unbelievable experience, and your own brain makes this stuff, and they believe that your brain makes this stuff in mass quantities right before you die. So what you could be seeing when you do DMT, heaven, the idea of heaven, might be real. It might not be as simple as you die. It might be something far more complicated.
Now, Joe, if you love this stuff so much, I mean, you're a big health guy. You've only taken it twice, though. Is that because it's so heavy?
I've taken it a bunch of times.
Okay, well, I must have heard an old interview then.
It's not, yeah, it was an old interview. That was a few years ago. It's not something that you do all the time, though. It's something that you do, and then you have to really think about what you learned when you were having that experience, because otherwise you're going to lose your context. The problem with psychedelics is if you do them too much, you lose your connection to this world. You lose your connection to people and life and our culture and our society and communication and friendship. You lose your connection because the other world is so crazy and so alien to this world that once you've been in it a few times, this world doesn't make any more sense.
Stay there, Joe. I want to talk about how we're in one world while we're sleeping and another world while we're waking. Stay there.
Waging war on corruption. Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. Government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
5 minutes left with Joe Rogan by himself. Then we've got scheduled Vincent Bugliosi, the prosecutor of the Manson family. He's saying George Bush needs to be arrested and indicted for murder. So Joe will be riding shotgun with us for that. And then another 30 minutes after Bugliosi leaves us, we can get into a bunch of other issues. Always love having Joe on with us, and we've certainly waited too long to have him back up. We appreciate him coming on. JoeRogan.net. My websites are Infowars.com and prisonplanet.com. We also have the viewers at prisonplanet.tv. And these are the type of great guests we bring you Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. Joe Rogan, you were talking about this chemical that's in the brain associated with dreaming, associated with spiritual experiences, DMT. And the last time I'd seen an interview with you talking about it, you've taken it a few times. You since say you've taken it more. Again, please continue about the sleeping world, that reality, and then the waking world.
That is, a lot of that is speculation by what happens to us when we sleep. What they believe is that DMT is produced in large levels during sleeping and during the moment before death. And one of the things about the DMT experience that's the most unsettling, or the strangest rather, is that when you pop over there, you feel like you've been there before. Like right away, you're like, oh man, I've been here. Like instantly, you recognize it. Almost like you go there all the time. And that's the idea behind it. The idea behind it is that there's something happens to us when we sleep, and that it's very possible that we enter into the DMT world when we're in the periods of heavy REM sleep. And the reason why they believe that is that one of the reasons is just like a dream. You know when you have a dream and you wake up and you're like, whoa, I had the craziest dream.
It fades away in seconds.
And 5, 10 seconds later, you can't remember the dream. A half an hour later, it's like, I had a dream. Like, you remember, like, little flashes of what you were talking about. Like, maybe if it's really crazy and you were talking about it, then you'll remember because you were talking to someone about it. Like, you wake your wife up and you just immediately start telling her about your dream, and then she'll kind of remember it, and then she'll remind you, and then you'll remember it. Well, that's what DMT is like.
What's that term? I'm in a movie about it. You'd think I remember the name. It's not astronaut. It's about people that are into experiencing, remembering their dreams, controlling their dreams.
Oh, lucid dreaming.
Yeah, lucid dreaming, but there's a term, Argonauts or something.
I don't know. But there's people that believe that is related to DMT. That the lucid dream and DMT is very closely related.
Well, here's the deal. I don't get into
speculation, though. Dr. Rick Strassman, he's a guy out of the University of New Mexico, is doing all these crazy studies to try to figure out what is real and what is not. He's got this whole Cottonwood Research Foundation that is dedicated to finding out what the levels of DMT are in a bunch of different human, different things that we do during the day, different actions, whether it's being scared or whether it's being in love, and they're going to do a whole bunch of studies to try to figure out what the levels are.
Well, all I know is
stuff.
I've had a few dozen dreams, and you always know after them. It's kind of a waking dream. You wake up, you're sweating. It's so intense. Like, I had a dream of this exact person that tried to mug me in Dallas. I'm like 15. I wake up, freaked out. I see this person in this green and yellow and pink shirt come around the corner and assault me. And as I was walking around this corner, about 5-6 months later, this person comes around the corner and attacks me, and it's them. And I was because I told people about it, Joe. And
you know why people think that that's crazy? Is because people can't do that all the time. That's the only reason why people think that's crazy. If you stop and think about all the crazy things that people can do, how about just the fact that we can see out of our eyes? We look through these organs in our head, and we can make out objects, and we can read things, and that's a crazy gift. Could you imagine if there were no eyes, trying to describe the power of eyesight to someone if there were no eyes? It would be almost impossible.
Wow, Joe, that's an amazing way to describe it. Blowing me away.
That is how it could be. It could be that there's a bunch of different things that are possible. We just don't have the capability to do it, or we're evolving the capability of it. Human beings aren't done evolving.
Joe Rogan's our guest. Stay with us.
I really just started thinking more and more about how insane it is that we're basically, as human beings, we follow the leader, but there's no leader. We're all pretending that we know what life is all about, where life is going, where this country's going, and where the war is going. We all want to pretend that we know this is a great candidate or this is a great direction for our country, but the reality is we know so little, it's shocking. You know, I mean, that's a very real possibility too. You know, the idea of the Earth as this living organism, you know, just like we're living organisms, that the Earth is one too, and it's aware of all this and any changes, and you know, maybe it's intelligent and it's evolving its intelligence. Maybe it's evolving just as we're evolving technology. Maybe the Earth is evolving its consciousness. Maybe it's a constant process for everything, not just human beings. You know, but for maybe the planet itself. It's very possible. I mean, who's to say it's not? Just because it can't express itself in English language, you know, or you know, through something that we can stick into a DVD player, it doesn't mean it's not conscious. If someone farted and you did not hear it, and you didn't have a sense of smell, you'd have no idea there was anything going on. You would be sitting there in someone's stench and not feel bad at all. You'd have no idea, because you wouldn't have the sense for it. How do we not know that there are an infinite amount of things happening around us all the time that we do not have the senses for? There's all sorts of evidence in other animals and other life forms that they don't have the sense to detect us. Plants don't seem to me to be able to detect the fact that we're going to chop them down. How about ants? You ever like wave your hand over a bunch of ants? They have no fucking idea you're even there. You know, until you step on them, they have no idea you're even there. You know, how do we not know that we're just like that? That there's something around us all the time that we just can't detect, you know?
It's very clear that things are becoming more and more complex. They're evolving. Sure, there's some dumb shit that's stuffed in there too, and there's always going to be dumb shit. You need to feed the dummies. But on the most part, it's evolving. I think that our main problem as human beings is that we are in a stage of evolution. And we're in an adolescent stage, and we are certainly passing where we used to be, and our potential for evolving above the basic fight or flight instincts, and our potential for evolving above just animal brutality and anger and jealousy and all these things that we think that we need in order to compete and survive. It's like we have this potential for one side or the other. We have this potential to be like, you know, like an evil government that corrupts its citizens, or we have this potential to be a brother. We have this potential to be a sister. We have this potential to be someone who loves you like they love family, like they love themselves. We're here in this temporary situation as one gigantic hive, one superorganism, and that the more love you spread out, the more positive energy you spread out, the more you get back. You know, the more it comes back to affect you, and it goes out in ripples, because the people that you affect, they affect other people as well. And the more positive you spread out, literally you can change your world. You can change the world of the people that you come in contact with. You know, I think that is what human beings are slowly starting to realize, and that may be what God really is. What God might be is everything.
Because one cool thing about the people who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, whoever the fuck they were, is that they were courageous enough to try to express that experience as though it were a reality. And now, when people take a psychedelic, they mark it off as some kind of dream or an imaginary thing that happened to them that's not real. So they pretend that this alternate dimension that seems to exist and exactly on top of ours and is filled with hyperdimensional, super intelligent beings that throughout time have been called aliens or angels or elves or dwarfs or whatever the fact that these people tried to articulate that. They tried to bring something back from that place here, and just the effect of bringing a close linguistic description of that place onto this planet. Look at the fucking change it caused. It created a religion. We date time based on that. The way we look at time is after Jesus' birth. All that stuff. It's like the power that comes from being able to swim out into the hypersonic waters of the psychedelic experience. Keep your fucking head about you. look at what you're seeing. Try to understand it in a logical way instead of being like, I'm partying. Try to understand it. What is this? Is this a projection of what's inside of you? Or are you seeing something that's really there? And if you're seeing something that's really there, what are those symbols you're looking at? What are those? Is that Mayan? Is that Sanskrit? What is that? And the more you try to understand that and really get the message, because there was a message over there. We've all heard it. You've heard it. I've heard it. The message is, the universe loves you, and you're fine, and everything's gonna be fine. Don't be scared. Try to spread love. Be positive. Embrace the world. Embrace your fucking neighbors, and let go of the fear that's ruining your life. That's the message. That message gets interpreted in a bunch of different ways. Buddhism, Christianity, whatever. But it's not like people are supposed to stop bringing that message back. That's the thing.
Well, people don't want to accept that that's where that message comes from. There's a lot of people, when you connect something to the idea of it coming from a mushroom or any type of drug, ayahuasca, whatever, it inherently devalues the experience. Like, I didn't listen to it, but apparently Robin Quivers from this Howard Stern show went to Peru, and I heard a lot of talk about it, but, you know, when I'm in my car, I never know what episode I'm listening to. I didn't catch that one, you know. But apparently she went to Peru to engage in an ayahuasca ceremony, and they were giving her a hard time because she's like a vegan. They're like, what, you won't even drink milk and you'll take this fucking shit? Which is very funny. But you know, a lot of people, they were poo-pooing her experience. And that experience, the ayahuasca experience, the mushroom experience, you know, everybody that is religious wants to believe in God. What I'm telling you is I can show you something that represents God. For sure. You can meet what God is. And I'm not saying it's God you're meeting, but you can meet what God is. What God is perfect and all-knowing and all-embracing and loving and wise and constantly around you all the time. Well, when you take mushrooms, that's what you feel.
Yeah.
That's what you feel. You really feel God. And I'm not saying that is God that you're communicating with, or what God is, or what even the concept of God. When you say God, all of a sudden it's this male hierarchy point of reference where you think of like one alpha that controls all.
No way.
But it's not that. It's God is more like everything.
It's like a super dimensional glob of
everything.
Brilliance and intelligence. It's always, and also it's constantly changing. That's the other thing. Like it's like trying to even talk about it. It's like trying to talk about like a spinning slot machine. It's like it's constantly like morphing and shifting, and it's so fucking potent, whatever it is, that we're runoffs of it. Like when you see water running down your windshield and like streams of water will break into little globs of water. That's what we are. We're just little broken off globs of super intelligence that have taken on these personalities and think that we're individuals. And you know what else breaks off in that fucking thing? Elves. Hyperdimensional things that aren't necessarily out to love you. And like, there really is like, there are beings out there that are, I don't know, man, like super intelligent toddlers. I think McKenna talked about it. They're like baby God or something.
Okay. Here's the devil's advocate point of view.
Please.
How do you not know that those thoughts, those demons, just represent thoughts in your mind? And perhaps what that experience is entirely is you contacting your own thoughts and ideas and dreams and hopes and expression without the context of reality attached to them.
Sure.
So without the idea of, you know, what you did that you're embarrassed about, that made you weird about your underwear when you were 13, you know, instead of that, maybe it manifests itself in almost a living thing. Almost, you know, that all...
sure, projections.
So when you're seeing these, when you're saying there are beings out there that are fucking with you, maybe those are things that you've let grow in your mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that that's the modern take on it, and I think that that's one useful handle to like to like grab a hold of an idea like that.
Have you considered that when you were in there? When you said you had experience?
Oh,
recently.
like these are projection mechanisms.
That what you're seeing literally is like that. Thoughts are live. They're real things. That they look. Have you ever heard the possibility? I mean, the discussion rather of the idea that aliens will come through the mind, and that they're not going to manifest themselves in a real form, and that when you think of the imagination or when you think of dreams, and what we have is some weird, slippery sort of experience that we can't completely control. But what if that dimension of dreams, that sleep dimension that you tap into when all your neurochemistry starts flowing between the blood-brain barrier while you're in heavy REM sleep, what if that is in fact another dimension? dimension? What if that is in fact a world, and that is where aliens will contact you through? They will contact you through this spiritual dimension instead of a physical dimension.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, and if you think about taking mushrooms and these elves show up, it is possible that negative things that you've created in your own life, shitty choices or bad energy that you've set forth and then nurtured and repressed and put it down and tried to deny it, and all these different things that people do to sort of rationalize creepy things that they do in their lives.
Sure.
What if those things manifest themselves as living organisms in the free pool of your mind?
Yeah, that's actually, I think, fucking Carl Jung said that exact same thing that you
I met
just...
Carl Jung this weekend.
No, you didn't.
I met a crazy guy who took 6.8 grams of mushrooms and told me he was Carl Jung. This guy comes up to me and he goes, I need to talk to you. I have information that I'm sure you don't know about. I go, how can you be sure? And he goes, I just know. I tried to talk to Brian Redband about it, but he replied to my email with some stupid joke. I go, that sounds like Brian. I want to give you knuckles for that. So, and then homeboy goes, I've been doing psychedelic research. I need to get this information for you. Listen, it's going to sound crazy. I used to be, in another life, I was Carl Jung. I go, how can you be sure? And he goes, I've seen things that you've never seen. I go, how can you know that? This is ridiculous. I go, you're too confident, son. Get out of here. And I kicked him out of there.
I remember that guy. That was.
Do you remember him?
Yeah, I got to find that email. That's crazy.
I talked about him on the podcast on the plane with Sam Tripoli. I did, but that podcast might suck. I'm not even going to release it. I might not release it because we were both hungover and tired, and we were talking about stupid shit. So I'm not sure.
I'm still hungover from fucking Joey Diaz giving me a banana cake.
Yeah, I got a text from Brian in capital letters. Do not eat Joey Diaz's banana bread.
You can never eat edible marijuana that Joey Diaz gives you unless you have Thorazine on hand. Don't take that stuff.
Unless you have a big hypodermic filled with adrenaline that you could stuff into your chest to
stick in your jugular vein. Just dude, Joey Diaz gave me once gave me like some breath strips. I guess this is the first time I'd taken breath strips, and he was like, eat 2 of these. And I'm like,
Did he really tell you to do that? I don't tell anybody ever to take more than a quarter. I hold their hand. I go, dude, listen to me, bro. Listen to me. I love you. Don't take more than a quarter.
Well, see,
I think Joey likes the torture.
Knowing Joey Diaz, that's what I did. I only took half of one of these, knowing him, and I was driving home on the interstate, and was like, well, it's definitely the apocalypse. The world is ending. I see that clearly now. I'm in the last days, and there was a McDonald's, and I was going to stop my car and run to the McDonald's to get a burger because traffic wasn't moving. That's how bad the logic was working in my mind. I'll just get I know I can make it there to get a Diet Coke and back. But anyway, I get home. I'm having the most terrible marijuana trip. I'm laying in bed. I'm like, oh my God, the world's in my heart's pounding. Phone rings. Phone rings. Joey Diaz. I answer it. He's like, welcome to my house, motherfucker.
So he thought you took all 2 of them?
He knew
you'd only taken a quarter?
Yeah, I suppose he just surmised that.
He's so crazy.
One of his buddies got the Listerine, the acid thing, and there was like a few of them in there, and I guess they all melted together. Do you remember that?
I did that once.
And the guy took like a bunch of them. He never smoked weed. He never ate weed, and he was like his first time trying it. So Joey, gave him some, and there was like a lot in there, and they had melted together into one.
He had a massive panic attack.
Yeah, I think the guy called in the ambulance.
Yeah, he called 911. Yeah. He had a panic attack.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. There needs to be a special 911, like when you press a button on your phone when you get directed, like, have you eaten edible marijuana?
Press
yes,
one,
and then it takes
Jerry
you,
Garcia
and it's just someone who can calm you down. Yeah,
it's just music songs.
Well, what people don't realize is that there's cannabinoid receptors in your mind that are established for 2 things. They come out during like runner's high and and some other things, but also they're there to receive marijuana. They're to receive all the shit that's in marijuana. Marijuana easily could be responsible for human behavioral development.
Sure.
We could have a long time ago have had some sort of a symbiotic relationship with marijuana. I mean, you look at the characteristics that it's all about, like being loving. It makes people kinder and friendlier and sillier and less threatening and more insecure. So it makes you like less cocky.
Yeah.
It's all like good things for society. And the human use of it has gone. I was at this. Oh God, I got to tell you about this. I know the history of cannabis because I was at a place in Toronto. I went to this nutty fucking place. It is Valhalla for pothead comedians. It's a head shop, and in the back room they have a comedy club.
Oh, cool.
Dude, it's called I probably shouldn't say what it's called. I think it's on the DL. But anyway, you go there, and they have this big thing, the history of cannabis, 4,000 years old, evidence of cannabis use in China, and it goes like throughout human history, how long people have been using marijuana, and they're selling bongs, they're selling like pipes and shit. And then you go into the back room, and they have a comedy club.
That's cool.
They have a comedy club, dude, and you go on stage, and I went on stage and sparked up a joint immediately when I got it. It's a full hot box. You can't see the back of the room. It's filled with weed smoke. And the whole time I was on stage, I did like an hour. The whole time I'm up there, dudes are hitting the bong, and they're passing joints, and it's fucking crazy.
Was it too much? Like too much
Way
smoke?
too much. My voice, that's one of the reasons why I'm coughing today, I think.
Sam.
I'm just breathing in that, that's what
Sam totally lost his voice almost. He's like,
yeah, that motherfucker needs ventilation for sure. But my voice was like really hot and red. But it didn't affect me the next night when I did the UFC. It didn't bother me at all. But it was hot and like I remember getting out of there going, God, I got to go outside and breathe. And then the cool air of, I mean, literally there was no oxygen in the room. It was just pot smoke. It was fucking crazy. And the way Toronto is right now, apparently there's some sort of a situation where they had a law to make it illegal, but the law was ruled unconstitutional. So now in the 90 days between the next revision of the law, it's basically in limbo. So it's like
it's legal.
Pot's sort of legal, sort of. You know what I mean? Like they could probably bust your balls if they wanted to and lock you up, and you'd. You know, who knows?
Dude, did they, at the history of marijuana thing, did they talk about the white mummies in China?
White mummies? What is that? No.
In fucking China, they found these white mummies Caucasian mummies.
Oh, yeah.
You know about that? They had like blonde hair and they had fucking weed on them.
Yes, and they were like tall.
Yeah, tall Caucasian mummies.
Yeah, with marijuana. And what year was that dated to?
I was like, I don't know, I'll fuck it up. I said it was like 3,000 years. It was a long time ago. But the funny thing is, on the internet, you can look it up. There's a National Geographic thing about these mummies, and there's this scientist being like, I don't like saying this, but there was marijuana on those mummies. Like it's
what a
really,
fool.
it's like
what a fool he is. I don't like saying that.
Yeah, I don't know.
How could people? Why are people so reluctant to admit the positive effects that all these, or the effects, the need that people have for all these different intoxicants? Why is it? I mean, why is it so mainstream to dismiss it? Is that some Nancy Reagan shit that's still left over?
Well, I think it's older than that. I mean, God, we could, like, isn't it like the people who came over here in the beginning were super religious and they had all these like ideas about sex and intoxication that were really super strict, and we're their distant ancestors, and somehow that line of guilt still remains where if people like, I only drink after 5 p.m., I'll only smoke marijuana after 4:20. You know, they said all these things because like you're not supposed to be in an intoxicated state more than a little bit, and if you are, then you've got a drug problem. I must have a drug problem. When isn't it possible that not all drugs are exactly the same? You know, isn't it possible that you don't put everything under the umbrella of drugs?
So what's holding it back? Do you think the people that are holding it back, I've always said no one needs pot more than the guy who wants pot to be illegal.
Right.
You know, no one needs acid more than the guy who wants to make acid illegal.
Sure.
No one needs mushroom, down the line. It's so simple. So how is it still in a situation the way it is in today, in 2011, with all the information that we have? It still never gets stopped. And there's a feeling of I love you too. But I think it's the weed talking.
You are very important. I'm not that high, I'm telling you.
Why is it so harsh on the throat?
Because I think your thing is too hot.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's smoking it too much.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you might be right. I'm going to kill him. Volcano's very tricky. Some guy just got life in jail for his third weed.
I'm never going to be able... Is that on camera? I'm never going to be able to run for
Fourth marijuana conviction gets Slidell, Louisiana. Man, life in prison. He's a repeat offender. And by this repeat offender, the jury found the defendant guilty of attempting to possess and distribute marijuana. Dude was selling weed. And they put him in jail for life.
Damn.
For life. And he's 35 years old.
Terrible.
Like, that's ridiculous.
It's terrible. It's a tragedy.
It's the only way pot kills you. There's two ways.
Wait. What was all 4 times? The same thing?
Yeah, sells weed.
All right, that guy probably deserves to be in jail. I think after the second or third time, all right, dude, just fucking get a different job.
Okay, what, for selling weed? Dude,
yes.
No, the law is unjust. It's unjust.
Right. Yeah, but he's also a retard.
Yes, he's definitely not the brightest guy in the world. But what he's doing is not hurting anyone. Dude, we have too many fucking laws. You don't feel bad for him because it's not you, dude.
No.
Because it easily could be. Don't be
think
silly.
Anything type strike things. Like, if you have 4 DUIs, I think you deserve to be fucking locked
You're
up.
right.
You're just a fucking retard. If this guy's selling weed...
4 DUIs are dangerous. You're hurting people. You're scaring people.
It doesn't matter.
Brian, that matters
well, I mean,
a lot.
it matters, but it also matters like this guy's been in trouble 3 times, 2 times. Shouldn't sell weed anymore, right?
Okay, you're right, but you're giving in to the man. Yeah. You're saying whatever rules that you make, as illogical as they are, I'm going to follow by them because I don't want to get locked in a cage. What I'm saying is there's no way you should be locking someone in a cage for that. It doesn't make any sense. And if someone does that, they're the criminals. When you have a society, a complex society with a massive amount of access to information, literally you can find the answers to any question instantly on your phone. When you have a law that's in place that's completely illogical, like marijuana laws, and then you prosecute people for them, and then you lock them in jail, you are the criminal. You are the one who's going against logic and nature with all your fucking silly studies. Ron Paul just owned some motherfucker the other day on the Senate floor, and the guy was talking about marijuana.
He said he thought heroin should be legal.
Yeah.
I think. And
Ron Paul just clowned them about personal use, freedom of use, and if heroin was legal, do you think we'd all be using heroin?
Right, exactly.
It was so on the money, man. About all of it, we need less fucking laws. All you people out there that are involved in this industry of laws and industry of creating jobs that are attached to laws, you're leeches. This is leeching off society. It's a fucking loophole. And if we got rid of that loophole and forced everybody that has some shitbag jobs for locking people up for pot, we would force those people to have more productive lives because they would have to evolve. You would have to contribute.
I think that more than any other time in our country's history, the discussion about legalizing drugs is very much alive. And even politicians like Ron Paul, who have a growing following, are being taken very seriously.
It's slowly evolving,
yeah, when they
but
say
not
we
fast
should legalize
enough.
drugs.
Not fast enough for logic or my taste. It's not changing enough in my lifetime. It is changing. I mean, the climate here in California especially is really revolutionary. If you drive down the street near my house, there's fucking 5 weed stores in a 1-block area. It's really, that is incredible, but it's not changing enough. There's still plenty of fucking morons with these silly ideas about forcing people into other... There's a reason why the United States is not competing with the rest of the world as far as things we produce. It's because a lot of people aren't producing shit. They're just a part of some weird fucking system. Some weird system. It's a very weird system that doesn't necessarily make any sense. Our financial system doesn't necessarily make sense. We don't really produce anything. You know, Putin said it best when he was analyzing the United States economy before the crash. He said, I don't understand the American economy. All they seem to be doing is buying and selling each other's houses. And he's right. What the fuck else do we do anymore? We make Mustangs and Camaros and Corvettes and a couple other things.
We have a very powerful
military.
Computer industry. I mean,
yeah, we do that. Yeah, innovation, art,
and medical innovation and stuff like that. We got a lot of stuff.
It could be argued, though, that if there were less laws and there were more freedom and there was less people in these fucking bullshit parasitic government jobs, that those people would be forced to contribute.
You're damn right.
Maybe they would become cabinet makers.
That's a great great argument.
Maybe they
you're
become
right.
authors.
You're right.
They would contribute.
Look,
it is a form of social welfare to have shit jobs that aren't
Exactly.
necessary.
There was a great article in the Wall Street Journal about how a lot of states, 3 out of 1 job are government jobs, not private sector jobs, not manufacturing jobs.
When you hear
So you're
like the government
absolutely
created new jobs, and you know what a lot of those jobs are? Surveyors.
Exactly.
And weird fucking government positions that are unnecessary.
That doesn't build anything. That's not what made this country great.
Yeah.
Bureaucrats, and you're absolutely right.
And it is a form of social welfare, because if you give someone a job and make it so they don't have to find their path, it's like I've always said, the greatest thing that ever happened to me when I was 21 years old, I played the lottery once. I won a free ticket. I played it again. I won nothing. And then I was done. I said, I quit. That's it. Yeah. What if I was 21 and broke and scared and lost and I won the lottery? That would have been the worst curse ever. I would have never found my way in life. No. And if you get some shitty fucking easy government job that you can't get fired from, and then that becomes your life, well, guess what? You're not going to find your place either, man.
No.
You're just going to, it's a form almost of social welfare.
Yeah, it is.
We need less of everything. And that's
agree.
why a guy like Ron Paul's on the fucking money, man. That bad motherfucker.
I love that guy.
Oh, he's the best. And the other guy, Gary Johnson, the former governor of New Mexico, same thing.
Yeah.
Stanhope had a great point. He said, I like him. He goes, same sense, less Jesus. But I don't mind Ron Paul's Jesus. I don't mind any of it, because the way he talks is the way, what in my mind is America. What my mind
Because
is, there's an ideal.
He believes in personal freedom and responsibility,
Right.
and allowing people to make their own choices.
And makes the call on what is really going on and why we're invested in all these different parts of the world and what we're really doing. He's honest about it, and he's saying this is not what America should be all about. And he says that all the time. This is not what this Constitution was supposed to mean. This is not what our founding fathers wanted. This is this is supposed to be the best example possible of what you can do with a society. This is 2011. We've learned from the Greeks. We've learned from the Romans. We learned from the Nazis. We learned from everybody. We've got it down. But we don't. And it's transparent how we don't. It's all there. Every time, like, Obama recently passed some fucking new law about genetically modified food, and it's going to fuck over all these organic farmers, man. And this shit's been going on for a while. Monsanto is involved with a lot of fucking creepy shit, man. And the government is behind all this.
There's a good book.
when they brew this ayahuasca stuff, this psychedelic beverage.
Yeah, Robin Quivers just went down and did it.
Well, the thing about ayahuasca is they've been doing it for 10,000 years, way before written history. And then you ask them how they learned how to do this. I mean, the speculation is 10,000 years ago. The real evidence is probably only like a couple thousand. But when they ask these people how they figured out how to do this, they say that the forest told them. That the plants told them how to do this, told them how to make this. There's over 100,000 different plants in the Amazon. They figured out how to take the leaves of one and the root and the vines of another and combine them. Because one of them contains the chemical DMT and the other one contains what's called an MAO inhibitor, something called harmine. Because you can't eat this psychedelic stuff, you can't eat DMT because it exists in so many different things that if you eat it, your body has the ability to break it down inside your stomach with monoamine oxidase. So this stuff called harmine, this other plant that produces this natural MAO inhibitor, they have to mix this stuff in and they have to boil it and they have to break it down over hours and hours. How the fuck did these people living on dirt floors and huts with no books, how the fuck did they ever figure out how to take these plants and put them together? Well, they say that the forest told them how to do it. It sounds ridiculous.
Or there's 1,000 dead people around.
1,000.
Like, nope, not that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't put those two together.
And then,
you guys see Frank? He's fucked, bro.
Yeah, the real question is, when did this information about the forest telling them to do this happen? Did it happen after they took the ayahuasca? Because that would make a lot of sense.
And why did they just stop with ayahuasca? Why wouldn't they just keep, like, give us more, give us other good shit, you know?
Dude, you don't need anything else once you do the ayahuasca. You really don't. You know,
really?
Robin Quivers is talked about it, and you know, I've talked about it, you know, and I've tuned Stanhope into it. And there's a bunch of people that I know that have had DMT in their life. And once you've done it, everything else seems completely silly. Everything. The economy seems silly. Your life seems silly. Driving and traffic seems silly. Media seems silly. Everything seems silly and juvenile and temporary.
How long? What is you? I mean, it's not like a thing where you can go out. You need like a week.
Well, you need some time to digest it. You don't need you don't need time to do the drug. If you smoke DMT, it only takes about 15 minutes. If you take ayahuasca, the orally active version, it's a less potent version of the experience, but it's over a few hours as opposed to over 15 minutes. So, but what it is the most trippy experience, the most bizarre, outside of this world, the most separate experience you could ever possibly have. And once you've had that, you know, and you start talking about why doesn't he do other things? Why doesn't he figure out, you know, how to make a fucking jet car? You know, why don't the plants teach him how to do that?
Yeah.
You just want to go back to that world. Those fucking people that live in the Amazon, man, they like doing it all the time. They just do it. They just tune in to the spirit world and astral travel on fucking illuminant snakes that fly through the air.
Does it make pot different? Like, can you go back? Like, you be like, I wish, or is it something like you know what I'm saying? Like,
what do you mean?
Does it make like the experience of smoking pot like any different now at all?
I think
or
that
less important or less fun or
I think that you first of all, one time I had a flashback after I took it from smoking pot. I've never been able to do it again.
Really?
But one time I did DMT, and then a week later I was smoking weed and I had a flashback, a real flashback where I got to the door. There's a door to, like, when you have the DMT experience, it's a very fucked up experience. And for those of you that are anti-drug, and for those of you that are listening to this that are like, you know, what kind of fucking loser is talking about doing drugs, and what the fuck is this stupid shit, and this kid's listening. I think human beings owe an obligation to tell the truth about their experiences. And there is something to this that's very life-changing. It changed me, for sure. It still is changing me. It's my DMT experiences, for sure, have made me a better person, a nicer person, more sensitive, more aware of the universe. I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I'm under a lot of pressure. Sometimes I snap at people. I try to keep it all together as much as humanly possible. But for sure, I'm absolutely different at my core because of having the DMT experience. All drugs aren't good for you, but some drugs are. You know, and they're not good for everybody. We should have fucking shamans. We should have places where you could go, where you could go to some professional place where this guy is sanctioned by the community. Now, this is the guy that knows how to do mushrooms. And you go to this guy's house, and he's got brilliant mushrooms, and they're all perfect, and he grows them himself, so there's nothing sketchy. And how many mushroom trips you've been on? 1,000. Okay, all right, 1,000. Shit.
Yeah, you know what you're doing.
How many grams are we going to do today? Well, this is what we're going to do. You're going to be in this room, silent darkness. You're going to do 5 grams. I'm going to be outside the door. door. I'm going to be totally sober. I have a phone. I have a car. I can take you to the hospital if you need to. But the freak out's really only in your mind, and you're going to be fine physically. Just don't worry about it. I've been there 1,000 times. Nobody dies from this shit. And then you could go and do it instead of being over your friend's house and you fucking escape into the woods, and then you get too fucked up in the woods. You don't know how to get back to your
that
house.
sounds so much better, the second one, instead of having some creepy dude sitting outside of a bedroom door with a phone ready to call the police on you.
But it's funny though. But
if it was legal, you wouldn't be calling the police.
But like I do that now with like I called Ari today. I was like, "Can you get me some breath strips from going to Vegas?" And he's like, "All right, this is the one you're getting. You take a third if you want this. You take 2/3 if you want that. Hour to kick in, 5 hours, and a half hour later you'd be hungry."
Ari is someone you can trust with that. And you cannot trust Joey Diaz.
I know. I'm telling you.
Take two.
Yeah.
Take two and then call me in an hour and 20 minutes.
Ari's the guy that I asked about that and about like mortgage rates. He's like, "Don't take it yet." And I swear to God, the two things I trust him the most about.
That's hilarious.
To be on time, no. To pick me up at the airport, no. To not fuck my wife, probably not. If he got a chance, he would do it just for the story.
So now to use Google.
Here we go, bitches. Buckle up. Doug Benson's in the house. Dr. Drew, you're in fucking deep trouble. So fitting that my good friend Doug Benson is here with me today.
You have the most rockin' music of any podcast, probably.
Is it the most rockin'?
Yeah, everyone else's songs are like cute, or they're just sort of like, they sound like alternative comedy would sound if it were music.
Alternative comedy would sound if it was music. Something to nod your head off and drive off the road into a tree.
Something kind of folky, maybe poppy, but that really...
Wakes you up.
Yours really rocks, and it was too loud in my headphones.
That boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's just to let you know. You're not supposed to be comfortable always. Sometimes the beauty that comes afterwards, you appreciate it more because you went through those drums. See what I'm saying?
Right, yeah, you're startled, and then it's soothing.
And then it's like, okay, he's not going to do that again. Unless Joey Diaz is here. And then poor Brian is scrambling every 5 seconds, reaching for the volume dial. We have to eventually get compression like the great Adam Carolla. His setup is so badass. I had total podcast envy. I went over to his setup, and he's got like real staff. He's got a crew of people working there. There was like 5-6 people working in all this electronics and equipment and video switches and all. I'm like, wow.
You sit on a couch.
Yeah. This is better, though. We did the couch. This is way better. For the folks on iTunes, we used to have this stupid fucking Z Gallery couch that I bought, and I just figured, well, let's just make it comfortable to sit around. Yeah. But the problem is, couches are only good if someone's staring opposite you. If you're sitting back and relaxing and someone's on the other side of the room. But an office chair is way better. It's much more supportive.
Yeah.
So we have a circular table now and an office chair. This is as much as we started out with just a laptop, so this is a big investment.
I love this. It's like we came to the table to do some business.
We're here to fucking do a deal.
We're not here to just sit back and...
fuck around. We are here to do some business. Dr. Drew.
Oh, my God.
Dude, Dr. Drew.
You're so mad at Dr. Drew.
It's upsetting to me because I know that he knows what he's saying is not true. I know that he knows what he's saying is sensationalist nonsense that he's saying because he hopes it will either get people like me to pay attention, and no, he's not. I know he's sincere about it. I think he's doing it to get ratings. He's doing it to be a certain guy. It's not what he's saying. This is what he's saying. Brian, cue this fucking thing up because somebody tweeted me this today, and I just sat there with my mouth open, shaking my head going, this is a nonsense argument, man. This is a stupid argument. Listen to this. This is about a bust in Florida. Real 21.
Check it out, but I've jumped to say to you, how dare you? And how dare you? Nicky's my friend. You be good to him. Okay, we're keeping drug counselor Shelley Sprague with us for this next story. 28 Palm Beach County high school students were caught by surprise when they were arrested in a drug sting in Florida. The 9-month investigation was called Operation D-. Undercover officers posed as students, befriended the kids, and allegedly brought pot from them. The suspects in the case, of course, need not be said, are innocent until proven guilty, but watch this.
Marijuana is a very debilitating drug. The THC content of marijuana these days with the improved growing method is much stronger than many years ago.
I doubt that I would live long enough to see the time when it's not necessary, but we're going to keep doing it as long as we need to get drugs out of the schools.
I actually agree with these guys, though I'm always cast as the narc. I'm not a narc. I'm not interested in telling anybody how to live their life, but I'm interested in the health of young people, and this kind of thing is a good idea, don't you think, Shelley?
I do. I think that keeping drugs out of schools at these formative ages are important, and pushing the age of exposure to college age and above, I think, is important. I think that
there's a lot of misinformation about pot out there. There's this weird cultural energy around the drug, and people are unwilling to accept the fact that it's addictive. It's a different pot than it was 20 years ago.
It's absolutely different. There's withdrawal syndromes involved with it, and I just think people have so much misinformation. I consistently hear people undereducated about what's going on in the drug cultures of today, and the keeping up with the bath salts, keeping up with marijuana, keeping up with all of these changes, legislation changes. I mean, it's a full-time job.
Shelley, thank you. It's always good to see you here. Appreciate it. And I want to just emphasize the fact that cannabis, according to the American Society of Addiction Medicine, not just me, and Shelley and I see this all the time, is addictive. It's one of the more common things we treat these days. It has a rather severe withdrawal syndrome associated with it. And the addictive process is always the same with cannabis. It's somebody who uses just a couple times and then has this, oh my God experience, this is the greatest thing ever, and then preoccupies and uses every day thereafter. Somewhere out there, months or years later, it stops working so well. They start getting irritable, paranoid, not so high anymore. They use a lot more to try to bring the high back, and that's when they get into very serious trouble with the drug and switch to something else. Like, what worries me is bath salts. Tonight was a really interesting night. Please take note about the bath salts. They are out there. If you or someone you love is getting exposed to substances, get help. The sad thing about Corey's story is that this is a treatable thing, completely treatable, and he needn't be walking around in the dangerous condition he's in now. I also want to say that our hopes and wishes are out there for Maria Shriver.
Okay, kill that. What? His hopes and wishes are out for Maria Shriver.
You whore. You whore.
You whore.
I hope to get through these terrible times.
You whore.
Their marriage hasn't been a living hell for the last 20 years.
That's whore-like. Dr. Drew, I love you, but you're a whore. I just have to call you out, dude. This is nonsense talk you say. So first of all, what he's saying is that marijuana
There's a lot of information there.
Marijuana is higher today than ever before. Well, yes, it is. It's better. Here's the real statistics, okay? You ready? A long time ago, back in the 1970s, the THC content of the average marijuana was less than 1%. It was weak-ass, shitty weed. The average weed. But since Amelia, if you get some high, potent shit, it's as high as 30%. 14 to 30%. And it was back then, too. You could find some bad motherfuckers back then that got some shit, and they brought it up from South America, and it'll blow your fucking socks off. That's a fact. Yeah, the whack weed back then is weaker than the whack weed today. The whack weed today is about 5%. Okay, but the really strong stuff gets 30, 32, 34 if you got some crazy shit. So it's slightly higher for the highest grade stuff. And the reason why is because there's a lot of scientists and botanists. Here's the point. There's no bodies. No one's dying from this extra potent weed. You know this extra potent weed? It's getting you higher easier. You only have to take 2 hits instead of 6. Back then they would smoke a whole joint because the joint was made out of dog shit. It was terrible weed. So this is a stupid, stupid argument. Second of all, him saying that it's physically addictive and that there's withdrawal symptoms. Look, there's withdrawal symptoms from gambling, okay? And there's withdrawal symptoms from video games. And there's withdrawal symptoms from coffee. Well, coffee's way worse.
Yeah.
That's a physical withdrawal.
Yeah, you're shaking if you don't get your coffee. If you don't get your weed, you're like, oh, bummer.
And him citing whatever fucking government organization that measures addictive drugs. Guess what, man? That's all that stuff is nonsense. There's no real studies being done on how much marijuana withdrawals affects the average person. No, they're not putting people through marijuana and measuring them. Here's the people that have problem with pot. Ready? Losers. The people that have problem with pot, and this was in one of my jokes, one of my CDs, but it's true. If pot fucked up your life, it's just because pot got there first, okay? It could have been cheeseburgers, scratch tickets, the horse races, a plant that makes you look at the world in a more humble way. It makes food taste better. It makes you silly. It makes you want to love your friends more. Makes sex better. Makes food taste better. If that fucks up your life, you are an idiot. And it's that simple. And Dr. Drew's not doing anybody any favors in giving idiots a little Band-Aid for their fucking mental problems. Because that's what this is.
Yeah, our last 3 presidents who all admitted to having smoked marijuana, they're suggesting that they should have been arrested in high school for getting involved with it.
It's ridiculous.
It makes no sense. It is so...
He's right in a way that I don't like the idea of drugs in high school because kids don't know what the fuck. They're not making an educated choice. And they're not making it about pot. They're not making it about coke. They're not making it about all kinds of shit that comes their way. And fucking sometimes high school is tough enough, man. I don't advocate you doing anything you don't feel like you're comfortable with. I did a lot of shit in high school. I smoked weed in high school. I got drunk in high school. The drunkest I ever got. Nobody ever taught me how to drink. Nobody ever taught me how much you can drink. So I got super drunk and my friends threw up in a cab. You know,
yeah, why aren't we sending people undercover to stop kids from drinking in schools?
Yeah, no shit, man, because it's a lot more than 28.
Why do we leapfrog to weed, which causes a lot less problems with the kid in their overall lives?
Right. And who are these hormoneless bitches posing as cops that can actually pretend to be 17 and infiltrate the school?
What the fuck?
Meanwhile,
the kids they were infiltrating were probably too high to notice they were 40.
Beards and shit and canes. People with fucking liver spots.
Why does Linda have a walker? She's only 16.
And what are the symptoms that they're talking about? Like they said the addiction study, whatever that was. What are the addictions that movies suck more?
Listen, man, it's real simple. Physically, it's not the drug that addicts to you. It doesn't cling to your body. You can get mentally addicted to it, but you can get mentally addicted to every single thing on this earth. There's people that are addicted literally to washing their hands. You can call it obsessive-compulsive disorder. I call it being addicted to a particular set of activities. And that's what it is, man. People are fucking weird.
It comforts you.
Yes.
For whatever weird thing it is you do over and over again, it's because it's something you enjoy doing. We're human beings. We don't repeat things over and over again because we hate it.
Sometimes we do, though.
Well, on accident.
Pick scabs.
In your movie, that's the worst. You didn't smoke weed for 30 days. In your movie, did you have any withdrawal symptoms when you were in it?
Well, people would argue watching the movie that I got cranky, but But I think I was just basically myself because I certainly, if something irritates me when I'm high, it's still irritating.
Yeah.
It's not like you're just suddenly this, hey, everything's fine, poke me with a stick, I don't give a shit, I'm high. It's not. You're just, your head's in another place, but you're not gone. Like the whole thing with alcohol, the way that people say racist stuff after they get drunk. It's not a lot of people getting high and then just suddenly dropping the N-word in a smoking circle.
Yeah.
It's a totally different vibe.
Yeah.
If anything, cigarettes are the thing they should be spending the most time on because I fucking started smoking when I was 15, and it was easy to get fucking cigarettes. I didn't fucking buy cigarettes from some guy in the back of a fucking alley. I went to a store and like 9 out of 10 times I could buy cigarettes.
Yeah, I don't fault him for talking about a lot of drugs. There's a lot of drugs that are dangerous as fuck, and we should talk about crystal meth all day long. You should tell people, don't do it. You're going to ruin everything. You will ruin your life. We need to tell,
Yeah, I've never heard Dr. Drew lump in weed with everything else like it was as bad. Like,
he just did.
Weed and bath salts. Like, there's any connection between the two things.
And if you don't know
other
what
than
bath
one
salts
being
are,
like legal but crazy, terrible for you.
Yeah, if you don't know what bath salts are, there's a thing we talked about on the podcast. We were incorrect. We had to go back and correct ourselves. We thought that what they were doing was selling stuff as bath salts that you can get high with. But what they're doing is it's a drug, and they're just labeling it bath salts to allow people to buy it legally, but they have no intention of using it for bath salts. It's like some sort of secret little loophole that they figured out how to do, and this drug is like a cousin to crystal meth. So technically, it's not illegal. And there's laws that they've established to try to get like close neighbors and cousins of drugs out, and that's how they got rid of 5-MeO-DMT, which was legal for the longest time. 5-MeO-DMT, which is stronger than regular DMT, somehow or another slipped by their all-encompassing Psychedelic Act of 1970, and you could buy it online through a chemical company, get a big jar of it and shit.
We should just start calling weed candy or something. We should just give it a name of something that's legal.
Yeah, herbal salad. Yeah, speaking of herbal salad, Brian's dog ate his weed.
Or let's call it lean cuisine. That's apparently it's legal to push that shit on people.
Yeah, how does that work? Yeah, go after people that are going these diet pills, easy and smooth. Lose the weight with no work at all.
Yeah.
This is a lie. You're lying. Yeah. You're stealing people's money.
There's nothing like buying a shitload of weed and having your dog eat it all.
Yeah, so
I didn't get into any of it.
Your dog is a mess, man. Your dog is a slut.
Your dog needs to go on Dr. Drew's show for dogs.
For everything, for sex, for weed. This Dr. Drew thing, though, is it driving you crazy? It's driving me crazy.
Well, it's kind of weird because I've heard Dr. Drew in as recently as a year or so say things like he told Adam once in one of their podcasts together that he thinks marijuana will be legalized in our lifetimes. He thinks it's inevitable. So I don't know why he would think that and then also be talking this way about it. And I've also heard him say that it's alcohol's addictive to someone who already is an addict. Like they're going to be addicted to something. And so
you mean marijuana? You said alcohol?
I'm saying alcoholics
right.
can get addicted to weed. Was kind of the point he was making.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Is that you kind of have to be an addict to treat weed that way, and it could be something. It might as well be something else.
So by saying it's addictive, it's just addicted to some people that have a certain predilection. What's the word?
Yeah, predilection for
whatever. They're predisposed to addiction. Yeah, so it would be alcohol. It would be anything.
Yeah. So they're an alcoholic who smokes too much weed or whatever.
We do have a friend that is he used to do coke and all kinds of other crazy stuff, and now he's like super clean and healthy. And he told me he can't smoke joints. He can't. He literally can't. He said, I would love to get high, but if I get high, I know it's just going to be coke, and then it's going to be whatever the fuck else I can get, and before you know it, I'm waking up at someone's house. I don't know how I got there.
Right. And you can say the same thing about alcohol or anything else. Exactly. Like you have to know your limits, and but somehow we're allowed to decide what our limits are in alcohol.
Yeah.
And we're not allowed to decide what our limits are with weed.
Which is way more addictive.
So not fair.
Which is way more physically addictive.
In Super High Me, I stopped drinking for 60 days, and still was performing in clubs every night, and either being not high or high. And when I'm not high or high, I like a drink.
Right.
You know what I mean? So 60 days of not drinking was the hardest thing.
Really?
No way, I take that back. For the sperm test, I had to not masturbate for like 3 or 4 days. So that was the hardest. That was the hardest.
That was harder than 60 days.
That was first place. Then second place was 60 days of no booze, and third place, and far third place was 30 days of not smoking, which was a pretty easy thing to do. I could do it again tomorrow. I'm not going to because I've already proved this point. But I could go again for 30 days very easily. Like if somebody stepped up and said, "We'll give you $1 million to go 30 days," no sweat. I take it back. We'll give you $500 and a trip to Disney World. I can do it. It just has to be something that I love, like
Yeah, I'll forget to smoke weed for a day. Here and there, I'll just be like,
I just did. You're an idiot.
But it's not like during the day I'm thinking about it, You're like, if
that's the thing. You can get busy and forget to smoke,
So it's not like I'm having withdrawal symptoms of like, shit, I need a taste.
Yeah, well, For most people, let's say 90 whatever percent of the population, marijuana is not physically addictive. If it is physically addictive for some small percentage of the population, that's a medical issue. We need to figure out what's wrong with that
The
person.
proper tests have never been done because
Yeah,
it's a
illegal.
Schedule number 1 narcotic, right?
Yeah.
So that means they can't even test it. It's the most ridiculous. Weed is just in this crazy cell that you can't get out of because old people and TV commentators need to all just go away because
So
young people
silly.
do not care. Young people do not care about weed. They don't care about gay marriage. They don't care about a lot of these issues that are being thrown around right now. That young people are just whatever.
These
issues do you want.
have been around since I was a baby. When I was a child, I was 11 years old. My family moved from San Francisco to Florida. And when we lived in San Francisco, gay people were everywhere. San Francisco this weekend at Cobb's Comedy Club with Sam Tripoli, and Tom Segura. The tickets are all sold out. Anyway, when we were in San Francisco,
I'm going
we
to
had
try to
gay
work
neighbors.
one of those in later.
Just shove it in there, bro. And Tripoli is an awesome. San Francisco. I enjoyed the shit out of San Francisco when I lived there. And Tripoli's an awesome guy too. But that's beside the
That's
point.
a great
I went
city.
on the wrong path. I lived next to some gay people, and they were cool as fuck. And they used to get naked with my aunt. She used to go over and they would play bongos together. I've told the story before. And they would smoke weed. And so gay people to me, have a drink. Gay people to me were just like this guy's black, this guy's gay, this guy's from Guatemala, this guy's Chinese. It's just a different.
Why do you have to insult
person.
blacks and Guatemalans and Chinese like that?
Dude, I didn't. I pumped them up.
Yeah,
I made them
no,
just
it's
like
all
gays.
it's all the same.
Who cares,
that's what
man?
young people think. The young people are really in the melting pot because
Yeah.
every kid is half this and half that these days.
It's
and
parents, though.
There's more and more of all the ethnicities. It's growing. and
Yeah.
This country is really going to change drastically.
But this argument of them being able to be married has been going on forever. When I was 11, we'd moved from San Francisco to Florida, and I was hanging out with my friend Candy Esposito. Candy was a Cuban kid, and his dad was yelling and throwing the paper down. And we walked in the room, and I was like, fuck, what happened? This guy's mad. Some shit must have went down. And so someone says, what happened? And he goes, fucking fags want to get married. You believe this shit? And he's holding up the newspaper. And I'm like, wow. And I'm 11. And I'm looking at this guy, I'm going, I don't believe this motherfucker's a dad. And I was thinking, thank God, this asshole isn't guiding me in life. He's sitting here getting angry and throwing his newspaper down like a fool because some gay guys want to get married. So that was like fucking, I was 11. I'm 43. Do the math. That's a long ass time.
that Mark McGuire thing, that thing is hilarious. Mark McGuire is finally coming out and saying, "Oh, that's what we were talking about. We're talking about people that are hooked on pain pills."
Right.
You know, that it's when dudes get hooked on pain pills. Like I said, I know a guy who's a very smart guy. He was an IT guy, went to college, really avid reader, not a fuck up, has a real problem, and that's just what it is, man. Dudes get injured, something happens to you, and it chemically bonds with your body. I mean, it's really incredible what addiction is. You know, addiction is your body is somehow or another linked to something that's really terrible for it, and it needs that something. Like it's almost like heroin and crystal meth and stuff like that really locks a hold of your body. It's almost like they're parasites. It's almost like the drug itself has a consciousness, and the drug itself is gonna make you do it as much as you can and rob you of life. You know, I mean, that's one way to look at like horrible substances. That's why when people talk about drugs, you know, and they like to lump all drugs in together, that's so stupid. Because marijuana and mushrooms and psychedelic drugs, if done correctly, can be very beneficial. And when they're over, you don't feel any repercussions. You're okay. They don't hurt you. Marijuana and mushrooms and things like that, the natural things that people have been doing for tens of thousands of years, those things aren't hurting anybody, man. And they can't get into your system, you know. And if you lump them in with oxycodones and fucking heroin and crystal meth, that's ridiculous. No one is becoming a more introspective, fascinating person on crystal meth. They're becoming fucking crazy. It's like we have to like look at drugs in terms of what they do to the people that take them. And the things that do positive things, you can't ignore that just because they're a drug. You're not allowed to just say, oh, because it's an illegal drug, then all the benefits that people talk about, those don't count. They're invalid. Just because it's not sanctioned by a group of fucking criminals. That's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at all. And, you know, I've lived my whole life like this. I mean, it's 2010. I would have thought by now we would have come to some sort of a rational understanding as human beings. As we got to be adults, I thought we would come to a point where we would sit back and we would look at things and go, what right do I to tell another person what to do or not to do, as long as he's not trying to give it to minors or people that don't know any better. As long as people are educated, let's spend money on programs and make sure that people don't get involved in anything fucked up like this. And let's pay attention to fucking children in schools. I mean, the biggest problem in this country isn't laws and crime. The biggest problem is, why are people creating crime? Why are people doing these terrible things to each other? I mean, 99.99% of all fucked up things come out of a fucked up childhood. You have kids who have either shitty fucking parents and these fucking children, they grow up and they're ticking time bombs. If you have a douchebag, fucked up, drug addict parent and you live in a fucked up place with no love and every day you just see violence and shit and screaming and addiction and sorrow and there's no way out. You don't see shit. You don't do well in school. I mean, what the fuck? You know, that is a ticking time bomb. And for politicians to not address that and to spend all this fucking time flying over to Afghanistan trying to chase down 100 Taliban fighters in the mountains and young people are dying over there for that, how about we spend that money attacking the fucking enemy at home? The enemy at home is horrible fucking childhoods that some of our fellow human beings in this country have to go through. You know, what we really need to do is focus on fucking kids. Focus on children that are growing up in terrible neighborhoods. Focus on fucking schools and community centers and giving these kids somewhere to go to when their parents suck. You know, focus on a bunch of people that want to help raise kids that come from terrible situations, or help the parents understand what the fuck they're doing raising children and making these kids fucking psychos and giving them horrible childhoods, you know, and literally setting loose a bomb. Setting loose someone who's eventually going to turn all their inward anger outward on other people. All their pain and resentment and all the negative input coming into them as a child. You know, that shit is fucking terrible. You deal with a child that comes from a positive, loving environment, and you're going to deal with a cool human being. That human being is going to come out of that and going to appreciate other people. That's our number one problem as human beings. Our number one problem as human beings is the way we don't appreciate each other. The way we look at each other as competition. The way we look at each other as just people that are on the highway in my fucking way.
human beings have to learn to appreciate each other. And we need to learn how to deal with the fucking very obvious shit that we ignore. Instead of pretending there's some incredible assault on the human race here in America, maybe we should look on where's the real crime coming from? Where are the real murders coming from? Where's the real anger and violence and the shit that affects day-to-day people every day? It's not in the fucking desert, okay? It's not in the fucking mountains of Afghanistan. It's in cities. It's all over the place. It's children growing up and becoming fucking criminals. That's way scarier to me than some douchebag in Afghanistan. It's nonsense. What are the best tips for navigating a high-dose mushroom trip? Are you doing them regularly? That's the first question. I don't do them regularly. Terrence McKenna, who I learned everything I know about psychedelics from that guy, or at least that's where I started, is listening to what he had to say, reading his books. But what he always said is that you should do them in high doses and very rarely. That's what he said. He said that psychedelic experiences should be something where you do the right dose and then you take a long time off and sort of contemplate what happened. And I agree with that. The last time I did anything really strong, like DMT, that was over 2 years ago. And it was because it was a very, very, very profound experience, and I wanted to make sure that I got as much out of it and understood it and sort of deciphered it as much as I could and applied it to my life as much as I could before I just went to try to do it again. I'm very serious about psychedelic trips. I don't think it's play. I mean, I think you can have a good time on mushrooms with your buddies if you don't take too much, but I think you can get a lot out of psychedelic trips where and I'm not criticizing people who want to do it for fun, because look, I like to drink for fun, I like to smoke pot for fun. I smoke pot both for introspective quality thinking and also for fun. And if you want to do it for fun, that's all good. But what I'm saying is, like, for me personally, I've learned a lot from psychedelic experiences, and what I believe is what Terrence McKenna has always said, is that you should do them very rarely. You do them, and then you don't do shit for a while, and you think about what the fuck you learned. Because it doesn't, if you really want to improve yourself, you're really using it for that reason, to really expand your consciousness, you don't get anything out of it if you can't apply it to your life. You can't just have the experience and then become some fucking shut-in who doesn't interact with the rest of the world because all you want to do is, go down your basement and turn the lights out and do mushrooms. Like, now you're not even a part of us anymore. Like, you've got to be able to function in both worlds, in the psychedelic world and in this world. You got to be able to navigate both dimensions. And I think if you do too much drugs, if you do them all the time, you can definitely lose your handle on this world. So that's my answer to that question. I think if you're doing anything consciousness expanding, and always do things that have been done for thousands and thousands of years. I mean, I'm not telling you to do anything illegal, but there's stuff that you can do that isn't illegal. They just haven't classified it yet. Ayahuasca isn't technically illegal. DMT is illegal. Ayahuasca has even been sanctioned recently. Some church in New Mexico won a Supreme Court case where they take DMT as part of their Christian church. It's part of their religious ceremonies to get in touch with God. Yeah, they won a Supreme Court case. Very few people know about it, but you should know what the fuck you're doing. And that's the real problem with psychedelics, is that there are no shaman anymore. In these tribes in Peru and these people that live in the Amazon, there's like a history of usage that goes back thousands of years, and they pass it on from generation to generation. And the shaman, the people that like brew this ayahuasca is this very powerful dose of DMT that comes in an orally active form, and they get it from combining these plants and boiling it into this crazy mixture. Between that and there's also shaman in other parts of the world, like Mexico, where they're shaman where their thing is mushrooms. And these are people that have navigated these dimensions, whether it's ayahuasca or mushrooms or peyote. They've navigated these dimensions many, 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 many times, so they can tell you what to expect there. They've learned from their experiences, and they can help you. I think that's the real problem, is that psychedelic drugs aren't necessarily bad for you. They're just illegal. And when they're illegal, they can be bad for you, because if you get caught with them, you can get locked up. Your life can get fucked up if they find them in your piss, if you have to, test for some sort of a job, and then all of a sudden you're labeled a drug addict. Yeah, in that sense, psychedelic drugs can be bad. In the other sense, it's like, look, a circular saw, like one of those those are awesome if you know how to use one. You could build a house. You could fucking do some cool shit. You can cut some wood that you would never be able to cut with like a steak knife. But it doesn't mean everybody should have a fucking circular saw and just be using it all day. And that's the same thing with mushrooms. Mushrooms are just like any kind of tool. You can, like I say with marijuana, with a hammer, you can build a house with a hammer, or you can just hit yourself in the dick if you're fucking crazy. It doesn't mean that hammers should be illegal. And that's the same thing with psychedelic drugs. I wouldn't give a circular saw to a 13-year-old boy and say, hey, go play with this. But if a guy is a goddamn carpenter and he knows what he's doing and he's gone up through trade school and did an apprenticeship and worked as a carpenter's apprentice and learned how to use tools properly and learn the proper safety precautions, then yeah, that guy should be able to hold a fucking chainsaw. That guy should be able to use a circular saw. That guy should be able to work in a machine shop. He's learned how to do it. And that's the same thing with psychedelic drugs. There should be someone showing you the dangers and the pitfalls and what it's all about, because it's not simply that easy. It's not like you can just do them and you're going to be okay. Some people do psychedelic drugs and they're so unmentally prepared for it that they're never the same again. And that's a real possibility. And someone needs to be there to evaluate whether or not, you've got the proper information, whether your head's in the right place, and that's why it would help if we were more open about these fucking things. And the nutty thing is, it's still got this terrible reputation, and here we are, in 2010. And I think the reputation is all based on the fact that when we get something in our head, we stick with it. We get something in our head, even when all the information, like marijuana, still illegal. 2010. In most states, it's illegal. That's crazy. When alcohol and tobacco and all that shit is readily available, but we get it in our head that it's bad because it's been illegal all our lives. It's very tough for us to change gears. And for a long time, we've had this thing in our head about psychedelic drugs. And it's just a cultural pattern. It's just a lock. We got talked into it. When the media was young and when the newspapers were around and that was the only way to get information out, they would publish these stories about marijuana and the William Randolph Hearst scandals. William Randolph Hearst owned, not only did he own newspapers, but he also owned paper mills. And when they invented the decorticator, it made it more effective to process hemp fiber. And what he started doing was attacking the hemp industry so that he didn't have to change over his paper mills from wood to hemp paper. Because hemp is a far superior paper. It makes superior clothing. You can eat it. It contains all the essential amino acids in the seeds. Besides the fact that it gets you high. Even take away the get you high part. Even the plants that don't get you high at all are still really economically valuable. Well, William Randolph Hearst attacked that industry because he owned the newspapers. He started printing these stories saying that blacks and Mexicans were smoking this new drug called marijuana, and they were going out and raping white women. And so because of that, because he did this, they all, people got crazy and they all got paranoid, and Congress actually outlawed marijuana not even knowing that they were outlawing hemp. They didn't even know it was the same thing. So that's how marijuana became illegal in the first place, and that's why it's still illegal today, is that once something is stuck in our consciousness, it takes a long time to get it out. Well, I think that a long time ago, it was probably very, very common, in all cultures to have a shaman, to have some sort of someone who is aware of psychedelic states, John Marco Allegro, he argues that that's what Christianity is all about. Christianity is all about concealing these secrets of consuming hallucinogenic drugs. He was a guy who deciphered the Dead Sea Scrolls. John Marco Allegro worked in the Dead Sea Scrolls for 14 years. And after he did all this deciphering, now I don't know if he's right, neither do you, unless you're a biblical scholar, unless you can, you have to be a master of ancient languages. You have to study it for decades to even understand what the fuck he's talking about. I read it, it's it makes sense sort of, but he could be totally bullshitting. But what his story was that the entire Christian religion was a giant misunderstanding. What it really was all about was the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility cults. And that's what it was all about. It was all about breeding babies and taking mushrooms. Which makes sense. People lived thousands and thousands of years ago and didn't know what the sky was. They didn't have any science. And they're popping mushrooms. They wouldn't want other people to know how badass the mushrooms are. You eat mushrooms, you see God. They wouldn't want other people to know about that. So they would hide it in stories. It totally makes sense. Some guy said, have you tried Robitussin? What are you, Kitty Dukakis, pal? Drinking Robitussin? What else are you drinking? Aftershave, fella?